that story is real for a second, okay? Like your kid's like, oh, I would want to give the homeless people homes. And you're like, no, you're a Republican now, bitch. Fucking dumb baby, dumb bitch ass baby. 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 You wanted to help those who are marginalized? Fuck you, dude. I need you to be a fucking paleo conservative right now. Fuck you. Oh, fucking own. Guess what I fucking own? My dumbass daughter who's 6 years old, dude. Stupid fucking baby. You dumb bitch ass baby. Fucking dumb baby. Dumb bitch ass baby. Fucking dumb baby. Dumb bitch ass baby. Fucking dumb baby. Dumb bitch ass baby. I'll kick you in the fucking baby face. I almost got, child labor going too. It was fucking tight. Fuck you. Oh, fucking own. Guess what I fucking own? My dumbass daughter who's 6 years old, dude. Stupid fucking baby. You dumb bitch ass baby. Fucking dumb baby. Dumb bitch ass baby. Fucking dumb baby. Dumb bitch ass baby. Fucking dumb baby. Dumb bitch ass baby. I'll kick you in the fucking baby face.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from yet another rainy day here in California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, all the girls, and all the MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Thursday. That's right. It's Thirsty Thursday, ladies and gentlemen. It is Thursday, one day out from Valentine's Day, February 13th, 2025. We are almost 1 month into the Burger Reich, the new administration, our new overlords, and things are getting worse every single day. Now, of course, having said that, the rain has not stopped. There's no fun, no gaming, no Valentine's. Must be the HasanAbi broadcast. You're wrong. There will be some fun and maybe even some gaming as well. Calm down. Calm your tits. Okay? Cool it. I got to get on Abby Phillips' show. I know. I think I have an easier shot with Caitlin Collins than Abby Phillips, though, because, I don't know if Abby Phillips fucks with me like that. But I think Caitlin Collins does. My tits will not remain calm. No, my titties are also out of control. Don't worry about it. My titties are not calm either. Anyway, folks, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. I finished Mashal. Second season. I've been watching Sakamoto Days, which is pretty good. Lots of anime. I also officially deleted Twitter from my phone again because I feel like it was making my brain worse. In terms of all of the social media platforms, I feel like Twitter has the absolute worst, lowest common denominator appealing content. It's just so bad. I feel like it is truly hurting my brain. Even the stuff that's not political, right? Even when I watch stuff that's not political, videos that pop off on the website, I feel like out of all of the social media websites, it is truly the worst. Even the videos that bang on that, or bang as in even the videos that go viral on that website are just so bad, dude. I feel like the only website that's worse than Twitter is Facebook because it's all AI slop, and I suspect that Twitter will inevitably move in that direction as well. Also, remember for all of the New York City followers, for all my New York City followers, if you haven't done so, today is the last day to register as a Democrat in the city of New York. And the reason why you must register as a Democrat in the city of New York, even though you're a revolutionary communist, Marxist, Leninist, vanguardist, is because Zohran Mamdani is running for mayor. And you have a unique opportunity to vote for him in the primaries. And you can't do that unless you are a registered Democrat. So go and register as a Democrat in the state of New York, in New York City, for your mayoral race. All right? Remember that. Remember that. This is important. Vote for Zohran Mamdani. Zohran Kwame Mamdani. He's dope. And we'll get into that a little bit today as well. So check out Mastodon. No, dude, I don't want brain rot in the opposite direction either. P blows. Thank you for the 10 community give the subs. Chatters don't realize that, especially for people like myself, that spend a whole deal of time online, it is important to at least stay somewhat in touch with what is going on in the world. And oftentimes I think being online can be that resource, but it is something that you need to carefully craft. I don't want to go into a, like a Tumblr reservation, right? I don't want that either. Or Blue Sky. I want like a place where you could technically have the bus driver also post on. Twitter is no longer that place anyway. Whatever. It's fine. It's just everything sucks. Everything sucks. Everything sucks. Everything sucks. All right. But how about a real rock tumbler? Smooth out the brain wrinkles? Yeah. Regardless, folks, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, like I said, and there's not really much going on in my world, in the world of HasanAbi Piker, as a matter of fact. There's, unsurprisingly, not a lot happening in my world, in the universe. There's a lot going on in the universe, though, in terms of politics. I had a bunch of follow-ups with a bunch of journalists, a couple articles coming out down the pipeline, and the question that I consistently keep receiving is, what is the future? What are people supposed to do? What are we gonna do? And it's like, I got journalists at the New York Times and shit asking me this question, and I'm like, I still haven't been able to fully figure that out yet, and I'm in a holding pattern at this point. So, just understand that everyone is basically looking at anyone that could potentially offer some semblance of normalcy and some kind of appropriate method of response to the gutting of our institutions and the federal government, mass layoffs, numerous things that the Elon Musk administration is currently engaging in. So, in any case, what did Bugga Wolf ask? What is this? That's the OG HasanAbi head. That's crazy. That's like one of the first ever. That's like one of my first ever subscribers. Oh my God, dude. Of course, long-term community members are the ones that constantly are drama baiting. I have noticed that. Drama in the first 20 minutes is crazy. Yeah, we're not doing it. We're not doing it. Do you usually encourage people to get out and protest, or is it illegal? No, I, of course, encourage people to go out and protest. It is, as it stands, currently not illegal. Even if it were to become illegal, I would still probably urge people to go out and do that regardless. I would find different ways of maybe communicating this desire, but... So, in any case, we will... How are your rain gutters? I don't even know if I have rain gutters, dude. I have no idea. Hank Pecker stocks are booming. This has 42 likes. Wouldn't say that the stocks are booming. But I'll repost that every time. You already know, baby. Like, mark, repost. Yeah, but personal news wise, this morning I took Kaya to the park. And it was raining, but at least I was able to get her energy out. I, on the other hand, was not able to get my energy out by working out because there was no opportunity to work out. Because when it rains, unfortunately, everything in Los Angeles collapses. There's already like flood warnings. There's already evacuation shelters and stuff being assigned. And most of our infrastructure is built around the idea that it's always going to be rainy because it always is rainy. I mean, not rainy, sorry, sunny. See, notice how I said rainy instead of sunny? That's how much rain has become a prominent fixture in my life. I hate it. Anyway, here, this is someone had the audacity to lie about my GeoGuessr experience with MHUD. Here it is. One. All right, we got another truck meta.
Yes.
Wait, why?
You see where we are?
Is it the United States? It looks like, it feels like the United States of America.
I wish it was. The bollard right there, it's very important. When you just passed.
I don't, where is the bollard?
You want me to give you a small hint since we're running out of time?
Sure. Oh, dude, it's turkey as well. God damn.
Let's go.
Okay. I love that. Bro said he can't go to the gym because it rained. No. Today is the day where I play basketball, but all of the outdoor courts, all the courts are outdoors. There's very few indoor courts. Oh. Okay. This edit is devious. Yeah. HasanAbi Greek confirmed. Oh no. Isn't this New York technically? It is. Did you not see all of the flags? There's no way you looked at this video and thought that this was actually the GeoGuessr video that I was looking at. The joke is that everywhere in Turkey is plastered with Turkish flags. That's one aspect of the joke. The second aspect of it is that I was looking at a random street, not this, obviously, as a Turkish man and couldn't figure out that it was Turkey fast enough. That's crazy. The level of intellect in my community is also diminished, but it's good. We're getting used to the Trump administration, I think. We're getting there. Aren't you a little old for outside course? They started hurting my knees at like 20. I have a video of the class today. Yes, dark gooner misogyny, the gooner to alt-right pipeline. Ooh, that's interesting. God damn, the rain is getting crazy out there, by the way. It's definitely wild. We'll look at the Gooner video in a little bit. I'm sorry, I do not want the reputation of a drama baiter. Yes, well, you're getting it. Stop talking about it. We're not doing drama bait. Hasan, please, I need this. Everyone, anytime. Oh, did it just F for a second? Did it just F as soon as I said the rain is getting crazy? That's crazy. Big F, mini F, dude. Chat can never figure out like what level of F we've just received. One chatter said big F, the other chatter said mini F, no big deal. Which one is it? 25 centimeters of rain in Toronto. Don't cry about the rain. Yeah, except 25 centimeters of rain, snow in Toronto might not devastate Toronto as bad as like a little light drizzle devastates LA. We just don't have the infrastructure for it. We don't have the infrastructure designed to withstand even a little bit of drizzle, and it's awful because America is a developing nation that masquerades as a very wealthy nation because it is a very wealthy nation. It's just that the wealth is not distributed evenly. Even when you are considering, even when you are living in an area that obviously is a very wealthy part of the country. I mean, I live in West Hollywood. I live in one of the worst housing markets on the planet, okay? I own a home in one of the worst housing markets on the planet. Think about that. And yet, the infrastructure is still not built to withstand light drizzle here. That's the problem. It's not developing at all. That's the problem. Yeah, we need a new term for America. It's not a developing nation because it's not developing at all. It's a nation that's no longer even stagnant. It's just like crippling. Sticking out your gat for the drizzler. Oh my Lord. You're so skibbity. We're a wash nation. We're a regressing nation. We're not an underdeveloped nation. We were a developed nation at one point. We are now in reverse. We're regressing, rotting, decaying, devolving. Those are terms I would explain. No, it's not a developing nation. Please, bro, it has its problems. But as someone who lives in a developing nation, USA is developed. And LA is a desert. Of course, it won't withstand rain. I don't understand why people have the audacity to come to me and say, no, your current experiences are invalid because I live in a developing nation. Okay, I lived in a developing nation too. What are you talking about? I saw what it's like when you are living in a developing nation. I saw what it's like when you live in a developed nation. And I know what it's like when you're living in a decaying, rotting nation. Okay? My point is, it's an unimaginably wealthy country, and yet we do not use any of the wealth or resources on fixing stuff. We are devolving. It's crazy. Bro, I live in Pakistan. Come on, US is trash, but it's not the same. Dog, that's my point. Dude, oh my God. Oh my God. The point is, are you insane? Like, of course, I'm not comparing the United States of America to Pakistan. Dude. No, I don't think the United States has similar conditions to Pakistan. My point is that the United States is the wealthiest nation on the planet. The wealthiest nation in history. Okay? It is, of course, not supposed to be in the same conversation as Pakistan. Okay? All right, now we got to do my life for Pakistan because Pakistan mentioned. Okay. I'm sorry.
You see, this is the spirit. We love Pakistan.
My pledge to my country is that when I will grow up, I will be the scientist like Dr. Abdul Qadir Khan, who helped Pakistan in making the nuclear power.
Inshallah, we have a bright future. We have here students who are going to make Pakistan a great nuclear nation.
When I will grow up, I will be army and save Pakistan and destroy India.
Yes!
Strong army, whoa, great!
Whoa!
My pledge is to help people who need for like people money and all this.
Whoa!
He's going to help the people in Pakistan. Great.
I will open educational
She after the previous one that was like I will join the military and destroy India. This guy being like, I'm gonna help people. She's like, oh, okay, cool, move on. You're like, all right, get the fuck out of here, kid. What do you mean help people? I will destroy India. I will sacrifice my life for Pakistan.
institution as possible, and I'm proud to be a Pakistani.
The next generation of Pakistan is going to make Pakistan literacy 100%.
My pledge to my country is that I will finish all corruption, and so we will prove to Pakistan is not less than any other country. Pakistan Zindabad.
Pakistan Zindabad.
I will be a soldier and I will die for my country.
Yeah, we have soldiers who want to live for the country and die for the country.
Dude, that's amazing. Oh God. Nationalism is a disease. Okay, man. Yeah. Just let the meme sit. Okay. Can you just enjoy shit without immediately being annoying? Like, calm down, man. Jesus Christ.
My plan is to, when I will grow up, I will help the poor people by giving their homes, by giving them homes.
Inshallah, he is going to give homes to everyone.
When I will be a point, I will reduce illiteracy. That is my first goal. And my second goal will be to help the poor. Long live Pakistan!
In the war.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Anyway, long live Pakistan. Pakistan Zindabar. I will die for the Pakistan military. I will blow up India. Anyway. It's so good. It's such a good video. My Indian roommate just asked me what the fuck I'm watching. I'm indoctrinating you guys into Pakistan nationalism. We are committed soldiers of Imran Khan. Okay? This community is committed to Imran Khan, who will save Pakistan, who has been undermined by the American empire for the crime of eliminating corruption in Pakistan. Okay? And once again, we stand tall, loudly and proudly in support of the political prisoner, the real political hostage, Imran Khan. Pakistan will be number one once again. By the way, Donald Trump is holding a press conference, and we're going to get into that after I blast off, or rather,
pretty accurate.
I'm going to get into it right now.
A country in Russia's position could allow them, just in their position, could allow them to join NATO.
So let's do it.
And long before President Putin,
Did Tamasia send a playlist?
Russia was very strong on the fact that I believe that's the reason the war started, because Biden went out and said that they could join NATO, and he shouldn't have said that. As soon as he said that, I said, you know what?
Weirdly enough, maybe Trump will save Imran Khan. Who knows?
This is a war that would have never happened if I were president.
You don't think it's President Biden's fault, not President Putin? I mean, he's the one.
I think Biden is incompetent, and I think when he said that they could join NATO, I thought that was a very stupid thing to say. I thought when he said, well, it depends if it's a minor incursion. In other words, it's okay if Russia does a minor incursion. I thought that was a very foolish thing to say. The other thing that got it started was how badly Milley and these.
Why would Trump of all people save Imran Khan? Because he's a based third worldist, dude.
I was going to pull out, but we were pulling out with dignity and strength, and we were going to take our equipment with us and everything else. They are.
Don't joke about that. Pakistani Americans voted for Trump because they believe he will release him. Wait, really?
That mess, and he said, "Wow, this is a great time. I'm going to go in." But what the Americans said. I'm not blaming Americans, but I will say what they said had a big influence on his deciding to go in. Yeah.
The most Latin American president of our time? Oh, 100p.
An American CEO, or did he do so as a representative of the U.S.?
I just don't think that Donald Trump does things that are like
about me?
inherently
Elon, I don't know. They met.
the
And
diametrical.
I assume he wants to do business
Not true at all. Most young Pakistanis in my community didn't vote because of Gaza.
Because of the tariffs. They have the highest tariffs just about in the world, and it's a hard place to do business.
Wait, hold
I would
on.
imagine he met.
Let me blast off
possibly
real quick.
Because, he's running a company. He's doing this as something that he's felt strongly about for a long time, because he sees what's happening, and he sees how the country is really being hurt badly by all of the fraud, waste, and abuse. Yeah.
So how does Modi know whether he's meeting with a CEO or meeting with a representative of your government?
Well, he's meeting with me in a little while, so I'm going to ask him that question. All right? I'll ask him that question. Yeah.
On auto tariffs, what should we expect, sir? You mentioned obviously steel and aluminum and pharmaceuticals. What are you thinking about auto tariffs? We haven't talked about that much.
I think autos are coming soon. I think they're all coming more or less at the same time. And it's not going to be a big shock to the system. But what it's going to do is it's going to bring pharmaceuticals back to our country. Much more important than the money. It's a lot of money, but it's going to bring pharmaceuticals back to our country. It's going to bring chips back to our
Remember to
country.
end Turkish hate.
It's going to bring.
We will never end Turkish hate. Turkish hate will always be. Turkish hate will always thrive in this country. Okay, here.
During the campaign, they were going to build the largest.
Blasting
car
off,
plant in
ladies
the
and
world in
gentlemen.
Mexico.
Let the people
It's
know we're
almost under
live. We're
construction.
alive.
It's starting.
Let them
And
tell them to
when
get
they
in
heard
here.
me make that statement, and they thought I was going to win the election. Actually, it was a few months before the election.
Pakistani Americans thinking Donald
China-
Trump would free Imran Khan is so perfectly in line with the way that Donald Trump operates, where probably sent out feelers to the Pakistani community somehow and signaled that he would do that. Okay. So every old Pakistani American immediately locked onto it. Okay. It's no different than him going to Dearborn and being like, I'm going to finish it. I'm going to finish the Gaza stuff. I won't tell you what I will do, but I'll finish it. You know what I mean?
I say it, and I say it
Like that's classic Trump. Just like, you know, giving federal recognition to a Native American tribe and then permanently locking them as Trump supporters, like that one specific tribe. It's always, he does this stuff all the time.
4 or 5. To me, it's the most beautiful. And I'll tell you what, I think really reciprocal tariffs, those 2 words, reciprocal makes tariffs really fair.
Yeah, reciprocal
No
tariffs.
exemptions, right? It would be all auto imports?
Any exemptions now, because you don't need to. With reciprocal, you don't need to.
What does that mean?
Fox Radio. Do you have a update on the TikTok negotiations? And
Yeah, we have a lot of people.
Timeline's running out, isn't it?
Sure, well, I have 90 days from about 2 weeks ago, right? And I'm sure it can be extended, but let's see. I don't think you'll need to. We have a lot of people interested in TikTok, and I hope to be able to make a deal. I think it would be good. You know, people have learned it's very popular, and we'll have to probably get approval from China to do it. But we have a lot of people that are interested, and a lot of people. I think China will be interested because it's to their benefit too. So I look forward to that. But we have a lot of people that are interested in TikTok. Quite a few.
Mr. President,
Super popular.
workers arrived today, Gavin Klager and others arrived today at the IRS. Do you expect to close the IRS, or what are you expecting?
No,
to
I don't
happen?
expect
You
it,
talked
but
about the ERS.
but I
Someday.
think that the Internal Revenue Service will be looked at like everybody else. Just about everybody's going to be looked at. So it's they're doing a hell of a job. It's an amazing job they're doing. And you know that force is building. These I call it the force of super geniuses, but it's building. And you know they go up and they talk to some of the people about certain deals, and the people get all tongue-tied. They can't talk because these people get it. They're very smart people. We need smart people. Yes, Brian.
On tariffs, sir.
Yeah, Brian.
Yes, sir. Mr. President, I know that during the campaign, it was huge in Pennsylvania as far as bringing back manufacturing. Have you talked to any CEOs since the tariffs were announced on steel and aluminum? What's the feedback from those guys?
They are in love with it. As you know, in Pennsylvania, U.S. Steel is through the roof. They're all through the roof. That's why I didn't want U.S. Steel to make a deal with Japan or anybody else. I think it's going to do great. But I think maybe more than anybody else, the steel companies and aluminum companies, they're in love with what's happened. And this will eventually be the car companies and chip companies. We have to have chips made in this country. Right now, everything's made in Taiwan practically, almost all of it, a little bit in
Texas
South
to
Korea.
Japan, Pog.
But everything,
Yes.
almost all of it is made in Taiwan. And we want it to be made. We want those companies to come to our country, in all due respect. You know, they took the business away. Taiwan took our chip business away. We had Intel, we had these great companies that did so well, and it was taken from us, and we want that business back. We want it back in the United States. And if they don't bring it back, we're not going to be very happy.
And you
Sir, on
mentioned
tariffs, are you-
pharmaceuticals as well in China. That's national security to bring that back.
Yeah, China and other places. We want to get the pharmaceutical and drug business back into the United States, where it should be. Right?
Sir, on tariffs, are you concerned that the countries that would be most affected, like India, would just shift their trading to China?
No, I'm not concerned about anything, really. I mean, I'm just doing what's fair. This is a very fair thing. This should have been done a long time ago. I would have done it, but then COVID hit. I was getting ready to do this years ago, and first time we had the most successful economy in history, and then COVID hit, and this was going to be the thing that I was most waiting to do. But it was awfully hard to do this with Italy and France and Spain and all those people were dying, and then we put tariffs on. See, I have a big heart.
Sir, on Ukraine, when Putin says that he really wants peace, do you believe him?
Yeah, I do. I believe he wants peace. I believe that President Putin, when I spoke to him yesterday, I mean, I know him very well. Yeah, I think he wants peace. I think he would tell me if he didn't. I'd like to see peace.
Do you trust President
I
Putin?
believe that, I believe that he would like to see something happen. I trust him on this subject. I think he'd like to see something happen. I think it could have happened a long time ago. I think Biden, number one, it shouldn't have started, but it did. And now all those cities are knocked down, like demolition sites. All those beautiful golden towers are knocked down. There's nothing going to replace them. But much more importantly, you lost millions of people. A lot of soldiers, but you lost millions of people. When they knocked down those cities, and they're all laying down on the side, they're laying down just in ashes and all crumbled up concrete. They literally look like a world-class demolition site. And many of them, almost all of them, but many of them, and this should have been done by Biden years ago. This should have never been allowed to happen. I know he's a friend of yours.
But couldn't Putin just withdraw his
He's a friend of
troops today?
CNN. That's why nobody watches CNN anymore, because they have no credibility. Okay, who else? Yes, please.
Sir, if you can find a buyer in the United States for TikTok, do you think Xi Jinping will authorize the sale of it, or will he?
I'm going to make it worthwhile for China to do it. I think so. I mean, I got to know TikTok because during the election, I ended up with 36% higher than my opponent with youth. Okay, that never happened before. I beat, that's always been a Democrat thing, youth. It became a Trump thing. And I think TikTok, I think Joe Rogan was a part of it. Some of the great people that I did interviews with were a part of it. But I think that TikTok was I think it was a big part. Look, as you know, we were up by 36% with youth. The Republican was never up with youth. And I focused on TikTok, and I found it to be amazing, actually, and very fair. And I think the image of TikTok is different than it was before the election. I think people saw it, and they view it as a positive, not a negative. I think it'll be to China's
no one
advantage.
saw it as a negative, dog. That was
the
just
deal be made.
that was not a thing.
What money do you think you'll raise from tariffs on an annual basis?
That's the most interesting question. I think it'll be a staggering amount.
He keeps saying that when he literally lost the youth vote. Yeah, he's wrong, of course. He didn't win the youth vote by 36%. He got 36% of the youth vote, if I'm not mistaken. And that is a significantly larger percentage of the youth vote than he had gotten prior. He still lost the youth vote, but there is a significant number of Gen Z voters that voted for Donald Trump. It's true. It's a dangerous trend line if you are worried about Republicans winning elections, for sure.
Important things. Space Force, the biggest tax cuts in history. This could be one of the most important things that we've ever seen.
I mean, there are very few things that Donald Trump says that are correct. Or I guess sometimes he will say the truth. Oftentimes he'll say the truth when it's like something that people get very mad about. But it's just like American foreign policy where he'll be like, yeah, we're going to do ethnic cleansing and it's going to be awesome. Like, that is just American foreign policy. That's been the American foreign policy. He just says the quiet part out loud. But outside of that, he rarely ever says the truth. Oh, he got 46% of the youth vote, which is up 36% up from what he got in 2020. Okay, thank you. I got the numbers wrong, but I mean, he did not get the majority of the youth vote.
I think Putin would love to be back.
So why exactly can't he stop the war now? Feels weird to blame Biden for something happening under Trump's watch.
It's very possible that if that was the G8, you wouldn't have had the problem with Ukraine. And if I was president, you definitely wouldn't have had the problem with Ukraine. Russia would have never attacked Ukraine. But you ask a very good question, the G8. It used to be the G8, and then these people
he didn't get
them out. And I was
He didn't go from 10% to 46%. Hold on, I'll look it up. I'll look up the numbers in a second. Okay, hold on one. We'll get to that in a moment.
Prime Minister Abe, a great man from Japan, agreed with me 100%. And some of the
today
others
I'm going to be covering Trump's favorabilities anyway.
They had
we'll get to
been
that.
terminated. I think it would have been very helpful, and it still would be helpful to have Russia be a part of that mix.
So they-
And I think if they were, I don't think you would have had the problem that you have right now.
Russia
Russia
is
is
out
part
course
of the
because
G20.
They kicked them out, of course, because they illegally annexed Crimea. I mean, how would you have responded if Russia invaded or
Well, you
took
know,
over?
they took Crimea during Obama. They took, well, now they're looking to take the whole thing. Then they took a big chunk of land and people, as you know, during Bush. And now they're trying to take the
Wait,
whole
what?
thing during Biden.
During
You know,
Bush?
the only one
Is he talking about like Georgia or something?
that took anything with Trump, nothing, not 2 inches of property of land. But Crimea was Obama. And then Bush gave him a lot, if you remember. And then, in fact, it's a sort of a standard little phrase. And Biden's giving him everything because this is a war that shouldn't have been had. And the only one that didn't give him anything is Trump. It's just the way it is.
What's the message from Wall Street about these tariffs? So there's been some nervousness on Wall Street about the impact.
I think
it hasn't been very
Georgia,
much. I think it's gonna
Georgia was
make
in
the
Obama
United
as well.
States
Georgia was during Obama as well, but it was due to George W. Bush. I think he just got that wrong.
Other countries want to have a strong United States. They want to have a strong America. And I think it's going to make us very, very strong, much stronger. And we have a lot of work we're doing on the military. Our military already, I've authorized some contracts to be built that are very substantial. We're building the greatest equipment in the world. We have the greatest military equipment in the world. We're building it. At some point,
Georgia was
when
summer
things
of
settle down, I'm
2008.
gonna
I was
meet
in
with
DC
China,
that summer.
and I'm going to meet with Russia in particular, those two. And I'm going to say there's no reason for us to be spending almost $1 trillion on military. There's no
Georgia was
reason
at the
for you
end
to
of
be
Bush's
spending
second term.
$400 billion. China's going to be at $400 billion. We're at $1 trillion. We're going to be at close to $1 trillion. And I'm going to say we can settle this on, we can spend this on other things. We don't have to spend this on military because, and I'm going to be meeting with China. You know, we were trying to de-escalate nuclear, and I was in a position where Russia had agreed and China had agreed we were going to start, and then we had a rigged election, so that never took place. But this one was too big to rig. We won by so much that it was too big to rig.
You want to do the China meeting in the United States, or would you travel to China for that?
For what?
The China meeting. Would you do that here or
I
there?
tell people all the time, you know, the question is who's going to have the first meeting, where are you going to, I say this to Putin, to President Xi, I say to everybody, never bothered me, you know, I'm willing to say I'll go first. It doesn't matter. It's the end result that counts. So it doesn't make any difference.
When do you want to have a conversation about global defense spending, you, China,
Well, I'd
Russia?
like to have that, as soon as things settle down, I'm going to have that conference, primarily with China and Russia, because those are the two that really are out there. And we're going to have them spend a lot less money, and we're going to spend a lot less money. And I know they're going to do it. They agreed to it. We were talking about denuclearizing, and President Putin and I agreed that we were going to do it in a very big way. There's no reason for us to be building brand new nuclear weapons. We already have so many. You could destroy the world 50 times over, 100 times over. And here we are building new nuclear weapons, and they're building nuclear weapons, and China's building new nuclear weapons, and China's trying to catch up because, you know, they're very substantially behind, but within 5 or 6 years they'll be even. And we're all spending a lot of money that we could be spending on other things that are actually, hopefully, much more productive. Hopefully, there'll never be a time when we need those weapons. If there's ever a time when we need nuclear weapons, like the kind of weapons that we're building and that Russia has and that China has to a lesser extent, but will have, that's going to be a very sad day. That's going to be probably oblivion.
Do you see that as separate conversations, or do you see one giant summit with you, Xi Jinping, and Vladimir Putin?
Yeah, I could see that. Let things calm down a little bit. You know, when I left, we had no Middle East problem. We had no Russia going into Ukraine. They never would have done it. Putin never would have done it. And I came back and we got like the whole world is blowing up. So when we straighten it all out, then I want to have one of the first meetings I want to have is with President Xi of China, President Putin of Russia. And I want to say, let's cut our military budget in half. And we can do that.
Remember when you said the Homeland
and I think we'll be able to
Security, Gulf of America thing was being overblown? Yeah, I mean, they're petty as fuck. This doesn't change what I'm saying.
After that spending as well, that's been.
What are you
We have to
talking
go
about?
Waste
This is
fraud
what
and
they're
abuse.
doing
Yeah,
with
and we're
that,
doing that.
but it's overblown in terms of like it's not that significant of a difference.
Trilateral, or would you use
It's
the
just like a
existing
silly
body that
aesthetic
also
thing that
already
they did.
includes China and Russia, the G20?
I know it's the people. It's President Putin, President Xi. I don't need bodies. I don't need anything. It's people. It's all about people. It's about relationship and people. And, you know, I've had a good relationship with President Putin. I've had a good relationship with President Xi. It's about people. And I think when things straighten out, which I hope will be in the not too distant future, the meeting I want to have first
They will
is a
not
meeting
cut
with China and a
the
meeting with
military
Russia
spending.
on slowing down, stopping, and reducing nuclear weapons in particular, and also on not having to spend the kind of money we're all spending on weapons, military weapons generally.
I think my question is, would you have those meetings separately with each of those leaders, or would you try to bring them all together?
Both. You start off separately, and that's what was happening. I was dealing with President Putin. We had really an understanding where we were going to denuclearize. What a beautiful term that is, right? Denuclearize. What a great thing if we could do that. And we were going to. He really
A
liked the idea of
denuclearization agreement would literally make Donald Trump the greatest peacekeeper of all time.
COVID hit.
It's of course not going to happen. And the idea that it would ever happen is
an election that was too
pure fantasy. But he would absolutely be worthy of every Nobel Peace Prize going forward if that institution actually truly gave peace prizes to people who were peacekeepers in general.
There's nothing to study.
Okay?
There's nothing to study. It's going to go well. The United States is going to become a very, very strong economic.
Can you imagine Donald Trump facilitates the denuclearization of the entire planet? Yes, the same way you said Russia would not invade Ukraine. Yes, exactly. Yeah. I like that. I like that you guys can only harp on one note over and over again. That's what I mean. Yes. I wonder why you can't point to any other things aside from that, because it's always wrong, regardless of how much you fucking cry about it at the time. I hope I'm wrong. I just don't think that, Donald Trump will ever denuclearize the United States of America.
Biden in particular, I guess he said that, they have us over a barrel. They don't have us over a barrel. We have them over a barrel.
A world without nukes would be much more dangerous?
Those countries won't trade with us. We won't trade with.
What are you saying? A world without all nukes? What do you mean? What is happening? No, objectively, not having world-ending weapons would be a good thing. Okay? What?
Mitch McConnell has now voted against several of your nominees. He voted against RFK Jr. as the next health secretary, citing conspiracy theories.
He's kind of right in a way. Stop hitting the mutually assured destruction. We're talking about the evisceration of all nukes, okay? It is pure fantasy regardless, but you're out of your mind. No, stop talking about mutually assured destruction being the only way to keep peace in the world, and that is what is like kept the world safe or whatever. Look at Ukraine. Look at Ukraine. Please understand. Look at Ukraine. Russia has nukes. America has nukes. There's a reason why Russia and America never actually engage in straight battle. Okay, what's the difference for the people of Ukraine? You make it seem as though countries do not engage in war with one another because they're nuclear powers. Okay, that still doesn't change the dynamic of war. I mean, I guess it changes the dynamic of war a little bit in terms of like countries getting into battles with one another. But the notion that without nukes, Russia and the USA would have gone to war, USA would have suffered 1 million casualties in Japan. Oh my God. Oh my God. It is, no, I disagree with you. I disagree with you across the board, okay? Especially, like, as it stands currently, if you are a developing nation, you do have to have a nuke in order to avoid American intervention. But the alternative vision for a better world would be that no one has nukes.
Lost its power, and it's affected his vote. And, you know, it's one of those things. But in the meantime, Bobby did great, got more votes than anybody thought. And I think he's going to do phenomenally, just phenomenally in that position. And everybody else likewise did well. Not only well, they got more votes than anybody thought. Tulsi, look at how she
He
did.
doubted
She did
Mitch
great.
McConnell ever had polio.
Marco
That's
got
amazing.
99 votes. How about that?
He's faking it.
Marco got 99 votes. And Marco, by the way, I have to tell you, Marco Rubio's done a fantastic job. He's been a great Secretary of State. They're all doing great. But we're going to have a swearing in today, and maybe we're going to have a
The idea, if we're discussing complete denuclearization, the idea that countries would be better off with nuclear proliferation is an inherently cynical ploy, okay? You need to understand. If the conversation is about what's currently happening, then that's a totally separate conversation to have. But if there was a serious initiative towards denuclearization, and your argument is like, oh no, mutually assured destruction has kept the world safe, the idea that the world has been safe during the Cold War, or the idea that the world is currently safe, is ridiculous. It's only safe if you are in America. It's only safe if you are in the heart of empire, if you're in the imperial core. It's not safe at all for other countries. That's ridiculous. It's the notion that like, oh, we don't have world wars anymore. It's like, yeah, we don't, but there is never a moment where America is not engaged in some kind of war. It's just you're sheltered from the immediate impact of such things.
Thank you. Let's go.
Let's go, guys.
Yeah, you can say, oh, dude, there's like, you know, you can rewind if you want. He's been taking questions for 10 minutes before he tuned in. No, it's fine. Especially because nuclear proliferation being the one thing that stops global powers, like superpowers, from fighting one another is ridiculous, because you have this cynical approach then where you automatically assume war is a constant. It is an inevitability. Like nuclear deproliferation would be, or denuclearization would be, one very unimaginably significant point towards global peace. He's not equipped mentally, Trump says of Mitch McConnell, saying he never really had it. I don't know anything about he had polio, Trump says. Are you doubting that he had polio? I have no idea if he had polio. Delusional, out of touch LA millionaire take. That's amazing. Yes, I am a delusional, out of touch LA millionaire. And that's why I think denuclearization is never going to happen. But in theory, it would be better for the world. 07? Oh, you're going to be banned for this brave take? No, you're not. I'm not going to ban you, little man. Don't worry. War is a constant. We are violent by nature. Come on. Okay. Yeah. You don't understand. Okay. You don't understand. We always have to constantly engage in war with one another. Mankind has never actually engaged in the collaborative effort. Yeah. What's human nature? Do you think skyscrapers are human nature? Do you think space travel is inherent to human nature? None of these things are human nature. Okay. It's ridiculous. Get out of here. I think explaining nukes aren't a deterrent is a hard thing to describe to people that believe it, because it's tied directly to the belief that many people have had that the world runs on being selfish and rugged individualism. I know. Yeah. It is a, unfortunately, incredibly cynical way to approach the world, especially if we're having a conversation about, especially when we're having a conversation about an alternative that will never exist regardless, but we're having a conversation about an alternative vision for the future. Okay? We are just as collectivist minded as we are violent conquerors. Exactly. It's about what you choose to highlight. Trump is live again? Oh my God, he's crazy. Oh, he's doing the RFK Jr. flex now. Okay, nice. Nothing works. RFK is actually breaking the broadcast, it seems. Holy what is happening? RFK has bricked the broadcast. What is going on? What is happening?
It's going to be a real honor for
me. Oh, there it is. Cheryl Hines is right there too.
The oath of office and officially become.
What is going on?
It's going to be.
Oh, they're rewinding the tape. Is there another feed? The RFK's alien brainworms are bricking the broadcast. It's over. Satan. RFK Jr.'s broken containment. This is not a drill. Oh, yeah, it's over. As far as like, will denuclearization happen? Of course not. Don't be ridiculous. I'm not saying that it will happen, but if you're going to talk about it in theory, okay, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that countries having world-ending weapons at their inside of their arsenal is a good thing. It's not. It is one of the most dangerous aspects of modern society. Okay? Don't let these people turn around and lie to you and make it seem like everybody having nukes is a good thing. Restart player by closing tab and reopening it. I don't think it's the player that's busted. I think it's the broadcast that's busted, chatter. Everyone else is having the same issue. What is the chat saying? DEI, Elon, fix it. Someone needs to be fired over this. This take goes against the HasanAbi doctrine. Yes, the HasanAbi doctrine is a totally separate conversation. Okay? If we're having a theoretical conversation about denuclearization, which is if we're having a realistic conversation, is never going to happen. But if we're having a theoretical conversation about denuclearization, yes, of course I'm in support of it. There's a difference between what is the reality and what is theoretically better. Oh, it's working now. Never mind, it's still not working. Thoughts on all the anti-woke leftists on X? I don't know who the anti-woke leftists are.
Kennedy Jr. take the oath of office and officially become our Secretary of Health and Human Services. Just as I promised last year, Bobby is going to lead a great national mission to make America healthy again, and he's going to do it. I think he's going to do things that will really make us very proud of this day. Like his father, Senator Robert F. Kennedy, and his uncle, President John F. Kennedy, Bobby has devoted much of his life to serving his fellow Americans in his campaign for president, and he was a very tough competitor. I did not like it at all. I said, let's get him on my side. But in his campaign for president in 2024, Bobby brought together a coalition of supporters across party lines, and he really worked very hard, and he had tremendous support, unbelievable support. And I think a lot of that support came my way when we decided to do a little merger, and it was really great. And it was very loyal, incredible people. They believe in him so strongly. because he's a fierce advocate for the health of our children and for the values of free speech, democracy, and peace. And people are going to be very impressed, I have no doubt. I've known him a long time. He's been a friend of mine a long time. Perhaps most importantly, though, Bobby created a nationwide movement made up of millions and millions of mothers and fathers and young people and concerned citizens of every background who want to end and this horrible chronic disease crisis that exists in America. He's absolutely committed to getting dangerous chemicals out of our environment and out of our food supply and getting the American people the facts and the answers that we deserve. After years in which our public health system has squandered the trust of our citizens, and they really have. They don't trust us. They don't trust anybody, frankly. They've gone through hell. There's no better person to lead our campaign of historic reforms and restore faith in American health care. Bobby's going to do it. The United States spends more money in health than any other country on earth, but we're growing sicker every year. We're not as healthy as countries that spend just a fraction of what we spend, so there's something wrong. He's going to figure it out. In recent decades, we've seen staggering increases in cancer rates across all age demographics, including more than 40% increase in childhood cancer since 1975. Who can believe that? And an explosion in other chronic childhood illnesses. Not long ago, 1 in 10,000 people, children, had autism. Now it's 1 in 36. Think of that. 1 in 10,000. 1 in 10,000. Now it's 1 in 36. Who can believe that? There's something wrong. There's something wrong. And I think it's something that can be found out. In 2022, more than 40% of children had at least one chronic health condition, and today nearly 80% of young adults do not qualify for military service, in large part for health reasons. Think of that, 80%. Something is wrong, and that's why immediately after Bobby is sworn in, I will be signing an executive order establishing the President's Commission to make America healthy again. We have some great people on that commission. Chaired by our new secretary, this groundbreaking commission will be charged with investigating what is causing the decades-long increase in chronic illness, reporting its findings, and delivering an action plan to the American people. And it's going to be a plan that people are really waiting to hear. Bobby, I want to thank you. You've gone through a lot. It's taken great courage.
Yes,
been amazing,
autism increasing
you're going to be okay.
is not because of
And he said,
vaccines
"I know, I
or
really
the
did."
proliferation of vaccines.
Been
Autism increasing is a
supported amazingly
diagnosis
by Cheryl and his family.
increase.
And
That's
it.
it.
Was very tough. It was a very nasty group of people that
That's
were
it.
after
It's
him,
just that
but he was
diagnosis
tougher
has
and
gotten
he was
better.
smarter than they
Or
are.
Twitch streamers in general. Twitch streamers have increased autism.
Understood the assault, but he was able to. So I just want to congratulate you, and we have a very special person here to swear you in. A man that I think has done just. I think he's just an amazing man.
It's also the same reason why it's mostly prominent in boys in general, or at least initially from the 90s onward, it was mostly prominent, seemingly only increased in boys. Why didn't it increase in women? Perhaps it has something to do with the social dynamic of a lot of the social conditioning that women go through, young girls go through, that make it harder to diagnose autism in women. Maybe that's the reason. Because it's not like women are getting vaccinated at a lower rate than men. You know? That's what's so stupid about it. It's because medical research around women is still, as a direct consequence of patriarchal constructs, significantly behind. That's it.
Okay, it's good so far. Good. It's a 10.
It's just a theory, though? What do you mean it's just a theory? What could it... There's nothing that, like, young men are experiencing that is, like, significantly different than young women in terms of, like, vaccines. Do you think that women are just not getting vaccinated? No, most of this stuff is just the same as the left-handedness argument, okay? Whether it's being gay, whether it's like more queer people exist now in society, what's that about? Or or there's more autism in American society. What's that about? Like virtually all of that is almost identical to the left-handedness argument. There's just a bunch of people who were left-handed normally, okay, and they were forced into writing and using their right hands. And once we stopped punishing people for doing that, there was a number of people that were left-handed, and it just stopped after a certain percentage. Yeah. The autism spectrum disorder is a vast criteria of different kinds of neurodivergencies that was put under the same umbrella and also had significantly better ways of diagnosis, especially since the 90s, which then led to a massive number of boys becoming autistic. Why are they becoming autistic? I've worked with boys with autism specifically, okay? And I can tell you, their parents were definitely autistic. The only difference was their parents were not diagnosed with autism. Okay? That's it. They just weren't diagnosed. The notion that there is a ginormous disparity. Yeah, some might say I still work with a lot of men with autism now, but the notion that there is this gigantic disparity between men catching autism versus women catching autism immediately undermines the vaccination argument. Okay? That's it. Like a lot of your parents have, some of you who are autistic have immediate family members that suspiciously have lifelike model trains. Okay? They have an entire room dedicated to model trains, and that doesn't even ring any alarm bells in your mind about an autism diagnosis for your uncle, okay? Or for your dad. What the fuck do you think is going on? Yeah, that boy is autistic as hell, okay? The only difference is he grew up in the 60s, 70s, 80s where he wasn't diagnosed. Oh, no, you don't understand. He's just quirky. He just quirked up. He's just got his, key interests. Oh, yeah, okay.
Who was president then, where we talked about the environment. He was involved deeply, as we all know, in restoring physical fitness to this country. He challenged at one point during his administration, he challenged Americans to do a 50-mile walk, which I ultimately did.
Have you ever seen a severe case of autism like nonverbal? Yes.
His walk,
I have. And yes, the parents weren't nonverbal.
Up at Camp David, and my father came in after 18
I know.
hours walking on the CNO towpath and with his feet bleeding and blisters on them. My father had one of his best friends was Al Lowenstein. And Al Lowenstein ultimately was a congressman from New York who was assassinated.
Me and my wife actually got invited to a study about genetics and autism because both of our kids are diagnosed autistic. I got pretty high on that test too. Yeah.
Get rid of President Johnson and end the Vietnam War. And at the time that he started it, people just thought it was a fool's errand. And ultimately, he asked my father to run for president against Johnson. My father wouldn't do it at that time, and he asked Gene McCarthy. McCarthy did it, and he joined that campaign. And my father ultimately ran, and Johnson then dropped out. So Al Lowenstein succeeded. And although Al Lowenstein was on the other side now, running against my father with Gene McCarthy, my father wrote him a note, a quote from Emerson, where he said, if a single man plant himself firmly on his own ideal and there abide, the whole wide world will come around to him. For 20 years, I've gotten up every morning on my knees and prayed that God would put me in a position where I can end the childhood chronic disease epidemic in this country. On August 23rd of last year, God sent me President Trump. All right. And he gave me... He's now given me, he's kept every promise that he's made to me. He's kept his word in every account and gone way beyond it. I'm so grateful to you, Mr. President. A lot of people told me that I couldn't trust President Trump, that I better get it in writing. And we did a handshake, and everything that he told me he was going to do, he has done. Right. And I'm so grateful to him, and I've told you before, I genuinely believe that you are a pivotal historical figure, and you are going to transform this country at a time when we see all of the indicia of democracy now in tatters in our country. We see the rise of the military-industrial complex, the rise of totalitarianism, these attacks on our Constitution, and this breathtaking epidemic that is disabling our people. President Trump has promised to restore the American dream in this country. A healthy person has 1,000 dreams. A sick person only has one. 60% of our population has only one dream, that they get better. President Trump has promised that he's going to restore America's strength. But we can't be a strong nation if we have a weak citizenry.
I love that this man is the beacon of health, okay? I need you to understand what you're seeing right now. This man on screen, okay? This man right here, that's the beacon of health.
We need a man on a white
Do you understand me?
We need somebody
He's the healthiest
who
boy
is
that has
willing to
ever
fight
existed.
and has the spine and the guts and the strength.
The reason why he looks like a rotisserie chicken that has been left out for too long is part of the reason why he's so healthy. It's the drugs that he took.
President Trump has shown again and again that he is that hero. And most recently, I greatly appreciate, and I called you the day that you announced the termination of USAID. My uncle started USAID in 1961 for humanitarian purposes, to put our country on the side of the poor. It has been captured by the military-industrial complex. It has become a sinister propagator of totalitarianism and war across the globe. And very few people understand how sinister this agency really is. And President Trump saw that, and he stood up to it with a masterstroke. And we want to do the same thing with the institutions that are stealing the health of our children. We need a revolutionary figure, and you are that figure. And
Yeah,
I'm very grateful
that's
for
right.
you for
The
giving me this
revolutionary figure of Donald Trump.
I want to recognize some of the allies that I've had in this battle for a long time: Senator Rand Paul, Senator Ron Johnson, Senator Roger Marshall, Marjorie Taylor Greene,
Thank God.
and Buddy Carter, who've all been champions of the MAHA agenda before I even came along. And I'm very grateful for you for standing strong. Thank you very much, President.
Mr. Secretary, I'd like to ask, what plans do you have immediately at HHS now that you're sworn in?
He's going to be running it. He's going to do a great job.
What would you like to
That's
see
my
him do
plan.
first?
We're going to find out a lot of secrets that have been maybe kept from us, but he's going to come up with some solutions to some big, big problems. So
Could you please explain why this administration is making a show going after the military-industrial complex? I don't remember anything like this during the election. It seems like the Republican base won't support it. They're not. They're not. I'd be shocked if they actually did. Okay? Virtually everything they've done thus far is not about undermining the American military-industrial complex at all. If you look at where they're making cuts, it's shit like the NIH. Okay? They're not making cuts on anything. They're not making any cuts on, like, think about it this way, chatters. They quite literally also sanctioned they signed off on additional weapons to Israel. That was one of the first initiatives that this administration has made. I can't think of something that is more wasteful in terms of spending.
When people actually hear what I think about vaccines, which is common sense, which is vaccines should be tested.
If they ever cut funding to the military, it will be for veterans, okay? They'll say that they're undermining, the American empire or whatever. Or at least that is how it will get presented in mainstream news. But the only thing they'll ever cut is veterans, spending on veterans' health care, things of that nature. Spending on veterans' housing, veterans' health care, maybe even college. As far as like what they talk about in terms of like the American military is so wasteful and we have to cut it, that's just populist sentiment, okay? They understand that a lot of people recognize the American military as a incredibly costly initiative. But that's it.
Thank you, guys. Let's go quickly, please. Quickly, guys. Come on.
The only other thing that I can foresee them doing in terms of like military spending cuts, I think, would probably come in the form of what are they doing with the nose thing? That's weird. Would probably come in the form of like maybe hiring more private contractors and outsourcing existing military operations to mercenaries. That's it. I don't think that they would offer significant cuts to the military because the military is attached to the hip to the military industrial complex, and it's a massive sector. It's there's too much money to be made. Anyway, yeah, from here on out, anyone who wants to set healthcare policy for America needs to be able to bench press their body weight, pass the law Congress. First of all, RFK Jr. can't bench press his body weight. We saw how much his bench looked. We saw what his bench press looked like. And it's shocking. It's been shocking because I think so many people, even in the physical fitness industry, have been captivated by the way he looks and hasn't really looked into the functionality of RFK Jr.'s muscles. Because the irony, no, he's not Natty. He does TRT. He's Mr. TRT. Okay. The irony is that like when he was working out in jeans in this video and he did a bench press, he did an incline bench press with, I think, weight that is significantly lower than someone that looks like that would be able to put up, especially with all of the especially
this
with
is superficial.
What is this? Oh yeah, this reminds me that NL said he doesn't trust folks like you.
I don't trust any journalist with biceps that big. I don't think he's serving the people. I think he's serving his own vanity to some extent. I'm not saying you can't be jacked and be a good public servant. It's just something. It's the reason that I'd be watching Kitchen Nightmares instead of Restaurant Impossible. Chef Robert Irving is too fucking jacked for me to take his opinions on cooking seriously. His soul is divided between the passion of running a restaurant.
Wow. Oh, okay. So this seems like a direct shot fired in my direction from Canadians that I think are sitting on a lot of valuable land right now, looking to be annexed, looking to be liberated. Okay? I'm just saying, you should only hear out the political commentary of maybe bald and not super in shape commentators. Yeah. You know what? I was on board. I was on board with defending Canada from American annexation, and now maybe Canada's looking like it needs to be liberated from the treacherous grips, the treacherous throes of socialized medicine. Please, if you try to come near Canada, the first snowflake would take you out. You doubt the Peloton?
Passion of running a restaurant and the passion of taking steroids. Now, Gordon takes his shirt off every episode in Kitchen Nightmares. He's in good shape. He's obviously, I think he's showing off a little bit, but he's not like, you know, Hugh Jackman jacked. He's like middle-aged man who exercises jacked, okay? There's a difference between that and the vascularity of someone like a Chef Robert Irving.
This is a direct attack, comrades. This is a direct attack against the HasanAbi community. This is a direct attack against me, HasanAbi Piker. Okay, I am under attack. I'm under attack. I saw this already. I saw this earlier. Hasan stream titles be like, huge news, new Zelda, impending civil war. Yeah, we're going to war with the Lion of the North, okay? Double shots fired. Okay, one of my 2025 goals is to do a collaborative stream with Northern Lion before America permanently annexes Canada. Okay, we have to do this. We have to do this to instill the brotherly bond between our fellows up north and the American proletariat. This must happen. We have to do it. I mean, I love Northern Lion. You guys know this, all jokes aside. And yeah. I'd rather die than learn French. Brother, I don't think you would have to learn French. Don't make me choose who to support in this war. Little Bear, we all know you would go with Northern Lion, okay? We all know that. Bro, you need some trap muscles. You kind of blank there. Dog, I have an incredibly wide frame. It makes it all the more difficult to have beefy trap muscles. Anyway. Are you a partisan of the FLQ? I am. If America tries to annex Canada, you don't understand how hard I will be in the tank for Quebecois separatists, okay? Will they want my, Muslim adjacent support? I do not know, but I'll still give it to them regardless. You don't understand. What's with the new camera angle? Haven't watched since Japan. I dig it. Yeah, I wanted to maximize more of the space that I have in here. It's a bad camera angle? I disagree. Okay, all jokes aside. I am in support of the Quebecer separatists in their effort to decouple from the horrifying Anglophone oppression. It's doubly horrifying if you consider the American Anglophone oppression that could happen. Okay? Yes. I offer full support. All right. Is Donald Trump still doing press conferences? I believe he will continue with the Modi press conference in a little bit. But let's get started on Ukraine. Donald Trump coming in hot and doing things about Ukraine that European leaders feel sidestepped on, seemingly.
On Russian television, they could scarcely contain their glee.
В Кремле
Quebec.
Against the backdrop of an American prisoner released from a Moscow jail this week, the anchorwoman asks, has Russia been promised Kyiv or Odessa? President Trump, she says, has an excellent friendship with President Putin. And what about the
Northern Line is not acknowledging your comments. Disrespect is real. He can disrespect me if he wants. I still love him.
Ukrainian president visiting a proposed nuclear power plant? President Trump called him after speaking to President Putin last night.
It's important that everything does not go according to Putin's plan. He wants to make all his negotiations bilateral between him and the United States, but we, as a sovereign country, simply will not be able to accept any agreements taken without us.
But this was Trump on Ukraine a few days ago.
Like, the difference between Trump and Joe Biden or any Democratic leadership is that a Democrat will never actively say, will never openly say the truth. They'll never say Ukrainian autonomy is insignificant in this process. They will, as a matter of fact, consistently say we are behaving in the interests of our incredibly important allies. But the reality of the matter is, what Trump is saying. It doesn't matter what the Democrats say. What matters is what the Democrats do. Just like it doesn't matter what Trump says, what matters is what Trump does. Okay? So while Democrats will maintain the aesthetics and maintain civility, yes, of course, they also did not listen to the demands made by Zelensky on numerous occasions. Zelensky kept asking for more weapons. Zelensky kept asking for different kinds of weapons, air support. Zelensky wanted to do a flight-free, like they wanted to create a security zone above Ukrainian airspace. Okay, they wanted to do a no-fly zone. This would require American and NATO forces to constantly fly over the area and blow up Russian flights, blow up Russian air cover. Okay, this would have been a direct. This would have obviously been a hot war between nuclear powers, NATO nations, the United States of America, and Russia. They never did that. Okay, Biden gave billions to Ukraine. What the F are you talking about? My point is, regardless of what Ukraine's demands were, no matter how moral or how just, so giving Ukraine to Putin is the same as not supplying every request by Zelensky. What the F is this take? Okay, you are failing to comprehend the point I'm making. The point I'm making is that Ukrainian interests in this process. I'm gonna walk through this slowly but surely. Okay, there were plenty of needs that Ukraine had after the invasion. Okay, the Democratic administration did not abide by all of those needs. The Democratic administration did not turn around and give everything that Zelensky asked to Ukraine. Okay? They never would turn around and be like, Zelensky doesn't order us, we order him. They would never say the truth of the matter. Okay? And some of you, I think, were you fell for this consent being manufactured. You fell for this idea that like the Democrats actually did care about all of the emancipatory needs of Ukraine and that it was actually a moral interest that America had. It was not. And I kept repeating this over and over again. Okay? Donald Trump turning around and saying the quiet part out loud does not change the dynamic. Okay? That's it. Fell for it again, award back-to-back champion. Yeah. You should remain neutral in politics, Hasan. Thank you.
You know, they may make a deal, they may not make a deal, they may be Russian someday, or they may not be Russian someday.
The new US Defense Secretary at NATO today may not aim to have Ukraine as...
This is the difference between Donald Trump also undermining U.S. aid. Okay, yeah, I should stay neutral like Asmongold. I should stay neutral in politics like Asmongold, which would require me to just watch Donald Trump and go, yeah, that's pretty based. Yeah. Anyway, you should just tell people you are a centrist while holding all the same views. Yeah, I am. I'm a centrist. I'm a neutralist. I'm just objective. But something that a lot of people fail to consider here is that the situation in Ukraine is not, at this stage, the situation in Ukraine and what will happen in Ukraine is dictated by the terms of the battlefield. Okay? As in, there's two different options here. Will Ukrainian will Ukrainians living outside of Ukraine right now, Ukrainian men living outside of Ukraine right now, be forcibly deported back to Ukraine in order to be conscripted into the military and basically reinvigorate the Ukrainian defense forces because they need manpower more than anything else? Or will there be a land swap agreement, an inevitable end or an inevitable cessation of hostilities? Okay, you can criticize the Democratic Party without also blaming all of Trump's ridiculous things on them as well. I'm not blaming what Trump is saying right now. This is not even a criticism of the Democratic Party. This is a criticism of American foreign policy. Okay? You don't believe the weapons and billions from the U.S. government had a significant effect on Ukraine defending itself from invasion? No, of course it did. It probably stopped. It definitely stopped Vladimir Putin from taking Kyiv, okay? 100%. It played a pretty major role, especially in the interim from 2014 onward, where Ukraine was able to build a standing military, played a very significant role in them stopping Russia's offensive campaign. I think it definitely played a role. Having said that, however, after that fact, there was one instance where they talked in Antalya on a 15-point plan that fell apart, and ever since then, Russia has been able to take more and more space in eastern Ukraine, move up eastern Ukrainian positions, annex key parts of eastern Ukraine in sham symbolic annexations and like ridiculous elections that they're holding, okay? While simultaneously destroying Ukrainian farmland, mining the shit out of eastern Ukraine, and hardening their positions. I thought you were pro-Russia. No, I'm not pro-Russia. Why would you think I'm pro-Russia? I've never been pro-Russia. Please stop relying on drama content creators who have no understanding of politics whatsoever. Okay? Jesus Christ. I can't believe we're 3 years into this. And people still come in here and they go, oh my God, I can't believe Hasan is not pro-Russia. That's so shocking to me. I thought he was. How hard is this position hardened by a democracy today and what? Find out. Side of black pill to go. I don't know what you're saying. Okay. You're a communist? Potato, potato? Yeah, exactly. Because of my communist background, I am, of course, in support of the communist kleptocracy that is modern Russia. Certainly a communist country, certainly a socialist country, led by the Marxist-Leninist Vladimir Putin. Famous communist. Anyway, I don't think that there is a tremendous difference. I don't think there is a gigantic difference between what any administration would do in this process. The only difference here is that Donald Trump will, again, say the quiet part out loud and defend it, even though it is indefensible. But that is because American foreign policy is often indefensible. The aesthetic differences are identical to the U.S. aid gutting. Okay? Now, Donald Trump says he's going to completely undermine U.S. aid. In which case, is he actually going to stop clandestine operations overseas or stop sending aid to other countries? Yes, he will most likely stop key aspects of aid going into other countries. But in reality, they are most likely going to centralize U.S. aid and still continue U.S. aid style operations. It's just that America is responding to its standing around the world changing, okay? As the global hegemonic superpower, as the cop, as the universal police force of the planet, America has lost a lot of soft power capabilities, and Donald Trump is accelerating that change to all hard power, all military, all stick, no carrot. That's it. Okay? I think this is a genuinely dangerous change. Can you explain what soft power versus hard power means? Yes. Soft power is when you do nice things for other countries and therefore garner goodwill. I'll give you an example from China. China sending Sinovac to the Philippines is an example of soft power. Okay? Soft power works hand in hand with American military might and American military capabilities. Okay? It's the carrot versus the stick. The carrot plays a pretty big role because it causes, or at least it creates an environment where 800 military bases all around the world in foreign countries is not seen as 800 separate American military invasions, but rather a security cooperation and a security partnership. The Ukraine-Russia line has mostly been fixed since 2022 to 2023. Russia gained 4,000 square kilometers of territory in 2024, which was largely meaningless, so it's currently a stalemate at enormous cost to both sides, of course. Russia gained 4,000 square kilometers of Ukraine in 2024. How many soldiers did it lose? Verifying casualty figures for soldiers in Russia-Ukraine war is difficult, as experts call it a war of narratives. What is clear, Russia has lost more troops than in any war since World War II. Yeah, it is endlessly costly for Russia to consistently engage in permanent war in Ukraine, and it is, of course, also endlessly costly for Ukraine. The problem between Russia and Ukraine is that while Ukraine is backed by the entirety of the Western world, they simply have less people. No, they're not saying that they've lost close to the same number of troops in World War II. They're not saying that. They're just simply saying that the number of casualties on the Russian side are ginormous, more than any other country since World War II. World War II was like 20 million people. That's obviously it's nowhere near that. Okay. Doge is already dismantling the NED. This is good for the global south as a whole. We do not want your color revolution, says Top G. Yeah. Once again, I think the difference between what America will do in the future versus what America has done for the past almost century is that they just won't try to masquerade what they're doing as like a good thing. Okay, a thing that everybody wanted. Only when you witness the unstoppable march of 1.4 billion patriotic volunteers will you finally wake up from the pitiful stupor forced upon you by living in the imperial core. But a fake socialist like you will never visit China. You will remain an ostrich with his very small head buried in the sand. First of all, Don't threaten me with a good time, okay? Don't threaten me with a very, even though you are, making fun of my head size, which is something outside of my control and only a consequence of my very broad shoulders, which I believe in most Asian countries is seen as a positive anyway. Don't know if it's the same in China as well. Okay. But all you are doing is highlighting that I will benefit from the Chinese century of prosperity. Okay. That's all you're saying. Anyway, if given the chance, would you visit China? I really want to. I want to visit China this year. Not exactly sure when I would do it, but I do want to do it. That is a certainty. You're a smart guard. Do you really think Kamala would have pushed for a ceasefire in Ukraine? Biden's deal was muscular liberalism, and Kamala was about preserving his legacy. I think muscular liberalism aside, the only thing that would be different is the aesthetics and how it is presented. Because once again, and I repeat this position over and over again, and I think I will have to repeat it over and over again, the only difference would be how it is packaged. Because the situation in Ukraine is not dictated by simply just like American interests or Russian interests. It is more so dictated by the terms of the battlefield. And if Ukraine is simply running out of manpower, as I've reported over and over again over the course of the past couple of months, and as the appetite towards more war is waning, regardless of the moral position that many Ukrainians maintain in emancipation from Russian invasion, okay? At the end of the day, there's a desperation that sets in when you simply don't have enough manpower. So unless you send in American mercenaries or something by the tens of thousands beyond the Foreign Legion, okay, and try to change the dynamic of this, battle with no severe Russian response, no like nuclear Russian response or whatever. Running out of manpower is such an AI way to say such a grim thing. Yes, running out of manpower means Ukrainians are dying. Okay, that's it. That's what that means. I think the reason the U.S. is letting go of its soft power is because U.S. is now unable to use access to the dollar and Western markets to control governments. China is a far better market and they do better deals. Washington knows it's not the global hegemon. I'm afraid they will try to start a world war to stop China's growth. They just know trading isn't working anymore. Where is the sentiment that Ukraine is lost, though? I mean, this is not a sentiment. This is just a grim but realistic analysis of what the situation looks like in terms of Ukrainian manpower. That's why I keep repeating that there are millions of Ukrainian men that no longer live in Ukraine that got refugee status in the West. What do you do in that situation? Do you forcibly extract them and then force them back to go and pick up arms against Russia? Do you deport Ukrainian men from all of the Western nations that they went to, okay, and then force them to serve in the Ukrainian defense forces? Because that's the only way at this point. That or conscription for all Ukrainian men down to the age of 18 is the only way that you can maintain this this posture, this defensive posture. Or do you tell Ukraine that it's basically over? Russia, being this despotic authoritarian nation that it is, and being significantly larger than Ukraine, has the capacity to keep pushing men to the front lines in a way that Ukraine can't keep up. That's it. Russia just has more the people. At the end of the day, wars are fought on the boundaries of attrition, and Russia has more manpower to lose. They're not even using their own people. They're using North Koreans. No, I think that's more so aesthetic partnership with North Korea, saying like North Korea also has a say in this, or North Korea also is involved in this. Are they using North Koreans? Yes. Is it partially because they've run out of a lot of manpower? Certainly, but it's not like a game changer for Russia at all, I think. Anyway, honestly, Ukraine has to convert into an attrition anti-occupation guerrilla war. Open field wars will always be in Russia's favor. Give them territory, then give them hell. I mean, as a Ukrainian, I can confirm your point that Ukraine has no more men, but from here to say that Ukraine has lost, it seems to me a somewhat pessimistic vision. However, the Ukrainians will not give in to Russia's demands if they do not at least concede something to Ukraine. I think the general feeling is better to all die than to surrender. In terms of loss overall, I think that both sides have lost a lot in this process, for sure. Like Ukraine has had, I guess, somewhat of a Pyrrhic victory, in terms of being able to stop the Russian forces. And there's a tremendous number of Russian combatants that have been slaughtered in the process as well. The problem there is, when one side just has less people, what are you supposed to do? Is there actually any proof that there are DPRK soldiers in Ukraine? All I've seen are articles citing the Ukrainian and South Korean intelligence. I think that even the Russian side has admitted to using, or like all the reporting says that they're using it inside of Russian territory, in terms of like internal defense in Kursk and whatnot. Some of it is like the Asian Russians, which exist, but they have captured some DPRK forces, from what I understand. I don't know if they're in the front lines on Ukrainian territory, but I've seen some videos even on Russian hospitals about like Russian combatants in hospital chilling with the what they claim are North Koreans. But then again, as this Al Jazeera article shows, it is a war of narratives. Not that it ultimately matters, because once again, it's not like a significant difference maker. It's more like, I would go so far as to say that getting artillery shells from DPRK for Russia was more significant in this conflict than the actual troops. Because I think a lot of people on the pro-NATO, pro-Ukraine side look to that and say, oh, it's because like Russia has incurred tremendous loss, which is true, they have, without matching that up against what the current Ukrainian defense forces look like. I think it's more so just a partnership that Russia has with the DPRK and reaffirmation of said partnership than anything else. There's a lot of FPV drone footage showing a lot of Asian combatants. I know, but Russian forces also have a lot of minority populations in Russia. There's ethnic Russians that are still Asian. So drone footage doesn't necessarily show that they're definitely North Korean. Not saying that there aren't, by the way. Most of Russia is in Asia. So, like, Asian as in, like, East Asian. Like, dudes who look like dudes who look like they could be North Korean.
Russian someday. But the very idea is an anathema to
You're talking about the indigenous populations like Tuans, Khakas, Buryats, etc. Yes.
everyone else in the room.
There is no betrayal there. There is a recognition that the whole world and the United States is invested and interested in peace, a negotiated peace. As President Trump has said, stopping the killing. And so that will require both sides recognizing things they don't want to. That's why I think the world is fortunate to have President Trump. Only he at this moment could convene the powers that be to bring peace.
But the Europeans fear a Trump-Putin stitch-up, which freezes both them and the Ukrainians out of any peace talks. For the EU's top diplomat, who comes from Estonia, a former Soviet state that fears the same fate as Ukraine, it's existential.
It is clear that
Estonia mentioned. Estonia mentioned Pog.
Any deal behind our backs will not work. Any agreement will need also Ukraine and Europe being part of it, and this is clear that appeasement also always fails. So Ukraine will continue to resist, and Europe will continue to back Ukraine.
Britain, which sometimes hovers between the US and Europe, is clearly in the European camp.
There can be no negotiation about Ukraine without Ukraine, and Ukraine's voice must be at the heart of any talks.
Some might recall a meeting exactly 80 years ago when the Soviet, British and American leaders, Stalin, Churchill and Roosevelt, met at Yalta in Crimea to carve up the world after World War II. War-ravaged occupied countries had no...
What's your favorite Houthi musical? What's your favorite bar from a Houthi musical? Play a Houthi musical for chat. It would probably be that. It would probably be the one that I showed Nick, where they were talking about how the American-backed Saudi coalition forces were doing a genocide in Yemen, and they were saying, "Send us more weapons if you want. We will never stand down." That one probably is my favorite. Yeah. Yeah, they got diss tracks for days. I don't know why people think that this is like a massive own or something, especially considering that this is like not a issue to be hosted on any other platform, with the exception of Twitch's own terms of service being way more rigid than all these other platforms. You know? This is not a defense of the Ansar Allah movement's banner or their domestic affairs, but yeah, if you genuinely want to know, I think that the one where they were fighting against the Saudi blockade and the famine, and said you can keep killing our people, it doesn't matter. That one was a pretty good one. You've been cutting your oil with whiskey? Oh, for Saudi Arabia? If chatter is wondering, the name translates to "We Don't Care." Yeah, that's the title of that one, that musical work. It came off like he's saying you're a fake fan. Name 3 Houthi songs. Yeah. You're not a real leftist if you don't mask every day. Okay. Don't know why you're bringing that up right now. I'm in my own house. Let's continue.
Say the great powers decided everything. Might was right. And that's how the new US administration sees it too.
We can talk all we want about values. Values are important. But you can't shoot values. You can't shoot flags, and you can't shoot strong speeches.
Wow, bold.
There is no replacement for hard power.
That's he's really spitting.
Ukrainian soldiers on the front line aren't thinking about history. For them, it's about personal survival and the survival of their country. Because if Ukraine is sacrificed to Russia, what was the point? Why did their comrades die? The atrocities Russian soldiers committed in...
It's a great question. I agree. A question that I have wondered quite a bit myself.
Bucha, will they be not punished but rewarded for them? Ukrainian cities are still being bombarded. They desperately need peace, as President Trump says, but not at the cost of losing their independence or reaching a temporary peace, only for Russia to come back for more in a few years' time. The NATO family photo, but the family is divided. Europe, the Americans have made clear, has to increase military spending, and they can defend Ukraine if they like. America isn't going to. The post-World War II order is over. Get used to it.
Even the Red Army used soft power to fight the nationalists in China by promising things and giving things to peasants. Yeah, I mean, it was fairly easy considering that the KMT's vision for a new China was to reassert and reinstall the previous landlordship dominance over the peasant class, whereas for the Red Army, it was a complete restructuring of said hierarchy. So, you know, even the peasants that worked alongside the KMT initially or filled the ranks of the KMT initially were like, okay, well, I don't want a fucking landlord. I'm going to go with the other guys. So, yeah, I don't even know if that's soft power at that point versus a genuine commitment to instilling change. Chiang Kai-shek was anti-landlord? Maybe initially. No, I mean, there is truth to the KMT's initial formation looking somewhat similar to, well, I mean, I wouldn't say similar to communism or anything like that, but like, yeah, at first, the nationalist movement was also a movement of change, moving away from colonial domination and reasserting. Remember, nationalist movements at this time, at this period, especially if they were colonial subjects, were liberatory movements. So the attitude presented, or even the initial reception, is going to be different. Anyway.
Lindsay Hilson reporting there. Well,
Thank you for voting for Trump. We needed change. Yeah, dude. I'm sure you think I voted for Donald Trump. Come on.
He seems to deliver another
Sean the Black. Thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream.
Bombshell from the Trump White House. Let's get more from our Washington correspondent, Siobhan Kennedy. Siobhan.
Well, no bombshell.
Houthi banner being an issue is literally diluted Western moral panic. Palestinians and Yemenis living under occupation, genocide can't be anti-Semitic to Israelis. Maybe only the other Jewish Palestinians and Yemenis, but not to their oppressors. Like slaves can't be racist to slave owners. I think regardless of the ways in which like I think Norm Finkelstein has a really good take on this, and I stand by his analysis on the issue, but it still doesn't change the banner being a curse upon the Jews. You know what I mean? And it's funny to say this because I suspect that they will most likely change it regardless, just like the Hamas charter changed as well. Like, yes, on that side of the world, Jew and Zionism is a substitute for one another because of their experiences with Israel masquerading as a Jewish force and doing this for Judaism. Having said that, considering that the Hamas charter also changed in an effort to be more modern, in an effort to be broadly received as an emancipatory force rather than like a terror cell, which of course that didn't really happen. But I think that will be a similar situation with like the Ansar Allah movement as well. Now, of course, they would the Ansar Allah movement would have probably had an easier time talking about normalized relations with the Western world in the initial steps of the Biden administration as Biden moved to take them off the terror list, which he did, only to put them back on the terror list when Operation Prosperity Guardian started. You know, it's probably not going to happen anytime soon. Don't know why we're talking about this, though.
Yet, Matt, but it was interesting last night. Donald Trump in the White House was asked on multiple occasions if his peace talks with Putin would include Ukraine. And I have to say, he was non-committal.
Even if you rewrite the definition of racism like that, it's still prejudiced and wrong. What? No, anyone can be anti-Semitic? Oh my God. I don't disagree with you, Chatter. I understand. But you're doing an anti-white racism is real argument right now, which is weird. Like, the fuck? And also, there's never been a moment where I've defended the Ansar Allah banner anyway. That's not the point. I do think it's indefensible. And not just from, like, the Western perspective. But if you want to understand the context in which these sorts of opinions manifest, I will also explain that to you as well. All right, can we just continue with this conversation?
At best. At one point, a journalist pressed him on the matter. Do you view Ukraine, he was asked, as an equal partner in the peace process? The president looked stumped. It was as if he hadn't thought about that question. That's an interesting question, he said after musing for a while. I think they have to make peace, President Trump said. That was not a good war to go into. No sense from President Trump that Ukraine had no choice, that it was attacked by Russia. He was also asked at one point whether or not Ukraine would have to cede territory to make peace. And he said that Zelensky is going to have to do what he's going to have to do. And then at one point he said, yeah, I think they're going to get some of the land back. I think they will. Well, I was up on the Hill earlier trying to gauge reaction from senators as to the developments. As you could imagine, the Democrats are furious while the Republicans were torn between trying to be supportive of Ukraine and trying to be deferential to President Trump. Let's hear what some of them had to say.
Is America betraying Ukraine?
President Trump, not America. Please make some distinction between the two. Secretary Hegseth has apparently said in a meeting that the door for Ukraine to be admitted to NATO is closed and that they will not be able to recover their sovereign territory. If you go back and read Donald Trump's Art of the Deal, you don't give up the most important negotiating points before you begin negotiations in earnest. For us to concede those as a country, for the Trump administration to concede those, would be a betrayal of the thousands of Ukrainians who have fought so bravely and died for their country's freedom.
But what about the concessions? Europe is saying, why give up things before you've even started the negotiation? That's a betrayal.
In my conversations with President Trump, he wants Russia to lose, he wants Ukraine to win, and he wants the war to end. So I know he's working hard to make that happen.
So the negotiations will definitely include Ukraine at their heart?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
I believe that.
Okay, at what point, like, why would you even believe any of that, by the way? It's so... It's... like, are the conversations featuring Palestinians and their needs? No. Are the conversations featuring... the conversations never feature the people that are outside of the American... outside of the American allegiances. Okay? They just don't care. I think it's crazy to think that, like, to act like what Trump says and what Trump does are directly in line with one another. I think it's silly to assume that they're going to give a shit about Ukrainians at all and what their actual opinions are or what their actual needs are. It never was the case. And I think that there is some cold hard truths to the way that Trump is operating, as is the case with many of the things that he says when it comes to American foreign policy. Something that I think I will have to repeat over and over and over and over again, as I did the first Trump administration. It's not correct. It's immoral. But it's the truth about American foreign policy. The only difference is it's stripped of the aesthetic reasons. It's stripped of the aesthetic permission structure that it creates for liberals. That's it. The greatest example that I use to this day is when Donald Trump turns around. When Donald Trump famously turned around and said, yeah, of course we're going to keep giving billions of dollars of weapons to Saudi Arabia. Who's going to buy the weapons? Do you have $1 billion? Of course I'm going to keep giving Saudi Arabia weapons. At the time, Saudi Arabia was doing a genocide in Yemen. Many of you probably didn't know that, but or at least the HasanAbi heads in here that have been around for a while were familiar with this. That is the position of the American State Department. The only difference is there's no need to shelter the American public from the truth. He's just openly stating what it is, what is the case.
That Ukraine can win, that it can push back to regain territory, but
the message yesterday was, you don't have the United States.
The message yesterday was weak and pathetic, kowtowing to Putin, bowing and scraping. President Trump seems to be an admirer of Vladimir Putin, which is a nice way to put it.
Is America still supporting Ukraine?
Senator Van Hollen, be glad to answer your questions.
Do you support Ukraine still?
I do.
Well, I certainly do. I'm very worried about what happened.
We both do.
Does America support Ukraine still?
I've said it was a mistake from the beginning to send $200 billion to Ukraine. I'm still opposed to sending more aid to Ukraine.
Well,
he's like, I've never been a supporter of the Ukraine. Why are you asking me that?
Last thing, President Trump reiterated that he does plan to meet Putin in Saudi Arabia. He said that Putin would also come here to Washington, D.C., and that he would go there to Moscow. He was asked at one point whether or not he would meet Zelensky in...
I think my most controversial opinion on this is that not dissimilar to what I've said about the Biden administration, knowing full well that the Trump administration was going to take the reins, or even the danger of the Trump administration coming back into power, the Biden camp should have packed all of this shit up. They should have packed it up in their own vision if they chose to do so, whether it be with Israel or whether it be with the Obama administration the first time around, ensuring that they put a Supreme Court appointment up there, no matter what the cost, considering that there was a likelihood that Trump might actually win and then do whatever he wants with the Supreme Court. Major mistake from the Democratic Party. Major issue with oversight. So even if you're a Dem, even if you're a NatSec Dem, okay, I certainly am not. But let's say there are some national security Democrats out there, okay? There's plenty of pro-NATO Democrats out there. There's plenty of NatSec Dems out there, okay? How do you look at this? How do you look at the situation and think, Well, the Biden administration probably should have packed all of this stuff up to ensure that the Trump administration couldn't come in and actually seize the reins of power and deal with it in the way that they want to. Okay? That's it. Same with Ukraine, same with Gaza. Especially with Gaza, because there is a lot more power and influence that we have over Israel, as opposed to power and influence that we have over Vladimir Putin, okay? A foreign adversary with his own needs, own material needs, and violent ambitions. That's it. That's my statement. So if you're here upset about Donald Trump assuming the role of assuming control over all of this foreign policy initiatives, remember that this only happened as a direct consequence of the Biden camp not actually doing what was necessary at the time, when they had 3 years to change the dynamic, whether it be offering more weapons faster or directly meeting Russia and coming to the table and trying to facilitate some kind of ceasefire negotiation. Whether you believe that Russia will keep up their end of the bargain or not does not matter, because instead you just had no ceasefire and all war. Putin is going to reject the deal? I doubt it. I think that he has also incurred significant penalties, significant losses. So it is in his best interest as well to try and pack the situation up and solidify the boundaries of all of the territory that he annexed. I think that one of the biggest oversights in the Biden camp, from my perspective, was consistently saying, "Oh, we're not going to talk to Vladimir Putin. We're just not going to do that." Which was a lie. They did talk to Vladimir Putin. They talked to Russian envoys when there was a hostage negotiation at play. But they never talked to any sort of Russian envoys when it came down to facilitating a ceasefire. I think that was a major oversight from the Democratic Party once again.
In Ukraine, again, he looked puzzled and he said, well, I might. He wouldn't commit to that. Matt.
Siobhan, you're all over those corridors of power in Washington. Thanks very much indeed. Let's go to Chris in London.
Well, joining me now is Timothy Milovanov, Ukraine's former economy minister and president of the Kyiv School of Economics.
That could have happened only before the elections and maybe even before Brandon dropped out. No, that's what I'm saying. That's precisely what I'm saying. That is what I mean. Yes, that's why I said there were 3 years where the Biden camp could have actually... You know what's ironic? If the Biden camp actually went in and said, no, we got to talk to the Russians, I suspect that the statement, the attitude from Fox News and the Republican right would most likely be, fuck these guys. They're doing Obama-style apologia tour for an enemy of America. Regardless of what Trump's rhetoric around this issue has been. Except, they didn't do that anyway, so here we are. Anyway, this is still coulda, woulda, shouldas, and there's a lot of that, but it doesn't matter. So why do the Dems need to be nice? What do you mean? Need to be nice? I'm simply stating that if the Democrats had a different vision for Ukraine and how it should basically end, then they should have implemented it, or at least tried to implement it. I suspect that they don't have that much of a different vision from the Trump cabinet regardless, because American foreign policy is uniparty, and the marginal differences from the Republican administration and the Democratic one is that the Republican administration has a different way, especially with Trump, has a different way of pushing their agenda, and they oftentimes will go further right and become more reactionary and fuck things up even further and get more violent, regardless of what they say they're interested in doing. The only way that any kind of conflict ends is if it's an inevitability due to the conditions of the battlefield. Afghanistan withdrawal is a great example of this as well. Negotiated by Donald Trump, implemented by Joe Biden. Donald Trump turned around and shit all over Joe Biden. Joe Biden pulling out of Afghanistan while following the conditions set forth by the Trump administration. Why did we pull out of Afghanistan? It got to a point where it was just costly for no reason.
Ukraine could say no to whatever Donald Trump agrees with Vladimir Putin?
Well, there are minimal conditions for peace on Ukraine side. One of them is not ceding more territory unoccupied. The second one is some meaningful guarantees, security guarantees, because if those are not there, what is there to negotiate or agree to? Just accept Russian conditions.
Yeah, this is the most Ukrainian man alive, is what someone said in the chat, and I agree. His name is Timofeev.
So something, for Ukraine to sacrifice, to make painful sacrifices, whatever they are. I think it is important that Ukraine gets something back, and Ukraine is an independent country.
So it could say no. I mean, the US Defense Secretary is saying effectively Europe has to be the security guarantor for Ukraine. Now, this just comes a couple of days after President Zelensky said, well, that's just impossible.
Well, yes, indeed. President Zelensky said, and I think that's true, that full security guarantees, real security guarantees, which prevent Russia from invading in a couple of years again, are impossible without the United States being there. Europe can provide, 50, 70, 80% of all. But that's, the US has to be there. Otherwise, the war will restart or likely to restart soon. So, yes, that's correct. And I think we have to bring the US in some form.
Do you think most Ukrainians will see this as a betrayal?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Most people see it as betrayal right now in Ukraine. The US cannot be relied on. And also, President Trump appears to be very weak because he conceded to Russian demands before even getting anything out of it. So it looks like Putin has played President Trump. At least that's how it is seen from Ukraine.
It's also remarkable to hear politicians both in Europe and in Britain comparing this to appeasement.
Oh, yes, absolutely. I think it is appeasement. Peace through strength. I haven't seen any strengths. No one has seen any strength.
I love when Asmongold supporters come in here and go, how is this guy not banned yet? One, I don't even think Asmongold agrees with you in terms of getting me banned. I would be shocked if he did. But two, what do you mean? What do you want? He's already the largest commentator on the platform, largest political commentator on the platform. You just want, no dissent whatsoever? No dissent? No leftist position to ever be reflected on this platform? Is that your argument? And if you're also not an Asmongold supporter and saying, how is this guy not banned? Then what is your expectation? Do you want Asmongold to be the only voice of politics on this platform? He already has developed quite the audience of right-wingers. What happened? I thought you guys hated cancel culture. Saying you are a leftist is a massive stretch. Who is a real leftist in your estimation? You personally say you hate Democrats. I love doing political commentary. the anti-capitalist leftist Democratic Party in the United States of America as a person who is a critic of the Democratic Party for demanding that they do something, anything really. I myself am, of course, not a real leftist. Real leftists are the pro-Kamala, pro-Biden coalition that is currently doing what? Yelling at their base of support for demanding that they do things. Respect. Pro-Obama, I would say, is a leftist. M. Hud. Andre the Balkan, you are too stupid to navigate this type of conversation. Return to soccer talk and having a T-shaped hairline. American education. His name is Andre the Balkan. I don't think this is a American education, chatter. I have a full head of hair, man. Okay, the fact that he only responded to that means that he definitely has a T-shaped hairline. Respect. You can convert him here. He thinks the Democrats are leftist, dude. Okay, I don't think I can convert him. He thinks Obama is a leftist.
Strengths. People have seen weaknesses only in these negotiations, so to speak, negotiations, quote unquote. So we'll see what brings, what tomorrow brings. Maybe it's some kind of very complicated and brilliant strategy to appease Putin in terms of rhetoric, but then in practice provide Ukraine with real security guarantees. I think this will become very clear very soon.
But is there a realistic alternative to accepting whatever Trump negotiates, given how reliant Ukraine is on the United States to wage its war? I mean, could Ukraine go back to war without America?
Well, Ukraine is in war right now, and what the U.S. is offering is basically nothing, or Russia is offering. I'm actually not even convinced that Putin is willing to stop the war, or he's negotiating in any good faith. What is clear, I think, de facto to everyone, and President Zelensky has spoken about it, that getting territory back at this point is not realistic. It has to be done through some other measures in the future. Then NATO, frankly, even under the Biden administration, that has not been on the table. I think here, President Trump and Secretary Haggis, they basically say what they say what the Biden administration has been saying behind the doors, but not publicly. The U.S. doesn't want to see Ukraine in NATO. So on that front, I think it is okay. It's just reality. The real question is, will there be
what? This guy might be. Wait a minute. This guy might be a Russian operative who loves Vladimir Putin. I can't believe he said that. Wait a minute. This guy, but all of the drama farmers have told me that anyone who says those things is a Vladimir Putin supporter, like HasanAbi Piker, who's the #1 Vladimir Putin supporter of all time. It's interesting that the most Ukrainian man on the planet is also saying the exact same things that Vladimir Putin supporter HasanAbi Piker is saying. Hmm. Why didn't the U.S. want Ukraine to be a part of NATO under Biden or Trump? For the same exact reasons that France and Germany also didn't want it either. They had well, for America it's different, but for European countries, they already had a long-standing energy, they had a long-standing energy partnership with Russia. They understood that this would be a red line that would be enforced by Russia if Ukraine was to be a part of NATO. Like, there is a level for global powers. There is a level of like how much they can enforce their will around the world. Like, there's still obviously some interests of foreign adversaries that they have to abide by. Like, that's it. Minsk agreements? No, that part doesn't really matter. Nobody ever fucking followed through on the Minsk agreements. People are so dumb, man. Why is asking the Ukrainians or the Palestinians what they would want be such a novel idea? That's never a point of consideration. Like, that's never a point of consideration. That's not how empire works.
Military and financial support for Ukraine? Will there be American weapons? And will there be any kind of troops in some form, in whatever form, to prevent Russia from invading in the future?
Exactly. I mean, if Ukraine were to reject a Trump offer of a deal and Trump pulled American weapons, can the war go on from Ukraine's point of view?
Yeah, it will. More people
Trump
will
is live
die.
with Modi, by the way, and we'll get to that after this video is over.
I think Russia will make some gains, but those will be incremental. I don't think there is any chance Russia or Ukraine will make any major movements on the front because the nature of this war with this asymmetric technology, with actually very cheap drones, is that making large advancements are very, very difficult, close to impossible. So I think even at a very low support level from Europe, Ukraine will be able to resist, but Russia will be making advancements.
Mr. Milovanov, thank you very much indeed. Matt.
Well, joining me now is Nina Khrushcheva, a professor for international relations based in New York and the granddaughter of the former Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev. It's good to have you back on the program. Do you think that Vladimir Putin, given this olive branch from the Trump White House, actually wants to end the war at the moment? Or do you think he's on a roll and wants to continue?
I think actually Putin he can end the war if conditions are fine, and it seems like now they're fine for him. He can end the war. He couldn't end this war if he's not a winner of it. He certainly could not be a loser. But now the winning can be presented because Trump called himself, apparently. We don't know exactly who requested the phone call, but it looks like it is Donald Trump. After
She inherited his good looks. She looks exactly like him.
Donald Trump was all complimentary, talking about Putin and himself as we, and then referring to Zelensky and potentially not necessarily very recent.
That is the most Russian-looking house I've ever seen in my entire dang life.
Respecting terms. So yes, I think he wouldn't mind if conditions are right for him. And for now, they do look right, although there is a very long road, as we all understand, from the conversation to the actual ending of this war.
And I mean, the Kremlin today actually, tried to reassure Zelensky that he would be involved in negotiations. And we heard similar sort of reassurances from the White House. Are those reassurances to the Ukrainians and to the Europeans to be believed, do you think?
Well, I think if Zelensky, I imagine, I don't know what exactly they're talking about, but for Putin and Trump, or for Trump and Putin, we don't know who is going to be the first in this scenario. If Zelensky behaves, that's fine. He can be there. But if Ukraine, and actually in your previous pieces on the subject, it does say the West is going to stand with Ukraine for as long as it does. But realistically, if the United States withdraws there is absolutely very little possibility that the war continues. Yes, it's going to be withstanding Russians' offensives, but Russians are going to take more territory. So they would not mind having
Not one picture on the wall, all mirrors. It's funny because it's like it's the only instance where there are so many mirrors that it actually has the opposite effect of what mirrors are supposed to do, which is make like the entire room larger, look larger, feel larger. But because there are so many mirrors of various different sizes, it ends up making the room look smaller.
Zelensky, but at the same time, we already heard Keith Kellogg saying that Ukraine needs elections. Is it a step to say that when we get to negotiations, it needs to be something else because Zelensky is too war president? He cannot be president of peace.
So do you think by calling for elections, they're kind of hoping that he would be voted out of office and someone more pliant might come in?
I would imagine, yes. I mean, I don't know what exactly they're thinking, but I would imagine that, if you insist on democracy, why are you not democratic? Why there is no elections? We even hear from Ukraine is that, Ukrainians themselves are now kind of concerned about Zelensky legitimacy, not in ideological way, the way Russians present it, but they themselves. I mean, because the war is not going too well. Zelensky promised that it will, and now it didn't. And, obviously the president will be guilty. So yes, but I'm not sure in pliable, but somebody who is realistic, somebody you can have a conversation with, potentially Valery Zaluzhny, the Ukraine ambassador in London.
Right. I mean, the Europeans feel very kind of weakened by this. They feel as if they're the victims in this great power game. But they do have a card, don't they? They could fast forward Ukraine's EU membership, which is something that Vladimir Putin presumably would absolutely hate.
Well, the Russians said they wouldn't mind. I mean, I'm sure they mind it, but they really wouldn't mind because it's better than NATO. Yes, they can fast forward the EU membership, but then again, how realistically the country at war can be admitted into the European Union. So there is some card. But I mean, I have to say the fact that Europeans are so beaten up about the fact that Trump said what he said and the story goes the way it goes, it's kind of shocking to me because clearly they're not thinking, or they're living in la la land. What did they think is going to happen? Trump is going to come in and say, oh, have all the weapons in the world. And they themselves really are not contributing as much as Trump would want or America would want. And then they say, oh, no, but we are with Ukraine. Fine, be with Ukraine then. I mean, that's what Trump is saying. Be with Ukraine, do it on your own if you're all so brave.
Nina Khrushcheva, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
We could be at a turning point in the war in Ukraine. President Trump says that he and Vladimir Putin have agreed to start negotiating the end of the conflict. After speaking with Trump, Ukraine's president says no one wants peace more than Ukraine. Nancy Cordes is at the White House with the latest on this. Nancy, good morning. A lot of people are wondering if President Zelensky is involved in these conversations with Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin.
Right, and President Trump left some question about that yesterday in the Oval Office, Gail. He did say he is serious about brokering a peace deal to end the war, but he also suggested Ukraine would have to make some big concessions and give up some territory, even though it was Russia that invaded unprovoked 3 years ago.
I, Tulsi Gabbard, do solemnly swear.
At the swearing-in for his new director of national intelligence, President Trump said he and Russian President Vladimir Putin have big plans to meet and start negotiating.
We expect.
Watch Trump take Ukraine, the war stops, and 2 years later gives it to Russia as some sort of deal he made with Putin. Definitely something I can see Trump do since Ukraine isn't a part of the talks, it seems. No, I don't think that'll happen. I think what'll happen is what he's been saying, which is that there will be some kind of security cooperation with Ukraine where I don't know if it'll be like mercenaries or private contractors or something. And he will extract as much natural resources out of Ukraine as possible in the process, which I think corresponds to the American agenda, the foreign policy agenda across the board in Ukraine, no matter who's in charge.
1 + 1, 11 and not 2. And this is the power of 11 that is going to work for the welfare of the
What the fuck?
मैं राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप का अमेरिका अच्छे मित्र का हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि हम फिर से एक बार प्रगति की राह पर नई ऊंचाइयों को छूने के लिए चल पड़ेंगे.
I once again thank my friend President Trump, and we together resolve that we will together march towards progress and towards prosperity for our nations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And he's doing a great job in India. Everybody talks about it. He's doing a really fantastic job. A great leader. Great leader.
मोदी जी बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं भारत में और हर कोई इसकी बात कर रहा है कि बहुत बड़े.
Of course he loves Modi. Remember, foreign policy uniparty, it's not like the Democrats were anti-Modi either.
के लिए और मुझे है कि भारत का हर नागरिक आपकी इस भावना का आदर करता है.
I thank you for your warm words, Mr. President, and I firmly believe that every person in India respects your sentiments.
Thank you. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you. Thanks a lot.
Any questions, please?
Yes, President. You are both very popular leaders in your respective countries. You've spoken about a common sense diplomatic doctrine. So what's a Trump-Modi doctrine that we should expect from the meetings today? To make our
Trump doesn't know India is a part of BRICS. Trump thinks Spain is a part of BRICS.
Everything else will be the unity. We have great unity. We have great friendship, he and I and our countries. And I think it's only going to get closer. But it's very important that we remain united as countries. We're friends and we're going to stay that way.
I don't like that we're watching this in real time and not watching the so sorry version of events that will inevitably be shown, which is probably going to be the real truth of the matter.
We're going to do a really good job. We've done a fantastic job for the American people. We had a great 4 years and we were interrupted by terrible administration, absolutely terrible. They didn't know what they were doing, and now we're putting it back together, and I think it's going to end up being much stronger than it was before, even much stronger than it was before.
May I? Yeah. President Trump, first of all, congratulations for the fantastic 24 days of your presidency. Historic and unprecedented decisions that you made, transformational reforms. I'm particularly impressed by the expose on USAID. And I would like you to share with us if you think USAID had a role in election interference in the US in 2020 and Indian elections in 2024.
So it could have had a role. There were a lot of bad things that happened in 2020. I think bad things happened in 2024, but it was too big to rig. We won by a tremendous margin. We won every swing state. We won the popular
This is my favorite thing that Trump does, when he just makes a foreign leader sit there and just responds to like the dumbest questions possible that have nothing to do with the foreign nation. And they just have to kind of sit there and be like, very cool. He does this every single time. It's amazing.
Well, but, we had a great 2016. We had a much better 2020 election, but bad things happened. And we had the best of all. We had, they say, the most consequential in history, 129 years, most consequential. So it was a great election. And it gives me a chance to work again with the Prime Minister and India. And we're going to have a great relationship together.
Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. Prime Minister,
प्रधानमंत्री जी कल प्रेसिडेंट ट्रंप ने प्रेसिडेंट पुतिन से बात की है और युद्ध को रोकने की बात करी है. आप हमेशा से
Do you see India playing a role in your plan to broker a peace in Ukraine? And if I could ask you about a development in your hometown today, the U.S. attorney has resigned over the DOJ's request to drop the case into Eric Adams. Did you personally request the Justice Department to drop that case?
No, I didn't. I know nothing about it. I did not. I think that, just to answer your other question, we're just going to get along well. We're going to get along with all countries. We're going to do very well. We're going to be doing, I think, record business, record numbers. And we're going to work with India also. We have some very big trade deals to announce in the very near future.
Mr. Prime Minister, कल प्रेसिडेंट ट्रंप ने प्रेसिडेंट पुतिन से बात की है. आप दुनिया के अकेले ऐसे लीडर हैं जिन्होंने प्रेसिडेंट पुतिन से मीटिंग की है, प्रेसिडेंट जेलेंस्की से मीटिंग की है, पहले प्रेसिडेंट बाइडेन से मिले और अब प्रेसिडेंट ट्रंप से मिले. आपको लग रहा है कि जिस शांति की बात आप करते आए थे, उसमें अब भारत रूस और यूक्रेन को युद्ध खत्म कराने के लिए अमेरिका के साथ.
India is not at all involved in Ukraine is a crazy thing to say, considering that anytime there's sanctions, India becomes a secondary market to you know, basically continue trade with the recipients of said sanctions. So no, they play a very formative role.
Soros, and what is the role that the deep state played in the situation in Bangladesh?
Well, there was no role for our deep state. It was
Yeah, India is buying Russian oil to sell to the West, and the West is okay with that. Exactly.
For a long time, and has been worked on for hundreds of years. Frankly, I've been reading about it. But I will leave Bangladesh to the Prime Minister.
Oh, he's doing the Illuminati hand gesture chatter. You're right. Stay woke.
रूस और यूक्रेन के बीच का लड़ाई का सवाल है. मुझे खुशी है कि राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप ने शांति के प्रयासों का इनिशिएटिव लेते हुए कल राष्ट्रपति पुतिन से बात की है. दुनिया का एक सोच रही है कि भारत न्यूट्रल है. भारत न्यूट्रल नहीं है. भारत का अपना पक्ष है और भारत का पक्ष है शांति. हम पहले दिन से ही, और मैंने राष्ट्रपति पुतिन को उनकी मौजूदगी में मीडिया के सामने कहा था कि ये समय युद्ध का नहीं है. और मेरा एक कन्विक्शन है कि समस्याओं का समाधान युद्ध के मैदानों में नहीं निकलता है, वो टेबल पर चर्चा करके ही निकलता है.
As far as the Russia-Ukraine conflict is concerned, I'm very happy that President Trump has taken initiatives to restore peace and had telephone calls with President Putin and President Zelensky. The world had this thinking that India somehow is a neutral country in this whole process, but this is not true. India has a side, and that side is of peace. From the very first day, I have been talking about the importance of dialogue and diplomacy and a peaceful solution. And when I met President Putin in the presence of media, I had told him that this is not the era of war, and I have firm conviction that problems cannot be resolved on the battlefield.
You're actually wrong. Our Sir Modi Vishwaguru ji actually stopped the war in Ukraine by telling both Russia and Ukraine that war is bad. My bad. My bad. He did do that.
Can you let him?
The BJP ran a campaign during the 2024 general elections where they said Modi stopped the war between Ukraine and Russia. He did. Dang, this chat is so racist. Wait, what's racist about?
And I think we went a long way toward getting a solution to the horrible war where so many people are being killed, especially soldiers on the battlefield.
I think you guys are misunderstanding. My chatters are making fun of the fascist hogs in India by explaining what the Modi campaign did that was a lie.
Tomorrow there's a meeting in Munich, and then next week there's a meeting
Also,
in Saudi
there's
Arabia.
Indian HasanAbi heads in here, including Arun.
Top officials, and Ukraine will be a part of it too. And we're going to see if we can end that war. That war is a horrible war. It's a vicious, bloody war. We want to end it. To your other question, that U.S. attorney was actually fired.
Also, saying that this community is hateful towards Indians is pretty funny. When, you know, this is one of the few communities, as is the case with everything else, that actually tries to the best of their ability, combat anti-Indian sentiment. Anywhere else on the internet that you go to, as many of the Indian HasanAbi heads will openly admit, you can't even show an Indian person without literally the entirety of chat saying the most heinous, hateful shit possible. Like, it's crazy.
Big elements today of success. I call it an element of success. Reciprocal tariffs, so that somebody charges us, we charge them the same amount. which has never been done in our country before. We've always been taken advantage of by other
Some
countries.
Indian
We
hogs
allow
think
that
Trump
to
is a
happen.
secret Muslim. Oh, I love that.
We can, we're not going to allow that any longer. So I think we're going to do very well. We've been doing they say the last 3 weeks was among the best 3 weeks.
That Nokia phone ringtone is basically bringing me back to my childhood. I haven't heard that shit since I left Turkey, dude.
Even the Prime Minister mentioned it. I think
Almost
other
all of
countries
my
are
phones
looking at
were
it.
Nokia.
I just want to thank everybody
Growing
for
up.
being here. This is a terrific man. We're going to make some wonderful trade deals for India and for the U.S. And thank you all very much. Thank you.
प्रधानमंत्री स्टेट में एक सवाल पूछूं प्रधानमंत्री स्टेट में एक सवाल पूछूं आप इस स्टेट टीम को कैसे वाइडन करना चाहेंगे प्रधानमंत्री जी प्रधानमंत्री स्टेट टीम को वाइडन करने के लिए आप प्रधानमंत्री जी रेसिप्रोकल ट्रैफिक के बीच में कैसे आप स्टेट टीम को वाइडन करना चाहेंगे
Gotta stand up. Drawing my head.
Are a lot of haters just people with a punish king who can only pay attention to the news if a daddy figure is yelling at them during it? Yes. All right. They're kicking the press out so they can make out. So they can kiss. All right. Let's get back to Trump and Pootie Poo.
That he'll come here and I'll go there, and we're going to meet also probably in Saudi Arabia.
Russian troops currently control about 20% of Ukrainian territory. Trump suggested Russia deserves to keep some of it as part of any deal.
They took a lot of land, and
Russia deserves to keep a little bit of land. Come on, guys. Once again, ridiculous statement being said openly. The quiet part out loud. That's it.
And they fought for that land, and they lost a lot of.
Like I like that he's presenting it as a pro-Russian position. Like he's saying it like, well, you know, they fought hard for that land. They deserve to keep it, which is a ridiculous way to communicate what's going on. And the obvious way to communicate what's going on would be, yeah, if you want to end this, endless conflict where people are dying nonstop, then you're going to have to make concessions. I can't control Vladimir Putin. He's a foreign adversary. And we're going to try to make sure that we have the best possible deal for the Ukrainians. But instead, because he's Trump, he's just like, they fought. Fair is fair. They fought long and hard. At least he stays consistent being pro-Russia and pro-Israel. I mean, true. He's like, yeah, might is right, folks. Lame ass take. You clearly don't have any respect for the long-lived institution of finders keepers. Yeah. Like he could just be like, listen, it's a fucking meat grinder, and the incredible amount of territorial seizure that Russia engaged in is completely unjustifiable, but there's nothing I can do about it. At the end of the day, you know, I don't want more Ukrainians to die, do you? That could be a reasonable position that he could arrive at. Instead, him being Donald Trump turns around and says, guess what? Russia fought really hard for this land, and they called dibs. So we're going to give it to them.
They lost a lot of soldiers.
It was a big shift from his predecessor's public position.
I want to be very clear about this. The United States will never recognize Russia's claims on Ukraine's sovereign territory.
Speaking in Brussels, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth dealt another blow to Ukraine's ambitions.
The United States does not believe that NATO membership for Ukraine is a realistic outcome of a negotiated settlement.
Like, this is not a blow. That's not a blow at all. That's just a reaffirmation of the truth. It's like if you presented Anthony Blinken coming out and saying that Taiwan is a part of China, which is the long-standing American position, okay? And then being like, this is a real blow to liberatory efforts in Taiwan. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, I hate Pete Hegseth, but him mentioning that as the official position is not a change in our commitment. That's not, it's ridiculous.
Democratic Senator Chris Coons argued all of this hurts Ukraine's bargaining position.
Secretary Hegseth should reread The Art of the Deal by Donald Trump because it is the worst possible negotiation.
Yeah, I think they're mostly angry on the aesthetic grounds. Like, look, walks back his statement yesterday that a negotiated settlement is not likely to end Ukraine and NATO. These negotiations are led by real Donald Trump. Everything is on the table in his conversations with Vladimir Putin and Zelensky. What he decides to allow or not is at the purview of the leader of the free world, President Trump. So I'm not going to stand at this podium and declare what President Trump will do or won't do, what will be in or what will be out, what concessions will be made or what concessions are not made. But him openly stating that at most is causing anger and division amongst the national security apparatus, because they're like, well, why are you saying it out loud? That's it. That's it. Even though they have said it on numerous occasions through both back channels and also openly to the media. Donald Trump has also said that, and so have previous administrations as well.
To give away two of the most important deal points before they even start negotiations.
Trump's new Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, did send a pro-Ukraine message while meeting in Kyiv with President Vladimir Zelensky.
We believe. Sometimes it feels like liberals want the administration to lie to them. You know what I mean? They're like, why aren't you just lying? Why are you saying what is already the official policy? Why are you openly admitting that? Why can't you just lie to us and whisper sweet nothings into our ear? I wanted to clarify, I'm an Indian HasanAbi head too. The racist comments were referring to some of the chats about the interpreters' accents and why Modi doesn't speak English. Modi does speak English. Many Indians speak English, Modi included. He just doesn't speak English in that official setting, I suspect. Modi probably speaks better English than 50% of Americans. Most Indians speak better English than most Americans. India is the largest English-speaking country on the planet. Okay, you are reaching. I mean, Modi speaks significantly worse English than his predecessors. Lots of Indian leaders don't speak English well, and that's fine. No, not the second largest. India is the largest English-speaking country on the planet. It's a second language, obviously. That's a reach. I'm sorry. Wait, what? No. No, I think there are more English. There's a larger English-speaking population in India, even though it is the second language. Or wait, is it? Total English speakers? No, this is. No, not as a. I think there's more. I don't think this is correct. I think there's more English speakers in India. This is rigged. They're lying. They're lying and claiming that there's less Indians that speak English. I don't believe this. By total numbers, I thought India was the number one. Some dumbass just said British. It's British English, so it doesn't count. Okay, that wasn't a dumbass. That was correct. You were just given the facts. I don't believe it. Okay, it's fake news. Guess what? Guess what? Figures are from the 2022 American Community Survey, 5-year estimates by the U.S. Census Bureau for persons ages up to 5 and older. 2024 estimate figures for population in first, second, and third languages. English as a first language is only spoken by 259,000 people, as a second language by 182 million, and as a third language by 45 million. It's not just British colonialization, by the way. English is used as a link language for all the ethnic groups of India, especially in South India. We all speak English to one another. We're thinking of China for the highest number of English speakers? No. It's not China, even though China does have a significant number of English as a second language speakers, I think. It's no, it's not China at all. It's mixed. It is mixed. Plenty of Sri Lankan and Indian immigrants here in Japan speak either English or American English, depending on their home schools. When have you heard a fully Indian person from India in India speaking good English? What are you talking about? Yeah, but most of them are illiterate at it, just like everyone else's second language. I love when a fucking dumbass Westoid, who barely is legible, barely literate, is talking shit, okay? Is talking shit about Indian dudes in fucking India knowing like 4 languages off the rip, okay? Just fully just letting their freak flag fly up in this bitch. Respect, dude. Jesus Christ. Oh, do they have an accent? I guess they're not literate then. That's what he means, by the way. Is that the dudes have an accent. So they're not actually literate in English. Law, such a weird hill to die on, Hasan. Why do you have to lie? About what? I mean, I'm memeing when I say it's India's number 1 in English speaking. I'll concede that I'm wrong on this, that America has more English speakers than India does, for sure. But as far as like an impressive number of Indians speaking English, like that is just the fact. Also, yeah, why do you think the H-1B visa conversation is about like Indian tech workers? What the fuck? Why do you think? It's because a shit ton of Indians speak English. The list with the first, second language is the list with the first, second, third language speakers is India, US, Pakistan, Nigeria, Philippines. Damn, Pinoy gang, rise up. According to available data, around 12% of the Indian population speaks English. It is important to note that English is not the first language for the majority of Indians. It is primarily spoken as a second language. No, English is not the most spoken language in India. Hindi is the language with the most significant number of speakers, making 43.63% of the population. However, English remains an important language in India as an official language and is widely used in education and politics. If you ever watch code tutorial videos in Hindi, you can understand like half of the video because they switch back and forth from Hindi to English so much. Robin Banks, thank you for the 10 gifted subs, by the way. That Hindi statistic is also misleading. It's not actually 46%. Hold on. Doors open. Hindu nationalists are fudging the numbers. I can see that. The Hindi statistic is also misleading. It's not actually 46%. It's much lower than that. The Indian government just calls a bunch of languages Hindi. That makes sense. I can see that. All right, let's get back to Vladimir Zelensky.
That this is an important signal to the world, to the Russian leadership, that we stand together.
But back in D.C., Trump was non-committal when asked if he viewed Zelensky as an equal partner in negotiations with him and Putin.
What do you say to people who think that Trump is a Russian/Putin's puppet? I say to them that they should keep believing that, because then they won't recognize that he is actually Xi Jinping's puppet. You had wrong information. Modi did not finish school, bro. That's why he doesn't speak English. And if you look at literacy rates in India, it varies by a wide margin on state-to-state basis. Even those Indians study English throughout school, verbal communication through English is very bad. I'm saying this as a South Indian. You had wrong information.
It's an interesting question. I think they have to make peace. Their people are being killed, and I think they have to make peace.
The White House yesterday revealed more details about the deal that led to the release of American schoolteacher Mark Fogel from a Russian prison. In exchange, we now know the Trump administration has agreed to send convicted money launderer Alexander Vinnik back to Russia. Vinnik was arrested in 2017 on charges of fraud using cryptocurrency. Tony?
Nancy, thank you very much.
Vladimir Putin responds to strength. In 2014, he invaded Crimea, not during the presidency of Donald Trump. Over 4 years, there was no Russian aggression from 2016 to 2020. In 2022, Vladimir Putin took aggression on Ukraine. Once again, not while President Trump was president of the United States. So any suggestion that President Trump is doing anything other than negotiating from a position of strength is on its face ahistorical and false. So when you look at what he may have to give or take, what's in or what's out in those negotiations, we have the perfect deal maker at the table from a position of strength to deal with both Vladimir Putin and Zelensky. No one's going to get everything that they want. Understanding who committed the aggression in the first place. But I challenge anyone else to think of a world leader at this moment who, with credibility and strength, could bring those two leaders to the table and forge a durable peace that ultimately serves the interests of Ukraine, stops the killing and the death, which Trump has been clear he wants to do, and hopefully ultimately is guaranteed by strength of Europeans who are there prepared to back it up.
Why not invoke Article 5 then for the NATO peacekeeping forces that could potentially be deployed? How does that deter President Putin?
Well, I would say, I want to be clear about something as it pertains to NATO membership not being realistic outcome for negotiations. That's something that was stated as part of my remarks here, as part of a coordination with how we're executing these ongoing negotiations, which are led by President Trump. All of that said, these negotiations are led by President Trump. Everything is on the table in his conversations with Vladimir Putin and Zelensky. What he decides to allow or not allow is at the purview of the leader of the free world, of President Trump. So I'm not going to stand at this podium and declare what President Trump will do or won't do, what will be in or what will be out, what concessions will be made or what concessions are not made. I can look, as our team has, of what's realistic, likely on an outcome. I think realism is an important part of the conversation that hasn't existed enough inside conversations amongst friends. But simply pointing out realism, like the borders won't be rolled back to what everybody would like them to be in 2014, is not a concession to Vladimir Putin. It's a recognition of the hard power realities on the ground after a lot of investment and sacrifice, first by the Ukrainians and then by allies, and then a realization that a negotiated peace is going to be some sort of demarcation that neither side wants. But it's not my job as the Secretary of Defense to define the parameters of the President of the United States.
Wait, what? Isn't it literally his job?
Complex and consequential negotiations in the world.
So, Sean, on this problem for NATO, and it clearly is a problem, will they be reassured by what people...
It definitely is a part of his job. What the fuck? Nah, it's definitely a part of your job, man. No, he is a Fox News anchor. Okay, well, that remains true. Although he is a Fox News anchor, first and foremost, like, as it stands, as the secretary, as the head of the Defense Department, it's definitely a part of his job. Damn. Well, this is what happens in a DEI-free zone, you know? Thank God we abolished DEI so we could put competent and effective leadership in charge so that they could say stuff like, oh, it's not my job. It's the job of the president, who is the glorious supreme leader.
Hegseth was saying that America remains committed to NATO.
One of the things that when I was listening through that, you can't help picking out that actually Hegseth was making great...
I'm not saying the Defense Department is supposed to be making these decisions independent of the executive. I'm just simply stating that it definitely, when you communicate things like that, it comes across as though you have already had these conversations with the executive and you're just, you know, mentioning what the position of the leadership looks like, which I suspect he did anyway. And now he's just kind of falling on the proverbial sword because people are yelling at the admin. So yelling works? I mean, yelling is definitely worse to a certain degree with this administration that responds to negativity.
overtures to say how strong he thought NATO was, how he committed to NATO, and President Trump was, because European leaders have been a little bit worried about whether Trump is going to walk away from it. But he was absolutely clear. Though he majored on this money side, he mentioned on the defence industrial base that had to be there. I'm less worried about the 5% number that was going out there. President Trump's famous for doing stretching the elastic band pretty hard. And actually, even when he was asked about that in the news conference, he backpedaled about 5% and said, America's spending a lot more than this. But I suspect 3% is the actual number. The trouble is, I'm a veteran of the Cold War, and however much the European nations may worry about a number that's north of 2.5%, we were spending over 4% in the Cold War, and it feels like a more dangerous world. And we've had 35 years of not spending. So I think that message resonates, and we've still got, his point is, there's still a third of NATO members that are failing to pay the 2%. And what I think we're getting closer to is the point at which Mark Rutte has to turn around and go, you either pay or you don't enjoy the benefits. If you're not going to pay your premiums, you can't enjoy the benefits that NATO membership provides.
Right, and just briefly on Ukraine itself, are they right to be worried that a deal could be done over their heads that involves giving away chunks of their territory?
I'm less worried about that at the moment because it's not entirely clear what President Trump's role is in this. America is not at war with Russia. Russia is at war with Ukraine. So what is exactly that actually he's negotiating with President Putin? I think one of the things will be he wants to distance himself from President Biden. He wants to say NATO's off the table, because Putin was clearly worried about NATO getting closer to Russia's border. And he also said that the issue of territory probably was an unrealistic ambition. And although everybody gasps at that...
These guys also always play catch up, just like the rest of the world. Like, why was this never a point of contention or a point of consideration when Biden was president? Like, what? All of a sudden now they're like, oh, well, for Vladimir Putin, NATO was always off the table. Okay. Why are you saying that now? Was that not the case initially? I don't understand.
Most recent conversations that Sky's had with President Zelensky have turned around.
I know you're against Trump and Elon, but why is auditing the government seen as a bad thing? Because that's not what they're doing. Okay? If you think that they're, quote unquote, auditing the government to find like wasteful expenditures and fraud, you've fallen into the marketing campaign that isn't even like that good, really. Why is it that so many people refuse critical thinking or the very simple notion that your government officials, no matter what their background is, are most likely fucking lying to you when it's a goddamn Republican in charge? Everybody understands this reality when it's the fucking Democrats, but for some stupid reason, no one ever understands that the government officials have the capacity to lie to you just as the Democrats do when it's the goddamn Republicans doing it. All of the free thinkers, dude. This is before we consider that there is already a pre-existing service that audits the government regardless and is way better equipped at finding inefficiencies than a bunch of random dudes who are 19 years old on Adderall, fucking keyword searching woke and DEI. And just hitting delete.
Around and said, look, he doesn't think that's reasonable. What I was a little bit concerned about was that Trump seems to have given away a few of his negotiating cards already. And I suspect that, President Trump has been making big overtures about Panama Canal, about Greenland, about Israel and Gaza. I suspect we've got to look beyond the rhetoric. And all of this, I suspect, is just using it as America focusing on China, UK and the EU sort out the continent.
On Russian state television, the tone was triumphant. An historic shift in relations was how this anchor described the phone call. Another told viewers to feel the difference. But officially, at least, Moscow's not celebrating yet. Russia's foreign minister even suggested the world has overreacted.
I was struck by the fact that the entire world has fallen into a kind of stupor. They were stunned when a normal, basic conversation between two well-mannered, polite people took place.
It's not that polite to invade your neighbour, but it seems Vladimir Putin will be rewarded, securing concessions on territory and NATO membership before peace talks have even begun. And then there's the prospect of another face-to-face meeting. Helsinki before, Saudi Arabia next, we're told, and then possibly Moscow. If Donald Trump does come to Moscow, it would be a very big win indeed for the Kremlin. Because ever since Russia invaded Ukraine nearly 3 years ago, the West has sought to isolate Vladimir Putin and cast him as a pariah. But the image of him shaking hands with the American president here in the Russian capital would shatter that altogether. Plenty to chew over then at Moscow's California diner. where opinions are split on how many should be at the table.
Well, it doesn't depend on only two presidents. There should be at least three sides. The other side should also agree to this.
I'm for negotiations. I really like that at least bridges are being built for these negotiations. And I think that it is very useful for everyone.
Ukraine would beg to differ. Fast food and fast diplomacy is not to everyone's tastes. Ivor Bennett, Sky News, Moscow.
Just after the morning rush hour, central Munich. Scenes that pour fuel on Germany's political disputes over immigration, with the far right soaring in the polls, ahead of the most significant general election since reunification. A child's pram and a shoe lie crushed in the street. 28 people rushed to hospital after someone, later confirmed to be a failed Afghan asylum seeker, had rammed his car into a crowd.
A car crashed into the back of a demonstration. We saw the whole thing. They were walking along the whole street, and when they crossed the intersection, a car drove into the back of the crowd.
As an arrest video emerged, the German Chancellor was forced to comment on the divisive issue currently haunting German politics. The alleged attacker, who'd come to Germany as an unaccompanied minor, reportedly had his asylum application rejected nearly a decade ago. So why was he still in the country?
This perpetrator cannot count on any leniency. He must be punished and he must leave the country.
He'd also reportedly been in trouble with the police for drugs and theft, but whether he was operating alone or part of a group isn't yet known.
At the moment, we can neither rule out nor confirm other perpetrators. There are no leads at the moment. The background is currently being investigated.
There have been several lethal attacks by newcomers to Germany in the last few years. 6 died when a Saudi man drove into a Christmas market in Magdeburg.
Okay, the Saudi man was literally an anti-Islam AfD supporter and was not a newcomer to Germany. That's crazy. This, of course, is going to absolutely ignite the same fear mongering that already existed, which is truly beneficial for AfD's purposes in general.
He turned out to be a far-right anti-Islam activist who'd renounced his faith. Still, Germany's insurgent far-right party, the AfD, say these acts of extreme violence are precisely why their controversial policy of re-migration is so popular. The AfD leader, Alice Weidel, who's been courting support from Hungarian hardliner Viktor Orban, today repeated her Trumpian demands for mass deportations to reverse the immigration started by Angela Merkel in 2015.
Meine Pflichten.
The AfD...
It's crazy because I said this yesterday. Like I just said, everyone in Western Europe has made fun of Viktor Orban, and every single country is going to have little Viktor Orbans prop up left and right. Terrifying predicament. What should Germans do about the terror attacks? I mean, it's always the same. Violence is violence, chatter. You address the needs of the population. That's it. Unless you're asking that question because you personally think that like there is something different to the Islamic style violence that's taken place or some shit. You know? Contrary to the initial information, the suspect had a residence and work permit. This was reported in German media at 8:17. This deportation agitation in German media was completely off the rails today. Yeah. Yeah, I mean that makes sense because it plays a role in propping up the most like right-wing positions possible. The media loves hitting the the panic drums. Social Democrats have failed to fight fascism. In many cases, helped accelerate it while being the most smug, out of touch people on the planet. Yeah.
They are currently polling second, but are unlikely to assume power as Germany's main parties refuse to work with them. Meanwhile, to Munich enter US Vice President J.D. Vance and a multitude of other world leaders for the Global Security Conference. On the agenda, Russia, the Middle East, and much more. But today's carnage provokes more immediate questions, for it also emerged this afternoon that police had foiled an attempted bomb attack on an asylum shelter near Dresden by someone described as a German national. How will today's events affect the election in 10 days' time?
Hamas says it will move forward with the next hostage release Saturday as part of the ceasefire deal with Israel. This comes as Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is threatening to end the ceasefire if Hamas doesn't free all 9 living hostages it agreed to release in phase 1 of the agreement. Now Hamas says Egyptian and Qatari mediators will work to, quote, remove obstacles and close gaps to allow the exchange to happen. Foreign correspondent Britt Clennett joins me live from Jerusalem. Britt, what's the latest on this ceasefire deal and this pending exchange of hostages and Palestinian prisoners? And what are these obstacles that still have to be removed?
Hi, Diane. Yeah, positive signs that this will go ahead as planned. Hamas saying that it is committed to implementing the ceasefire deal and will continue releasing the hostages within the agreed time frame. That follows talks in Cairo, Hamas, and saying that Egyptian and Qatari mediators had decided, as you say, to remove obstacles to the deal. There was no immediate comment from Israel. Obviously, both sides up until now have been accusing each other of violating the ceasefire deal, and there was a lot of concern from both major stakeholders.
This article confirms the misinfo before and explains more. Please read so people know Chatter was right. Summary at the top. Germany Munich car attack injures 30. Suspect detained. At least 30 people were injured after a car drove into a trade union march in Munich. Chancellor Olaf Scholz has called for the suspect, an Afghan national legally in Germany, to be deported. Police say the suspected perpetrator, an Afghan national, was detained at the scene. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz has called for the suspect to be deported. Opposition leader Friedrich Merz said something has to change. The Taliban say they are prepared to cooperate on deportations in return for consular presence in Germany. Contrary to earlier reports, Bavarian ministers have said that the suspect was not subject to deportation and was in possession of a valid residency permit. Weidel says under the AfD, the man wouldn't have been here in the first place. Alice Weidel, the chancellor candidate for the far-right Alternative für Deutschland, has insisted that the 24-year-old Afghan national detained on suspicion of driving his car into a trade union march in Munich on Thursday would have never entered Germany had her party been in power. Weidel placed the blame for the incident at the door of the Bavarian premier, Markus Söder, saying the question which politicians need to face, especially Söder, is what was the man even doing here? These guys, I think, get so horny anytime an instance of mass violence occurs. They're like, oh, hell yeah, it's time. It's time to use this as our opportunity. Why didn't the media cover the Swedish mass shooter? Because he was white. The media did cover it. The media did cover it, but just briefly. And unfortunately, the reality of the matter is that right-wing sentiment is what dominates polite discourse and just discourse in general. Yeah. When it's a far-right white guy doing an act of terror, then it's like, oh, well, it's a lone wolf. Why are you politicizing this? There's nothing to be said about the right-wing radicalization. When it's a random Muslim person, okay, or an Afghan refugee, they're like, oh, this is how they all are. Notice that nobody says this is how they all are about white people, obviously, because that's not the case. Just like that's not the case for the millions of Muslim refugees that work and live normal lives in Germany every single day, in spite of the anti-Islam sentiment that you hear from many German politicians.
The Gazans who have endured more than a year of suffering and the hostage family.
Don't spread misinfo. There's no known agenda yet. The Deutsche Welle article is misleading. He doesn't have permanent residency. In fact, his asylum application got rejected at first. He had a restricted residency, and he was only allowed to stay by formality because they didn't decide whether they will extend his residency. Yeah. The Swedish fellow disappeared from the news. Yeah. The initial coverage also had like photos of like a random Arab looking person too. And then, yeah, when they realized the dude was white, they were like, okay, never mind. My B. Sorry about that. Anyway. I'm not saying this is like there is a intrinsic quality to violence that only impacts like white people or some shit. I'm not saying that at all. I'm simply explaining that everyone is capable of violence. Okay? Right-wingers specifically are very capable of violence. And oftentimes, what? Can you address repeating mass murders in Germany without calling people racist, fascists? This is becoming disrespectful for non-immigrants. White people are also humans, you know. I love that right-wingers pretend that the only solution to an act of terror is by being Islamophobic. Like that's you're making it seem as though if you fucking say, you know, this is just Islam, this is how all Muslims are, then you magically solve this fucking problem. You're an idiot. What are you talking about? Yes. People ask me, how do you fix this problem? And I tell them it's the same principle. All instances of violence like this, with the exception of like the antisocial personality disorder caused instances of violence, are solvable through addressing the material problems that people have. Okay, this is not a unique position. This is just the truth. That's it. Also, this guy said white people are human too, as though I, a white man, don't think that.
Families who say that time is running out to release their loved ones. We spoke to Edith Ahel. She's the mother of Alon, who is still held in Gaza. Let's take a listen to what she had to say.
I feel bound by myself. I think I can't do anything with it. I have no control over that. I have to be positive for alone, and I am.
Wait, it's not Muslims from India, Pakistan, Indonesia, etc. It's always Middle Easterners. Yo, this is my goat. Is this an Indian Muslim who says like violence only happens? This is a hyper specific. This is an advanced form of racism that I had not encountered before. Is this guy an Indian Muslim who says like, nah, you don't understand. It's only the MENA Muslims that do this shit. That's awesome. I mean, this is cool. I cherish this kind of thing. This new versions of racism when all the previous versions of racism are outdated. Respect. I love that. The funniest and coolest thing that I also encounter is that the overwhelming majority of like insanely white supremacist accounts are run by like Indian dudes or like dudes from Malaysia. Like Radio Genoa. Being like, we need to make sure that the West maintains its white superiority. And the dude is just Indian. The dude saying that is an Indian guy. Amazing. Wait, why'd you ban this guy? He's popping up. I want to hear more from this guy. Indian racism hits different. It's like while virtually every other type of racist despises Indians very openly and in the grossest ways possible, there was a chatter who earlier said that they are Indian and Muslim, and they've gotten far more hatred for being Indian than being Muslim online. Because for some reason, like, racists really fucking hate Indian people. But then you got Indian people who are doing their own version of racism, not oblivious to the ways in which white supremacists despise them, but still, like, they will just consistently maintain the position that, like, they are the true Aryans and that they're basically white. And they always have the coolest, newest type of bigotry that I've never encountered. It's unironically, as a racism sommelier, I do find it fascinating. Like, it is truly fascinating. And it kind of reminds me a little bit of the way that Turkish hogs operate too, because they're always like, we're not Arab. We're above that. Are you kidding me? We're a superior race. We're Turks. And Somalis do this a little bit too, for sure. If that's what you're talking about, unless you're making a joke about me saying racism sommelier, like a wine connoisseur. I'm a racism connoisseur. Turks do this all the time as well, not realizing that the Western world does not see them as white at all. Or they'll get like really mad. Really interesting dynamic.
I'm doing everything in my power to make sure that I am okay and that I am continuing to fight for him, do advocacy, and everything I need
I'm
to
a
do to make
racism
sure
sommelier is wild. No, it's not. It's just the truth, man. I'm a connoisseur.
that he comes home. But in that situation, I try to take care of myself, and I try to be positive and faithful, and with a lot of hope that this will come over, and they will not forget, not him and not the other hostages that are still in Gaza.
They're very much relieved that her son is still alive, because she got word from two of the other
she said Hassan
hostages who were in the last release that he is alive but in bad conditions, they said. At the same time, she wants to sustain pressure on the authorities and make sure that this ceasefire holds so that her son can come out, as well as the 70-plus hostages still held in Gaza. Remember, there are 6 Americans also still held in Gaza.
Britt, meanwhile, U.S. officials could face international warrants if steps are taken to displace Palestinians in Gaza. The International Criminal Court has jurisdictions over Palestinian territories there. So what are you watching for on that front?
Yeah, so if this plan goes ahead, if steps are taken,
that'd be so
certainly
sick.
the ICC says that U.S. officials could face arrest and prosecution, but the experts we speak to say that Americans are pretty much buffered from it because they don't recognize ICC jurisdiction. However, one expert said that the court can issue arrest warrants for Americans whose actions in Gaza and the West Bank violate international law. Now, that can be the case if an ICC prosecutor investigation finds reasonable grounds, they say, to believe that specific individuals perpetrated crimes in those areas. So certainly.
Oh my God, I'm gonna nut. See, that's how you really fucking know when someone's a hater. Okay? None of this Yair Lapid bullshit where he was like, oh, I hate Benjamin Netanyahu, but also fuck the ICC. Like, no, dude. I welcome the International Criminal Court in following the letter of the law and potentially prosecuting American leadership for objectively what amounts to international crimes against humanity in their active defense of ethnic displacement. I'm with you, baby. I'm with you all day, every day. That's how you know when motherfuckers in Israel are like, oh, we're the opposition party, but we hate the ICC. Because how dare they say that the guy that we supposedly despise, Benjamin Netanyahu, is a war criminal. Yeah, you ain't with it. You're not a real one. I am. Apologize to liberals and support the international rules. First of all, I, unlike my liberal counterparts, am actually an advocate for international rules and laws. The problem is liberals are not an advocate for international rules and laws. I am. Yeah, it's funny to say that libs actually care about international law when, you know, Biden was a serial violator and also actively did genocide. America already lost. The ICC would never do this 10 years ago. Oh, yeah, 100%. The ICC even like saying that they could possibly do this is crazy.
Another layer of this, but the rights groups that we speak to say that really the concern should be on this being raised in the first place and the chaos that it's sowing here and how it is compromising the deal.
All right, foreign correspondent Britt Clennett in Jerusalem, thank you.
A judge has cleared the way for the buyout offer for more than 2 million federal workers, rejecting a lawsuit that had put that plan on hold, and scores of federal workers are already being fired. Senior political correspondent Rachel Scott is at the White House. Good morning, Rachel.
George, good morning. Well, dozens of lawsuits have been filed, but this does mark the first major victory for the Trump administration. A judge declaring that buyout program can move forward, and this morning the offer is officially closed.
Overnight, a stark message from Elon Musk.
So what you do every day is stuff your face and spew out propaganda. This is what you have to be, guys, to make bread nowadays. Endgame dystopia. Even if you grasp the idea that peace can be achieved without ensuing chaos into it, you will still have a sour taste in your mouth. It can't just be that simple to be, right? What? Why can't you just operate on the fucking limitations of your brain processing power? Why do you have to act like you're much smarter than you actually are? Virtually everyone understands that you said nothing, okay? Endgame dystopia. Oh my God, this guy stuffs his face and spews out propaganda. Just speak normal, okay? As far as stuffing my face, yes, dude, I'm a human being. And within the hours of 2 p.m. Pacific to 4 p.m. Pacific, you can catch me eating food, okay? I'm live for 7 hours a day minimum, okay? And yes, in that 7-hour block, there's going to be moments where I'm eating. That's number one. Number two, in terms of spewing propaganda, what am I talking about? What have I said that you consider propaganda in a pejorative way? What have I said that you consider to be wrong? Why can't you address any of the things I'm saying and instead, I don't know, complain about me eating food? Do you think that the International Criminal Court should not actually try to hold America accountable? Do you think that the current American president saying we are going to forcibly displace 2 million ethnic indigenous Palestinians from their ancestral homelands is not, to the exact definition, a genocidal ambition? That's it. That's what it is. If that's not genocide, then there's no such thing as genocide. Also, he unfollowed, so he can't even say anything now. No, he drafted this in a sad Discord server, and his fellow freaks hyped him up enough to hit send. Yeah. Endlessly frustrating to have to contend with chatters that don't actually have like a discernible position on anything really, and they're just in here to shit spew. And it's not even the shit that they personally came up with. They're just basically reiterating something someone else has said, and they're not even remembering it correctly. It's very sad. Why won't more countries stand up against us? Because we're number one, baby. We're the most powerful nation on the planet.
Insisting the U.S. needs to get rid of entire government agencies to make sure the changes last beyond President Trump's term.
If you don't remove the roots of the weed, then it's easy for the weed to grow back. But if you remove the roots of the weed, it doesn't stop weeds from ever growing back, but it makes it harder. So we have to really delete entire agencies, many of them.
The billionaire, who is one of the president's most powerful advisors, comparing it to a large-scale corporate turnaround he did at one of his own companies.
It's like a big company, like a big corporation, American Incorporated. And, just like with Twitter, there was a lot of stuff that was being done that was unnecessary.
The president has directed Musk and his team to significantly cut staffing and limit hiring across all federal agencies.
We have to make our government smaller, more efficient, more effective, and a lot less expensive.
This morning, the White House closing its buyout offer to some 2 million federal workers, with the choice to resign now or run the risk of being fired. A judge clearing the way for the program to move forward. The White House press secretary calling the decision the first of many legal wins for the president. But the judge did not weigh in on whether the program is legal, instead arguing the unions that brought the lawsuit don't have standing because they are not directly impacted, stating this is not sufficient. Those unions argue the president has no authority to make such an offer, but Trump telling me this week the Americans who opted in will be paid.
Can you personally guarantee that the workers who opt in to resign now will be paid through September?
They'll get their money, but they're getting a good deal. They're getting a big buyout.
Amid questions about transparency, Musk and his team have started to provide sporadic, sometimes vague updates about cuts to federal programs on a government website, which also directs Americans to the social media platform X, which Musk owns. One tab on the website states, receipts coming soon, no later than Valentine's Day. As the administration vows to root out corruption, his administration has ordered federal prosecutors to drop corruption charges against New York City Mayor Eric Adams. And he has fired a string of inspector generals like Robert Storch, an independent watchdog at the Pentagon who searched for abuse, waste, and fraud.
When you just wholesale fire people like that without giving any reasons for doing it, it sends a message that that sort of oversight, that productive oversight, isn't really valued.
So Tesla, one of the companies that Elon Musk owns, is expected to be awarded a $400 million contract with the State Department to provide armored Tesla vehicles. I asked Musk directly about these possible conflicts of interest days ago. And
Yo. Give credit. Drop site. Wasn't that Drop Site's original reporting? That's crazy. Am I wrong, chat? Mainstream media does this thing. Mainstream media does this thing that I find very annoying when it's like independent investigative reporters that previously literally worked in mainstream outlets. When they break the stories, mainstream media will never give them credit. It is very annoying. They use a Ken Klippenstein too. It's very frustrating.
he dismissed them, George.
Right, but we've never seen anything like this before, Rachel. A private citizen with this kind of power and these kind of conflicts profiting from the government as he's ordering cuts across the federal government. Meantime, we have the Department of Justice.
I think aside from like undermining America and like ruining America, one of the things that they're doing that is really frustrating for me is the transparent ways in which they are farming government coffers in broad daylight. And the dumbest coworkers you have are like, they're fighting corruption, they're fighting corruption, they're fighting fraud. Shut up, libtard. Why do you hate that they're fighting fraud? I bet you're paid by USAID to be gay. It's like, what are you saying? Like, they're doing it in front of you. They're doing it. They're not even hiding it. It's so fucking annoying.
Justice is also moving against New York.
Yeah, George, this lawsuit has been launched by Attorney General Pam Bondi. She accuses the state of New York of prioritizing those who are entering the country illegally over American citizens. She specifically highlights this law in New York that allows people to obtain a driver's license regardless of their status in the country. New York Governor Kathy Hochul responding, calling this a worthless, publicity-driven lawsuit, insisting New York is not backing down, George.
Rachel Scott, thanks very much.
Now to the battle against soaring consumer prices. The newest read on the economy showing a higher than expected increase last month. Inflation rising 0.5%, the largest increase in 17 months. Those prices jumping as well. You know it. Rent, hotels, apartment costs up 4%, gas up nearly 2%. And of course, your week.
Damn, who could have foreseen this? Wait, you mean to tell me that the great deregulator is now in charge? And virtually every industry has immediately chosen to increase their prices. Some of that increase obviously is happening as a consequence of the avian flu. But make no mistake, it's not real as long as we just refuse to recognize it. Good thing that we're also undermining all of our regulatory agencies that are tasked with making sure that the food and the poultry that you consume is up to food safety standards. Good thing that that's no longer a thing, so you can actually get avian flu if you want. Oh, wonderful stuff. I love freedom. It's so joyous. Fantastic. As a massive chicken and egg consumer, when I die, at least I won't have to fucking experience the awful nonsense and the stupidity that I'm exposed to on a daily fucking basis.
Weekly grocery bills skyrocketing with the cost of eggs nearly double what they were just a year ago. Let's bring in our senior business correspondent, Christine Romans. Christine, good morning.
I eat the same thing pretty much every single day. Okay? I eat chicken for lunch and I eat eggs at night. I make a breakfast sandwich. I make breakfast for dinner. A very famous breakfast sandwich, as a matter of fact. I've made one for Austin as well in the past because he constantly, whenever he stays over, sees me making this fucking egg sando. And apparently for months, he has also wanted to eat it. Eggs in this economy? Still, how is that enough food for you? I mean, I eat a lot of chicken. 16 ounces of chicken to be exact.
He wants higher prices, obviously. How does one make financial plans around this? Is this short term? Is this here to stay?
You know, auto insurance, airfares, like you dig into these numbers, a lot of things are rising, and they're rising at an uncomfortable pace for a lot of people, and certainly an uncomfortable pace for the Federal Reserve, which wants to be lowering interest.
Okay, let's look at these wasteful expenditures.
His Doge team discovered that FEMA sent $59 million to luxury hotels in New York City to house migrants, and that they took this money from American disaster relief, and instead of spending it on Americans, they spent it on immigrants, and that they were taking it back. People got fired over this. This is all a lie. And if you want to get better at telling people why the things that they are reposting from people like Elon Musk are not true, follow along. So to start, he's claiming that FEMA sent money for migrants. FEMA, like every organization that is given money by the government, has very strict rules of how they can spend money. So I'm already suspicious of this. Let me look it up. So I want to know, what are some FEMA programs for migrants? And this is what I see, the Shelter and Services Program. Let's click on that. So I click and see that this program was passed by Congress in 2023 under the Consolidated Appropriations Act, and it's to provide shelter and related activities to non-citizen migrants. So there's Musk's first lie. He's claiming this money is being spent on illegal migrants and on illegals, when it's not. It's being spent on non-citizen migrants, and non-citizen migrants are someone who are here legally. Migrants are not the same thing.
Okay, but you have to remember, undocumented versus documented is a designation that can change at any given moment, and it is entirely up to how racist the person saying it is. That's it. This is what I tried to explain to people when JD Vance kept talking about how the illegal alien Haitians were eating cats and dogs. They weren't illegally in the country. They had temporary protected status. They were, quite literally, documented non-citizens. Okay? They had the documentation. They had the paperwork. And yet, overnight, seemingly, the government decided that they were no longer documented, because that's how it works. You can do it that easily. You can do it that easily when it comes to amnesty as well, by the way. That's the only difference between someone who is a documented immigrant versus an undocumented immigrant. The only difference is paperwork. And that can change. Not that it matters.
Thing as undocumented immigrants, and the two are constantly used interchangeably when they don't mean the same thing. Migrants enter through a legal port of entry. They are here legally, and they are awaiting their case to be heard in the U.S. immigration system.
CNN formal news conference is live, taking questions. Trump said he can't understand a word the Indian reporter is saying.
We'll do a few questions, please. Please, go ahead. Please, go ahead. Yeah. Yeah, blue shirt.
Thank you, Mr. President. People in India will naturally welcome your decision to extradite Thakur Rana to India back home. In that context, I would like to ask you a question about, in last few years, we have seen several groups in the U.S. raising anti-India voice, calling about separation terrorism activities in India. Do you think that should continue here in the U.S. as well?
You're going to have to go louder.
Mr. President, people in India would be welcoming your decision to extradite Thakur Rana to...
I can't understand a word he's saying.
May I, sir? May I? May I, sir?
Oh my God!
Go ahead back there.
Mr. President, thank you. First, I want to ask
Thank
the
you
Prime
very much.
Minister a question. You and the President, you both spoke about combating ISIS. You both sounded very exciting about this.
This got to be a
excited
Breitbart
about this
guy.
partnership upcoming. And I was curious, how much more confident are you with President Trump leading this country that there will be peace through strength and you will have a successful partnership with the
Dude,
United
I hate this new
versus,
formation! I hate
Biden's
it. They have these
and
like
weakness over
fucking
the last
random
4 years.
Breitbart guys who are like, Mr. President, I'll have it on good authority that your dick is long and fat. Mr. President, can
That's
you
your
tell
question,
me
but
how
I'll
hard you
answer
can
it. I
blow
agree
out
with
my
you.
fucking back walls, dude?
gross
I'm with the
incompetence.
Nelk boys.
We're going to have a fantastic relationship, and it has been, look, the whole world's been set back over the
Literally tens of years, decades of fucking journalism down the goddamn drain, okay? Straight up. Room filled to the fucking brim with industry plants that are like, Mr. President, I'm with the doo-doo caca coalition. You just gave us press access and you kicked out those fucking losers over at Associated Press. Now I have the standing position here and I'm here. Sir, will you give me permission to do tricks on it? Okay? Will you blast sweet ropes into my butthole, Mr. President? I'll freaking love you, dog. I don't even have a question. I'm here to just tell you that you're the great white hope. It's literally insane, okay? They're going to have fucking Asmongold in there being like, Mr. President, sir, will you make titties in video games larger? That's what we're doing. That's the next step. Mr. President, sir, Korean titties are dominating the American marketplace. Can we make sure that Western titties are also fappable in video games?
In India to bring him to justice. But there are many other elements in the United States of America, particularly Khalistani separatists who've been working against Indian interests. How is the United States of America going to cooperate on that front with India? There have been allegations that have been leveled against India.
Will you let India assassinate Khalistani separatists on U.S. soil, just like we did in Canada, sir?
Well, I don't think India had a very good relationship with the Biden administration. They wouldn't sell them oil and gas, which is rather hard to believe because, you know, it's a good thing to do. And a lot of things happened that weren't very appropriate, I thought, between India and the administration, the Biden administration. But as you said, we're giving a very violent man, it seems to me. I mean, I don't know that he's been convicted yet or will be, but let's assume he's a pretty violent person. We're giving him back to India immediately. And there are more to follow because we have quite a few requests. So we work with India on crime, and we want to make it good for India, and it's very important. So that kind of a relationship is very important to us. Okay? Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. President, you've repeatedly called India a big abuser of trade and said it is really difficult to do business in India because of tariffs. You announced reciprocal tariffs today. I am hoping you can speak about what kind of reciprocal tariffs India can expect. Are you willing to make any concessions? And how can India head off these tariffs? I also have one for the Prime Minister.
Well, India's been, to us, just about the highest tariffed nation anywhere in the world. They've been very strong on tariffs, and I don't blame them necessarily, but it's a different way of doing business. It's very hard to sell into India because they have trade barriers, very strong tariffs. We are right now a reciprocal nation. We are going to, if it's India or if it's somebody else with low tariffs, we're going to have the same. We're going to have whatever India charges, we're charging them. Whatever another country charges, we're charging them. So it's called reciprocal, which I think is a very fair way. We didn't have that. I was going to do that in my other term, and we had the greatest economy ever in the world. There's never been an economy like we had, and then we got hit with COVID. We had to focus on that, and I wasn't really in the mood to be putting it on Italy and Spain and France and India, frankly, and a lot of other countries, because the world was very troubled until we got rid of that nightmare. But we had the strongest economy anywhere in the world during that fairly long period of time during my first term, as you know, and we didn't do the tariffs. We would have done the reciprocal tariffs, but we decided, and I decided, I think on a human basis, on a humane basis, not to do them because of the fact that there was such suffering all over the world. The last thing we needed to talk about is trade problems. But now we do. We're doing, we see a tremendous future for our country, but we felt that now it's finally time, after 45 or 50 years of abuse, that we will do, and this isn't India, this is among a lot of nations. The European Union is very difficult for us, very, very difficult. They tax our companies at levels that nobody's ever seen before. They take advantage of a lot of things, so we're not happy about that. China, of course, is terrible, and we've never taken in 10 cents until I was president. We've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars from China since I've been president in first term and now. And we have to do that just as a mechanism of fairness. And that's what I've done. And so we are being reciprocal with India. Whatever India charges, we charge them. So frankly, it no longer matters to us that much what they charge, because whatever they charge. I had discussions with India in the first term about the fact that their tariffs were very high, and I was unable to get a concession. So we're just going to do it the easy way, and we're just going to say whatever you charge, we charge. And I think that's fair for the people of the United States, and I think it's actually fair for India. Okay?
Are you willing to make any concessions, sir? Any concessions?
So what? So what does that mean? Yeah, tariffs are the reason that Modi's there. Modi may ask the Trump admin to drop charges on Gautam Adani that the New York court has pressed. But I think, yes, tariffs first and foremost is the reason why he's meeting with Trump.
Illegal immigration, and India has been cooperating on this issue. How does India see this issue in the larger context? Thank you.
I don't think this is a question that is about India only, but even globally you can talk about this issue. And we are of the opinion that anybody who enters another country illegally, they have absolutely no...
Cuck. He sent back undocumented immigrants of Indian descent in a military plane. And obviously, when you're a nationalist fascist, that's a major fucking L for you. And it apparently made the news in India. People were very mad. And now he has to fucking turn around and be like, no, it's great that he did it in handcuffs. My glorious leader.
Are fully prepared to take them back to India.
Yeah.
However, it doesn't stop there. These are children of very ordinary families, and
It's always funny how the left get their news from TikTok moms. Lol, Trump for the win. There is no, you can't ban this guy. This guy's my favorite guy. Are you kidding me? Please never ban this guy. Are you joking? That's a right-wing hog that thinks it is the left that's getting their fucking news from TikTok moms. While simultaneously, if he's a right-winger, he thinks all news is fucking fake news. That's my new favorite guy. He thinks random shit on Twitter is real.
Human trafficking, and basically the young, vulnerable, poor people of India are fooled into coming over as illegal immigrants. And our bigger fight actually is against this ecosystem or this system that encourages such gangs to thrive. And I can tell you that India will completely
I can tell you
support
that they're Muslim.
your endeavor.
It's the Muslims that are building the gangs in India.
Thank you, Mr. President.
To ship Indian migrants.
If I may, I wanted to ask you: did you discuss any possible business deals with Elon Musk during your meetings today, Mr. Prime Minister? And Mr. President, I wanted to ask you: today you spoke about hoping to have three-way talks with President Xi and President Putin. What would you say to European leaders and other allies who may be concerned that you're apparently more keen to speak to America's adversaries than to its allies? Thank you.
Well, maybe I'll just go first on this one. We had some talks, and we told the European Union, we told the NATO people, largely they overlap, you have to pay more money because it's unfair what we're doing. We're doing a tremendous amount more. We're probably $200 billion more going into Ukraine, using for Ukraine to fight. And Europe has not really carried its weight in terms of the money. It's not equitable. And we want to see a counterbalance. We want to have them put up more money. They have to do that. At the same time, we had a very good conversation with President Putin yesterday, and we also had a very good conversation. I did in both cases with President Zelensky, and I think we're going to be able to do something. I think we're going to be able to make a deal, and I hope so, because it's a horrible war. It's a very terrible, bloody war with 1.5 million soldiers at least already dead on the battlefield, lying all over the fields like nobody's ever seen anything like it certainly since the Second World War. And so I think we're going to be able to do something. We're working with President Zelensky and with President Putin, and my impression is that I know that.
Yeah, he's going to tariff Ukraine next.
That I know that President Putin wants to make a deal. I wanted to know that before I began any detailed discussions.
It's the most beautiful word in the language, in the English language.
The conversation, also the meeting with Steve Witkoff in Moscow was a very successful one. And my phone call with him was a very successful one. Please.
You asked a question regarding Elon Musk. I have known him for a very long time. I was not even a prime minister at the time when I first met him. I was chief minister. And today he came to meet me along with all his family, with his children. And so we had a nice discussion. As far as the EV is concerned, EVs are concerned, the EV, the word EV has a copyright, and that is one person who has a copyright for the word EV, and that is Trump.
What?
Thank you, Mr. President. Can I ask whether you discussed at all today the case of Gautam Adani, who's one of the wealthiest men in Asia and perceived as an ally of Prime Minister Modi? Prime Minister Modi, have you asked the President to take action on that case? Thank you.
Arun was correct.
Firstly, India is a democratic country, and our culture and our thought philosophy is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which basically means that the entire world is a family. Every Indian is my own family member. And when it comes to such personal matters, leaders of two countries will not get together on that topic and discuss anything on an individual matter.
Go ahead, please. Yeah, please. Sir, go ahead, please.
Yes.
He said it's just a little bit of bribes, okay? Why are you getting in the way?
For you as well. But Mr. President, you have suggested, with regards to the Russia-Ukraine war, you've suggested several things that Ukraine should give up. The idea of NATO membership, territory that was seized back in 2014 by Russia. What should Russia give up?
Russia has gotten themselves into something that I think they wish they didn't. If I were president, it would not have happened. Absolutely would not have happened. And it didn't happen for 4 years. If you look at what has taken place under President...
The Adani case is that he got caught with hundreds of millions of dollars of bribes to basically dominate the solar energy sector. And it's one of those things that administrations do, where they'll pull on certain, like, it's not because they want to follow the law or whatever, but it's because they probably wanted to add a pressure point.
Ukraine, and when you look at the mess that they're in, it's got to be ended and it's got to be stopped. Now, Russia's taken over a pretty big chunk of territory, and they also have said from day one, long before President Putin, they've said they cannot have Ukraine be in NATO. They said that very strongly. I actually think that that was the thing that caused the start of the war. And Biden said it, and Zelensky said it, and I think that was one of the reasons, one of the starts of the war. But from long before Putin, they said you cannot have Ukraine
foreign policy
going
expert
in
was
any
on.
way into NATO.
Thanks, man.
And I start from that standpoint. I think everybody knew that.
I'm
now,
sorry. I should have said that the American government and district attorneys actually do care about the letter of the law, and certainly will prosecute, especially foreign criminals, because they care about the law and not because they want to apply pressure that I am admitting I don't know what their true purpose was. When they're prosecuting the second wealthiest person in India. I know this from my own personal experience with how the American government operates against Turkey regularly.
But I will say, as far as NATO is concerned, from many years before President Putin, I will tell you that I've heard that Russia would never accept that. And I think Ukraine knew that, because Ukraine wasn't in and never requested to be in until more recently. So that's the way it is, and I think that's the way it's going to have to be. Go ahead, please. All right, go ahead, please, with the tie. With the tie, yeah.
Mr. President.
Yes, go ahead, please.
This is Saurabh Shukla from News Mobile. Mr. President, you spoke about Prime Minister Modi as a tough negotiator. Who was a tougher negotiator today, and who has a better negotiating
I'm sorry. Okay, dude. The Indian journalists allowed into the room are hand selected by Modi's team, I think. It is insane. The questions coming from the white journalists, the Western journalists, are also insane. But there is an additional level of glaze coming from the Indian journalists.
How do you see?
One of them didn't even ask a question. They just said, "You are the king of EV." What the fuck is going on in this room, man?
Ukraine and Russia conflict.
Well, I think we're going to have a very good relationship with China. I got along with President Xi very well until COVID. That was a bridge too far. But until then, I got along with President Xi very, very well. We were.
That's because Modi has never held a press conference? Yeah, well, he still is not holding a press conference. You cannot consider this a fucking press conference. This is crazy. The CNN cut away from
Speaking
it.
at the White House, answering reporters' questions right now, the Prime Minister.
Would you have it different, like if you were president? Yeah, I mean, you're supposed to have it different, okay? What do you mean? That's crazy. At least to create like the aesthetics of discourse. It's ridiculous.
A very strong nuclear power. He's not very close to Russia or the United States right now, but he will be soon. I mean, he'll catch up over the period of 4 or 5 years.
Didn't Modi have an interview where they asked Mr. President, do you have any close friends? Or no, it was, what did you eat for lunch?
We're going to spend this year $915 billion on military. Russia, without the war, was spending close to 100, but with the war, I can't tell you what they're spending, but they're spending a lot. And China is spending $400 and $450 billion. We're over $900 billion. And I said, it doesn't really make sense, does it? We're spending the money against each other, and we could spend that money for better purpose if we got along. And I'll tell you, I think that something like that will happen. First, when I left, as you know, 4 years ago, we didn't have Israel and the Middle East. We didn't have October 7th, disaster, the disaster. Nothing was happening.
Mr. Modi,
Iran
sir,
was
do you
not
like mangoes?
Going to do anything because Iran did not have much money at that point.
Trump probably looks at that and is like, damn, Modi runs a tight-ass ship, dude. I love that. I need more Breitbart journalists in this fucking room to ask me if I eat mangoes, too.
But now I come back and I have the whole world is on fire, so I have to put out the fires. But after I put out the fires, I'm going to meet with China and I'm going to meet with Russia, and we're going to see if we can de-escalate, if we can bring it down military, especially as it pertains to nuclear. Please.
Mike, please. Prime Minister, how do you see India's role? You have had discussions with President Trump about de-escalating the conflict in Russia and Ukraine. As you know, I have been in constant contact with both Russia and Ukraine. I have also visited both countries. And many people are mistaken and they feel that India is neutral. I would like to clarify, India is not neutral. We have taken a side, and we have taken the side of peace. And it is based on this principle of ours that in the presence of President Putin, I clearly said in front of the media that this is not the era of war. And even today, it is my conviction that solutions cannot be found on the battlefield. Ultimately, you have to come to the negotiating table. And India has constantly made efforts that there are talks that take place where both parties are present. It is only then that we will find a solution. The efforts being made by President Trump, I support them, I welcome them, and I would like that President Trump is successful as soon as possible so that the world is on the path to peace once again.
Everybody, thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I very much appreciate the Prime Minister visiting our great country, and I do really appreciate it. We have so much in common, and all we want to do is have peace, and we want to have strength, and we want to have lots of different things together. But the relationship with India and with the Prime Minister has never been better. Thank you very much.
Oh, they definitely have a lot in common. That much is true, baby. CNN fact check. Oh, my God.
Right now we're joined by CNN's new senior political and global affairs commentator.
Oh, yeah. Ested had a banger.
Thanks so much for joining us. You're the former ambassador
to
Japan. So you know this.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. This fucking dipshit. Oh, the great defiler of the Democratic Party. A person who got one of the sweetest gigs of all time.
He talks about the war in Ukraine. He never mentioned that it was Russia that invaded. It's not like it's just a war appeared like Immaculate Conception. He never refers to how it started. He then, you take a look at this, there's a reason why, and there's reporting that Kremlin is high-fiving each other, and in the Munich conference and in Kyiv, they're wringing your hands. Before even the negotiations started, he's agreed that Ukraine can never be part of NATO. Well, how about Ukraine can join the EU, the market, which is...
Okay. In Japan, he was kind of great because he just made Twitter posts in Japanese about how great trains are. I have it on good authority that apparently he played a role in the LDP pushing for, I think it was like some kind of like legislation for, I think it was gay marriage. When LDP was pushing for gay marriage, he came out and he tweeted about it saying like, finally, Japan is actually, doing the right thing about gay people or whatever. And all of the opposition parties used that as a reason to tank it. Like they were like, oh, look, see, this is like American woke culture. By the way, speaking of American hogs dominating discourse all around the globe, this is also a major point of contention, even in a place like Japan, which I would say is, for the most part, servile to American interests. What? I'm literally a JCP member? Is this not true? Carrie Hartline? This is what I've heard from Well, not JCP, obviously. JCP is pro-trans and pro-gay rights. But people outflanking the LDP were using Rahm Emanuel's, or the far right in Japan were outflanking the LDP on gay marriage, using Rahm Emanuel's statements to say American woke culture is ruining Japan. There's also a really funny story about Ubisoft that I haven't talked about yet. Remember the original reception to Ubisoft, the new Ubisoft Assassin's Creed game coming out that's going to be finally featured in Japan, and the main character being a very famous a very famous black figure, Yasuke. So initially, it was received as a positive thing in Japan, except after all of our hogs basically destroyed the brains of the Japanese hogs that were already brain destroyed. Sorry, I'm drunk in the morning. Of course you are. You're in fucking Japan. Everybody in Japan is drunk all the goddamn time, no matter what point of the day it is. But anyway, so this is yet another testament to how, like, even the likes of Asmongold, for example, can corrupt the minds of the Japanese right wing. They have their own version of far right hogs in Japan. Remember, Twitter is very commonly used in Japan. As a matter of fact, there's a higher percentage, if I'm not mistaken, of Twitter users in Japan than even the United States of America. And for that reason, Japan has also become increasingly more right-wing, far right, on Japanese Twitter as well. And one of the things that they are claiming now, and this is really funny, okay? One of the things that the far right in Japan was claiming, the Gamergate Andes of Japan were claiming, is that they actually put Yasuke in to the video game so that they can claim, the Western powers, they can claim that Japanese people also did slavery to black people, so that they will force the Japanese government to pay reparations to Black Lives Matter and black people, and allow black African immigrants into the country. And that is this massive 5D gambit, this 5-dimensional chess play from Ubisoft to bring in unlimited immigration of black people from Africa by claiming that Japan did chattel slavery and pay reparations to black people. The force Japan to pay reparations to black people, like they pay to Korea over the comfort women situation, which they also claim is a lie, that it didn't happen. Wrap your fucking head around that, dude. Imagine being so goddamn captive to American brain rot that you turn around and get mad about a cherished figure in Japanese mythology, okay? Because Americans decided to get mad racistly about it. You also deny the pleasure squads in North Korea? What? What are you talking about, dude? What? Or Japanese history, sorry, not even mythology, but you don't know what you're talking about? I don't know what I'm talking about. Okay. If you say so, chatter. Why is it that nobody ever fucking says classic just making stuff up? Why is it that nobody ever says, like, why I'm wrong? They just simply say, you're wrong, and then they unfollow. Oh, I saw parts of this. Look up misinformation about black man moving to Japan to marry Japanese women It was some sort of crazy misinfo that spun up Japanese hogs. I saw it come through my feed from black creators in Japan disputing it. Yeah. Even the issue of like transphobia being a problem is like the Japanese right getting their notes from our hogs. Isn't Yasuke like a super niche figure that has very little history? Average Japanese person never heard of him? No, of course not. Are you kidding me? Yasuke has been in very famous Japanese works throughout history without any sort of fucking, any sort of problem, any sort of friction whatsoever. What are you talking about? No, he is not like a random super niche figure at all. He is very well known. He's been in many different animes. No, this only became a problem because Americans made a big stink about it. Bro, what the fuck is up with the Japanese right-wing hogs hating Kurds? Oh, that's another very funny story. Yasuke was not a samurai. Do some research. Oh my God. Okay, he was a retainer, dude. Oh my God. Shut the fuck up. Okay? The notion that he is not like colloquially regarded as a fucking samurai is also a new phenomenon. Shut the fuck up. He has been depicted as a samurai a million times over. Anyway, aside from that silliness, there was another thing. Oh, you asked me about why they hate the Kurds. So Japan and Turkey have had very positive relationships for quite some time. I had this long and extensive conversation with a bunch of researchers and a bunch of academics that live in Japan about a bunch of different issues. This one was one of them that actually shocked me, that the initial implementation of the Constitution in the Ottoman Empire before the actual Constitution by the Young Turks was actually seen by the Japanese as an initiative of like an Asiatic style country that has existing relations with Europe, and it was actually implemented, or it took notes from the initial Turkish or the Ottoman Constitution that was in like the 19th century, and that Japan has always had a long-standing, relatively positive relationship with Turkey, and there's a shit ton of Turks that live in Japan. And there's also a shit ton of Kurds that also live in Japan. And apparently they work in construction, mostly owned by Turkish, Turkish people living in Japan. And people are upset about the Kurdish population and its increase because they can apply for refugee status in Japan, because Japan has like a interesting refugee status. They have like an interesting approach to refugees where they don't officially give. Why are you reading this? I'm not. I'm just explaining the things to you. I'm not reading anything. But Japan has this weird situation where you can be in legal limbo, like you're not officially a citizen, but you have, but you're not kicked out of the country either. Where a lot of Kurds apparently fit in that role where they're cheap migrant labor for the most part. And this has been very frustrating for Japanese xenophobes. You actually don't get the historic context for the new Assassin's Creed game. Stop being disingenuous and listen to the explanations. You have to play the game. First of all, I will be playing the game. And secondly, what the fuck are you talking about? If you're going to tell me that Yasuke wasn't a real fucking figure, a real historic figure that has yes, I will be playing it on stream. If you think that Yasuke was not a important Japanese figure, you're delusional, which I don't think you're saying anyway. You're trying to debate me into playing this game, and I'm going to. Yes, when the game comes out, I will be playing Assassin's Creed. But also, Assassin's Creed is not real historical works anyway. Anyway, but yeah, people are very anti-Kurdish in Japan. They think Kurds are coming to, steal their jobs, which is kind of funny. The apple of Eden is real. Yeah, there is a significant Kurdish and Turkish population in Japan. Turkey exporting its Kurdish hate? No, actually, as a matter of fact, a lot of Kurds speak Turkish, so the Turks and the Kurds work alongside one another in Japan. That's why there's so many fucking doner shops in Japan. I frequented one of them, if you remember, and made Miskif eat doner, even though it was very good doner. Anyway, in the AC Comics, Nikola Tesla caused the giant explosion that happened in Russia, the one that we think was probably a meteor that vaporized on impact because it came in so hot. The Ottomans and the Japanese fought together at one point. Ertuğrul, launched in 1863, was a sailing frigate of the Ottoman Navy. While returning from a goodwill voyage to Japan in 1890, she encountered a typhoon off the Kushimoto coast of the Wakayama prefecture. It subsequently drifted into a reef and sank. The shipwreck resulted in a loss of more than 500 sailors and officers. Ali Osman Pasha, the rear admiral, also died. Only 69 sailors and officers survived and returned home later aboard 2 Japanese corvettes. The event is still commemorated as a foundation stone of Japanese-Turkish friendship. Japanese-Turkish friendship is very real, and it fucking shocked me, okay? Here, I'll give you another fact. Many of you probably didn't watch the Fear End episode where I dished out some of these facts. Did you know that Soapland used to not be called Soapland in Japan? Soaplands, for those of you who don't know, are places where prostitution is semi-legal, even though everything you can do up to the point of the sexual act is considered legal. The sexual act for pay is illegal, but the Japanese government overlooks that fact and says, oh, the sexual acts are happening because they fell in love with one another, right? Now, soaplands are places where these kinds of sexual acts happen. Before they were called soaplands, they used to be called Turkish baths. That's right. And then the Turkish government was like, we don't like that you're calling your brothels Turkish baths. So they forced, by utilizing the good long-standing relationship that they had, they changed it. They got the Japanese government to no longer refer to them as Turkish baths, but instead as soaplands. That's where the name Soapland comes from. Isn't that crazy? In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, Nipponophilia took hold of the Ottoman press with hundreds upon hundreds of articles written about Japan. I never knew that my weebo ass actually was unlocking epigenetic fucking memories that my ancestors had. Okay? It is in my blood as a son of the Ottomans. I am an ancestral weeb. Relations between the two countries started after the Turkish frigate Ertuğrul hit a reef and sank. We already covered that. There is a Kushimoto Turkish Memorial and Museum in 2015. The movie 125 Years of Memory was released, marking the 125th anniversary of friendship between Japan and Turkey. The motion picture reflects 2 important historical incidents in Japanese-Turkish relations, the aforementioned sinking of Ertuğrul and the evacuation of Japanese nationals from Iran in 1985. Okay? In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, Nipponophilia took hold of the Ottoman press. As an Eastern people who originated in Central Asia, many Turks felt a special affinity for another Eastern Asian nation like Japan, which had modernized without becoming westernized, and vice versa. From what I understand, the Japanese also considered Turks to be of Asiatic descent, but while maintaining their own personal lineage, they also looked to the Turks as the Ottoman Empire as like a powerful empire of Asiatic descent that like the entirety, it's like Pan-Turanism. There was this like weird kind of Pan-Turanist style attitude that some people had in Japanese culture and Japanese society where they considered the entirety of the Asian continent to be of like one people almost, where all the way from Japan to Turkey, all of the people that lived on these lands were all a part of the same race. You are so happy to be talking about this. I mean, it's fascinating stuff. Barış Manço Japonya Konseri bölüm 10. Nane limon kabuğu. Anyway, further adding to the mutual attraction between the Turks and the Japanese was their shared enmity towards Russia, the arch enemy of the Ottomans for centuries, and the new arch enemy of Japan, already starting to promote the ideology of Pan-Asianism. There it is. The Japanese began to court the Sublime Porte, the central government of the Ottoman Empire. The Meiji Emperor sent princes to the House of Yamato to visit the Sultan Caliph Abdülhamit. Abdülhamit'i savundun. Bearing gifts and proposals for treaties and generating much excitement in the Ottoman press. Abdülhamit II admired Japan to a certain extent, but was fearful of the popular rumors of the Meiji Emperor would convert to Islam and proclaim himself to be the Caliph, the original Caliph, thereby displacing the Sultan Caliph as the object of veneration from all the world's Sunni Muslims. The Committee of Union and Progress greatly admired Japan, which they took as their model. The fact that an Asian nation like Japan had defeated Russia in 1905 and the traditional enemy of the Ottoman Empire was very inspiring to the Unionists, and the Unionist newspapers all portrayed Japan's victory as a triumph not only over Russia, but also over Western values. But it was also reciprocated on the Japanese front as well. Okay? Turks admired the Japanese, and the Japanese admired the Turks. For the same reasons, where they saw them as united as one people, this like Pan-Asianist culture and ethnicity that had dominated over empires such as the Russian one or even the West in general. Anyway, and it's partially because the Turks initially come from the Asian steppe, right? The Turkic peoples span across the entirety of the vast state. Okay? The Turks originated as a people living in the north of the Great Wall of China, with the first mention of the Turks in history occurring in a letter written to the Chinese Emperor Wen in 585 AD. Over the centuries, the Turks have wandered across Eurasia, settling in very large numbers in Anatolia after their victory over the Romans at the Battle of Manzikert in 1071. The Unionists were proud of the East Asian origins of the Turkish people and spent much of the time glorifying Turan, Pan-Turanis, which was the name they had adopted for the homeland of the Turks in East Asia that was located somewhere north of the Great Wall of China. As the Chinese and Arabs were the traditional enemies of the Turks, there are no ties of friendship to celebrate these peoples. Ziya Gökalp, the chief ideologue of the Young Turks, charged in a 1913 essay that the sword of the Turk and likewise his pen have exalted the Arabs, the Chinese, and the Persians rather than themselves, and that the modern Turks needed to turn back to their ancient past. Gökalp, that is the most Turkish-ass name, by the way, Gökalp. Oh, my God. Argued it was time for the Turks to once again study the important figures of their own Turco-Mongol tradition, such as Attila the Hun, Genghis Khan, and Timur, and Hulagu Khan. The modernization policies carried out by the Unionist regime in 1908 after the Young Turk Revolution were closely modeled after the modernization of Meiji Japan, which is interesting because the initial Japanese constitutional movements were actually, from what I understand, took note from the early attempts in the Ottoman Empire for a constitution. Why are you so fascinated by this fascist drivel? What? How could I not be fascinated by like weird ass parts of Turkish history? Like, what do you mean? Also, I'm making light of the silliness in terms of like pan-Turanist attitudes, but it's still historically relevant. I don't know if you're familiar with this, but this is kind of all I do. Most of my jokes are this, like literally this, making fun of historical variants of the hog sentiment that is expressed today. Both, early versions of the same kind of hog sentiments, or even the modern versions of these hog sentiments. It's also fascinating. That's why I said earlier that I am a racism sommelier. Anyway, but that's the fun stuff. Following the founding of the Republic of Turkey, diplomatic relations were established in 1924 and the first embassies opened in 1925. The first Japanese ambassador to Turkey was Sadatsushi Ushida, who later in 1926 proposed and established a Japan-Turkey Society, a non-profit organization aiming mutual exchange between Turkey and Japan. During the 1930s, Japan engaged in a secret attempt to create an Islamic state in Central Asia with Japanese backing, with the Ottoman Crown Prince Shehzade Mehmet Abdülkerim as his sultan in the Kumul region. The plot failed to materialize. Now, this is the other thing that the Japanese imperialists did with regular frequency. I've talked about one version of this, which was operating under the notion that Jewish people were special money people, magical money people. They wanted to take all of the Jews and basically build Israel, but in Manchuria. Like, because they had a bunch of colonies at this point. And what does a colonial superpower do? What does a colonial regional power do? They establish non-ethnic subgroups within an area that they are seeking to dominate, because those ethnic groups will obviously be servile to the interests of the colonial superpower. One example of this is what England did with the implementation of Zionism and with, by sending Jewish people to Israel, what is now known as Israel, which was British Mandate Palestine at the time. So they kind of just got there before the Japanese could ever implement it. Anyway. So one of the things that they wanted to do apparently was to bring Muslims into other areas of colonial other areas of colonial exploit. What is this? The article was talking about Ottomans' occupation of Arabia and its historical problems with each other. Also, I don't like the Ottomans. LMFAO. Pan-Arabia would never join in their dreams. Who must go? Arabia 1? Yeah. Classic. Classic Arab sentiment. Not going to say anything, but it doesn't seem like the Western allegiances have proven to be good. Okay? I'm just saying, Ottoman Empire, significantly better on the issue of Palestine than what these Western dogs have done. Okay, classic Mamluk defender. That's all I'm saying. I'm not holding on to old gripes like many Turks do to this day, by the way. Okay, many Turks still think that they were They were betrayed by the Arab dogs. They literally fucking hate Arabs, partially for that reason. They're like, how dare you? How dare you go and work with the British, you fucking piece of shit? Is the attitude. I don't really give a shit. I understand why, you know, Arab nationalism chose to do that. It does, however, feel like it was not the best gamble. All I've heard from the last 30 minutes was that the Turks are Chinese. Since when have Western relations been bad for Arabs? I don't know. I can't think of any instance. It seems like the MENA region is doing just great. It's doing so good. But in any case, while Turkey had declared war on Japan on February 1945, it was also entirely symbolic. As you know, Turkey chose, for understandable reasons, to stay out of World War II. They were like, listen, Germans, we did this one time. It wasn't the best idea. We're going to fucking stay out of it this time. Okay, we got our own problems to deal with. So they were in allegiance with the Allied forces, declaring symbolic war against Japan. So in 1985, the almost century-old gesture of kindness was reciprocated during the Iran-Iraq War as hostilities escalated to an extent that all aircraft were threatened with being shot down. Turkey sent an aircraft to rescue the 215 Japanese nationals who were living in Tehran at the time. Turkish government issued a statement. We have not forgotten the rescue of the sailors of the Ertuğrul. Thus, once we heard there were Japanese citizens in need of help, we went to their rescue. 2010 marked the 120th anniversary of the Turco-Japanese relations, with over 186 events held throughout Turkey during the year. In this year, Turkey held the Japan Year 2010 in Turkey. On July 10th, 2010, Prince Tomohito of Mikasa, cousin of the emperor, attended the opening ceremony of the Kaman Kalehuyuk Archaeological Museum. The museum was built with funding from Japan. The prince has often engaged himself actively to promote Japanese-Turkish relations. Moreover, in the wake of the Great East Japan earthquake in March 2011 and the earthquakes in Turkey in the eastern part in October and November 2011, respectively, both countries provided each other with support, which strengthened their relationships between the two nations. The year 2019 is the Turkey year in Japan. No, I am not the first. I am not the first weeb out of Turkey, although I often thought mistakenly that I was. It turns out that I was simply repeating a multiple century year pattern, a return to the norm, if you will. Okay? Bro pulled out the wiki pages to justify why it's socially acceptable to be a disgusting weeb. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm giving historical context to why I feel a certain way. Okay? But many of you, on the other hand, are jealous. Because why? Because America has no positive relations with Japan of this sort. And it's one born out of death and destruction. That's right. That's right. Don't be jealous, Angloids, that you do not have long-standing 100 years of history. You merely adopted being a weeb. I was born into it, and it was so much a part of my soul that I did not even know that it existed deep within me. Okay? We of the Chinese Haas head delegation find your warmth and proximity to Japan, given our people's shared historic overlap, alarming. Okay, fair. I can't be too much of a weeb because I also am a Sinobu as well. Anyway. Criticism of you sounds a little racist / jealousy, to be honest. I know. Yeah. to turn this back on Yasuke, criticism of Yasuke is oftentimes born out of a lack of accurate historical knowledge. And criticism of my weeb ways as a Turk is racist. Okay? It is like criticizing one who drinks water or breathes air. Being a weeb comes natural to me. Okay? Turkish doner kebab and Japanese anime?
ケバブだ。早も
ケバブだ。
ドネルケバブで来やがった。トルコ料理か。そう。ドネルは回す。ケバブは焼くという意味だ。
Oh my god, he's right! It does mean to turn!
回転させながらじんわりと火を入れることで、脂身やスパイスの旨味が溶け合うように焼き上がっていく。香ばしい油の匂い。超うまそう。
Oh, すごい! Kakui, doner kebab. Anyway, have you not seen Food Wars? No. Don't show this to Panturanis. It will destroy the Turkish-Japanese relationship. I mean, yeah. I know this is also a dark chapter in the Turanist Japanese relations. Okay, but guess what? You know who actually said, "You are brothers, you must not fight"? God. That's right. What happened? What happened in the Mongol invasions of Japan? Famously, what happened? Typhoons. That's what. Twice. Not once, but twice. Because God said, "You are brothers. You must not fight one another. I will punish you." Divine intervention. Bro, what happened in the last 20 minutes of this stream? So much. The Mongols eventually took over Japan, but it was mostly through sumo wrestling. Can we move on to a different topic? This must be hard for the Greek viewers. Yeah, hard because they're jealous because they don't have any fucking similar relations with the Japanese. God told the great Khan to put down the sword and pick up the donar knife. Yes, when I was playing Ghost of Tsushima, I was slaying my ancestors. That's right. What? Japanese guy visits Istanbul for the first time?
Biz kardeş, brother. Look at this fine fiber. It's from a chicken breast, I guess. What is that? Hello guys, I'm George. I'm in Istanbul, Turkey. Yay! Istanbul is the largest city in Turkey and the 5th largest city in the world by population. It occupies 2 different continents. One part lies in Europe and the other part lies in Asia. Alright, so let's explore European side first. And first things first, let's get some Turkish coffee. Let's go!
Dude, this is the most insane thing. I talked to Mr. Arthur about this off stream. He unironically tried to claim that doner was actually a German invention. I'm like, dog, do you know what the word means? Like, it's a Turkish word. Germans are so crazy, dog. They are so fucking crazy. Yeah, by the way, this is my official bid for the Wasian committee. Turks are the original Wasians. Okay? Turks are basically Wasian by origin. Every Turk is technically Wasian when you think about it. Okay? Ebesini sikerim onun adres ver. Amele yanı. What is this Ottoman apologia and Japanese simping here? Well, at least Enver Pasha and Tojo would be happy. I guess fuck Dev Shirme as well. Buy and go eat some burek and baklava. Okay, but like, why did you end that with a positive note? What a fate. There's a place called German Doner Kebab in the town center here, bro. I'm going to lose my mind. I'm a Turk in Germany. People claim a Turkish migrant created the Doner Kebab in the pide. Yeah, that's bullshit. It's fucking ridiculous. I cannot believe that the Germans think that they can claim that. That is just as ridiculous as the British claiming that they invented Indian food, okay? It's so funny because I looked at the historic origin of the word doner and like what was considered doner, and it spans, and I kid you not, it was more than 1,000 years ago. Okay? Like the first mention of doner is from like 1014 or something. Okay? That's how insane it is. The motherfuckers are like, we invented that, actually. Oh. The modern sandwich variant of doner kebab originated was popularized. This is a lie, okay? This was recognized by the Berlin-based Association of Turkish Doner Manufacturers in Europe, using the Almancı to continue this heinous lie. Okay? But yeah, the earlier method is like this, jaw kebabı. The earliest known photo of doner by James Robertson in 1855. Okay? Insane. Where is the first ever mention of doner as like a slab of meat? I think is in like 1014 or something. Ya sikeceğim, hekim yazmış bunları amına koyayım. Abi işte yalan söylüyorlar. There's going to be a 2-hour video on you spreading kebab misinformation. Dude, are you kidding me? How does this photo not lead you to believe perhaps that Germans didn't fucking invent doner? This is like one of the earliest photos in general. And it happened to be a photo of doner. Wait, Hasan, you're in the new Assassin's Creed game? HasanAbi Yasuke replacer. Replace Yasuke with Turkish DEI streamer HasanAbi Piker. Good one, dude. Actually, it only goes as far back as the 17th century. No, it goes back to the 11th century. You're wrong. Where is it? I looked it up. The first depictions are found in 2 miniature paintings by an Istanbul artist dating from 1616 to 1620. But even before then, I think in like the earliest mention of doner is from like 1014 or something. Yeah. There was no, listen, Istanbul in 1014 was not Turkish? No, it wasn't in Istanbul, brother. What are you talking about? Donar in its like modern formation is literally older than the nation state of Germany, obviously. It's from a time when the Germans were fucking living in mud huts, okay? What you knew as the Germans, when they were getting dominated by the Romans and being called barbarians, okay? Motherfuckers, the Golden Horde was was dining on decadent slabs of meat. Don't even fucking come for me. This says 1300s. There's it's I don't know why it's not working. One of the earliest references comes from Mahmud al-Kashgari, a Turkic scholar who wrote Diwan. Oh, this is it. Thank you. You found it. I don't know where this article is, but this is what I read. One of the earliest references comes from Mahmud al-Kashgari, a Turkic scholar who wrote Diwan Lugat al-Turk, Compendium of the Languages of the Turks, in 1072-1074. In this work, he mentions kebabs as skewered and roasted meat, indicating that the Turkic people had a long tradition of cooking meat over fire. That's where the origin, the earliest origin of kebab comes from. Yeah, but the vertical split came later. Yes, the vertical split came later. The initial Turkic, not Turkish. Okay, dude, come on. That's just Americope right there. Saying, oh, Turkic, not Turkish is just Americope because you have no historical lineage you can trace, okay? Because it's a fucking new country. But yeah, it's jaw kebab, which was a horizontal spit, was the OG. Donar was first referenced in the 9th century. Kebab have been a part of Middle Eastern cuisine for centuries. The earliest recorded references dating back to 9th century Persian text. No! No! Lies! Okay, we're done. We're done with this. Persians? No! Cut it out. Cut it out. We're done. We're done. We're done with this. We're done with this segment. We've learned too much. We've gone too far. Delete the VOD. Delete the VOD. Zoroaster sends his regards. The first photograph was taken only 22 years before the photograph of the Donar. Persian gang dunking on Turkic gang. Yeah, Germans say that the doner is made with the specific bread, salad, etc. was first made in Germany, but the kebab and bread and sauce was invented only in the 1970s. Is insane. So that's bullshit. Yeah, it's fucking bullshit. It's just Germans. It's, you know what it is? It's no different than the way that these guys operate, okay? You know who else did that in Germany? A little known guy named Adolf Hitler, who felt embarrassed about the lack of German mythology, so he sought out different alternative mythologies, looking at runes and trying to investigate and unearth ancient relics to tie it back to like German culture and German mythos, okay? That's just Germans being German. And we didn't have to go there. Classic, okay? Classic. That's it. There goes Germany. Okay. Going back to that old Adolf-like ways, just fucking lying and oh, you are doing exactly this, but for Ottomans? I don't know what you're talking about. All right. I think I've done enough sidestepping away from important talks about the historical origins of doner. Germans are just jealous of the English because they got chicken tikka masala. Not a good look, Germany. Floridians claim something similar because they try to say the Cuban sandwich was invented in Tampa. That's crazy. All right. Here is an insane thing that Donald Trump said that we forgot or I didn't cover, but here it is.
One of the first meetings I want to have is with President Xi of China, President Putin of Russia, and I want to say, let's cut our military budget in half. And we can do that.
Can we? They're going to assassinate him, dog.
And I think we'll be able to do it.
Yeah, okay. Good luck. Good luck to Trump. Here was a stat. Unsurprising that the online Dems have landed on there's nothing we could have done because the voters are stupid as their 2024 explanation, as is the same level of condescension they brought to the electorate concerns over inflation, immigration, and Biden's age throughout the last term. Looking forward to 2028 already, where truly only one thing is certain. The massive distance between these voices and the base of their party will again be exposed. They whiffed the 2020 primary and the Biden reelect. Three-peat incoming. Yeah. I saw an article talking about how turns out the inflation concerns were overinflated was a lie, and that there was valid reason for the working class to feel the negative impacts of inflation the other day. Cool stuff. Very cool stuff overall. Yeah, this is the Politico article. Voters were right about the economy. The data was wrong. Here's why unemployment is higher, wages are lower, and growth less robust than government statistics suggest. Not a surprise to anyone who was paying attention, and in my case, writing about it in 2021 and 2022. I think a lot of liberal econ discourse reaction is driven by fundamental snobbery and paternalism about the working class. I don't believe those who went into this past election taking pride in the unemployment numbers understood that the near record low unemployment figures, the figure was a mere 4.2% in November, counted as homeless people doing occasional work as employed. But the implications are powerful. If you filter the statistic to include as unemployed people who can't find anything but part-time work, or who make a poverty wage, roughly $25,000, the percentage is actually 23.7%. In other words, nearly 1 of every 4 workers is functionally unemployed in America today. Hardly something to celebrate. You know what a real good solution to this is, by the way? You know what a real good solution to this is? Gutting the remaining middle-class jobs offered by the federal government. So wonderful stuff from Donald Trump there, okay? Super sick. You should absolutely ignore any analysis from someone who argues the unemployment rate is actually 8x higher if you include millions of people who are not employed. This is a Fox Business level analysis. Energy bill increased by $100 for Alabamians because of Trump's EO. They received a letter informing them. Donald Trump promised that as president, he would drastically lower Americans' energy bills, but hundreds of Alabama residents are receiving a $100 surcharge on their energy bills as a direct result of Trump actions in the White House. Wait, is this real? Has notified us the grant you receive is no longer valid due to President Trump's executive order to rescind funding behind the... because the grants were making it... The grants were keeping it affordable.
Great article from Politico. We were all right. They said unemployment was 4.2%, but if you filter the statistic to include unemployed people who can't find anything but part-time jobs or who make a poverty wage, 25 grand and under, the percentage is 24%. 1 in 4 American workers is functionally unemployed, or makes so little they're not going to be able to do anything meaningful. Furthermore, weekly earnings is bullshit as well, and it excludes unemployed and those engaged in part-time work. So if we actually include everybody, median wage works out to about 52 grand a year, not 62. Similarly, wage gains did not outpace inflation during COVID. Purchasing power fell at the median by 4.3% in 2023. Since 2001, the cost of living for Americans with modest incomes has risen 35% faster than the CPI. The resources required simply to maintain the same working class lifestyle over the last 2 decades has risen much more dramatically than we've been led to believe. And all of those gains went straight up there. The billionaire class got to walk away with the lion's share of the money that's been generated lately. Take these statistical discrepancies together. The problem isn't that some Americans didn't come out ahead after 4 years of Biden.
What is that usually, though? I feel this is disingenuous without the data, how that compares to other years. Yeah, except other years, people weren't feeling so hot about the overall circumstances either. That's my point. This is why I kept repeating to the people who kept saying, well, you don't understand, you fool, you simpleton, that the economy is actually on the up and up. That people were angry and resentful in fucking 2016. That's why they voted for Trump the first time. But for some reason, because of COVID, we turned around and decided, oh, the COVID recovery is here. As though it just like reset people's minds or something. It didn't. Especially paired up with the K-shaped recovery from COVID, it only accelerated the demise of the working poor. Also, the article is actually about the last 20 years. This is something that I kept repeating over and over again to Americans who had seemingly forgotten the anger and resentment that many Americans felt towards the way things were. Back in 2016, when the economy was hot, okay? Obviously, plenty of people were still very frustrated with the way things were. So much so that they wanted to take a fucking mallet to it. And that's why they voted for the proverbial mallet, Donald Trump, to shake up the system. Obviously, Donald Trump came in with that hammer and shook up the system far too much in a way that many Americans responded negatively to. Then the Democrats placed Joe Biden as the great figurehead, his cadaver as the great figurehead to restore America back to its glory of maybe 2016. Not realizing that 2016 was when Donald Trump was elected because they were still mad. Anyway, Democrats predictably are going back to their old ways and thinking to themselves, the chart is the big gotcha. All the pedants are replying with, look, their own data shows that things are actually okay. Even using their metric, unemployment was at historic lows the past few years. Oh my God. That's an insane thing to state. The DNC is like, maybe we can get rich libs to be mad at all the leftists and blame them for our problems. No. The DNC basically thinks that people will understandably generate a lot of organic resentment towards the party in charge that is overseeing the death of American empire, and that a lot of people will be harmed in this process, as they are already. Like tens of thousands of layoffs incoming, inflation about to skyrocket, and in certain sectors, it already is. So clearly, when that is the regular order of business, yeah, I love that. No, actually, 25% unemployment is good if it's lower than 26% argument. Yeah. When that is the case, they're just basically relying on, once again, the Republicans fucking everything up to eke out a marginal victory over them because they are not invested in actually changing things. Okay? Yes, if you redefine unemployment to include groups with employment, and the unemployment rate gets much higher. Nonetheless, even this fake measure neatly tracks traditional unemployment. Yeah, this is what Will Stancil is still going on and still claiming is like the case. It's funny because Will Stancil style individuals will then turn around and make fun of Republicans when they demonstrate their clear idiocy. Okay? Instead of looking at this and going, okay, there is a tremendous level of Americans that are either completely unemployed or technically part of the employed workforce that are making less than poverty wages, or simply have part-time employment that is not a living wage at all. That is a fucking quarter of the entire workforce. This is major trouble. Okay? Instead of looking at that and thinking this is terrifying and we have to fix this instantly, you look at that and go, you fool, you simpleton. It's actually lower than it's ever been. It's great. Not recognizing why there's so much resentment and frustration amongst the working class in this country. You're not cooked until you decide you are? No. The issue here is that this is the wealthiest nation on the fucking planet. And there are tens of millions of laborers that are suffering. Okay? This is not just like numbers on a line. This is not a line that's going up and down. Okay? These are tens of millions of people. In a country where there's this much wealth and income disparity, this much wealth and income inequality, of course shit is slated to be fucked up. No wonder people are looking for change, any kind of change whatsoever. No wonder people feel resentful. Okay? And vote for a guy who says he's going to shake things up. And when that guy comes in and shakes things up in the opposite direction, in the initial period, people look to that and go, well, at least things are being shook up. At least they're terrifying my enemies. I suspect that this is all this chart and the feelings that I have not being recognized, not having my immediate material needs addressed is a direct consequence of the libtards, the liberal elites. Okay? And this guy's pissing him off. Maybe he's doing a good thing. Slowly but surely, a lot of people, once they get laid off, if they're a federal government employee, or if they're a farmer, let's say, that relied on U.S. aid dumping a lot of your crops into the global south in an effort to reduce famine, that also eviscerates the domestic production of said goods in said countries, you're probably going to be frustrated. You're probably going to realize, like, oh shit, I'm not making as much money any longer. Okay? And then you either turn around and double down on the cult and become more reactionary and more violent, and many people will do that. Okay? Many people in this process will literally experience the shocks firsthand and choose to double down and get even angrier at the liberal elites. And there will be a good number of people who realize, okay, maybe this was not the solution at all, and I'm pissed off at the administration. Now, for people to recognize that this is the fault of Donald Trump, you have to have a competent party on the opposing side that is actively communicating to as many people as possible and trying to bring back that goodwill to their side as best as they can. If you have noticed what the Democrats are doing so far, they're not doing that at all. They're doing the opposite, which is precisely the reason why I suspect, unless Democrats change their attitude and change their messaging strategy, we are going to see full tilt fascism in this country, full blown reactionary fascism, not just from the top, not a top down structure of fascism like the one we have currently, where you have some ideological and some, regime loyalists that are implementing fascist policies, but like brown shirts, like a real grassroots mobilization towards fascism, which is an entirely different it's an entirely different, way scarier reality to contend with. That's where we're at right now.
Bidenomics. Some did. It's that for the most part, those living in more modest circumstances have endured at least 20 years of setbacks, and the last 4 years did not turn things around enough for the lower 60% of American income earners. So, for the overwhelming majority of people, nothing has changed in decades. That is exactly what has given rise to fascism. People are sick and tired of status quo neoliberal capitalist policies, and they are reaching for whatever extreme is provided to them. They haven't been provided a left-wing alternative. So of course they run over to the people blaming immigrants.
Anyway, there's a local media company that does Volksgemeinschaft style cocksucking of Trump and create a town square specifically to fight dissenters. This is in California. This guy is correct. Where is it? A bad idea is still an idea. A bad solution is still a solution. If one party is offering no solution and telling you that the problem doesn't exist, and the other party is actually acknowledging that the problem exists and then offering you a bad solution, you're going to go with the solution party until it's too late and you realize that that solution is quite literally the final solution. And then you are at a crossroads. You will either recognize that that bad solution was wrong and you change trajectory and you look to fight against both of the parties, or you double down. I think if there is no one steering people in the right direction, many people will just simply double down, especially considering how much disinformation runs amok in social media and how little confidence remains in mainstream outlets in general, and how little good journalism is coming out of mainstream outlets already. That's where we're at. And it's a very dangerous predicament. Anyway. You couldn't ask for a clearer picture of the fundamental crossroads in the aftermath of Democrats' loss to Trump. Leader Hakeem Jeffries meeting with 150 plus. Yeah, I mean, I covered this already. Bernie Sanders launched a national tour to fight oligarchy beginning this weekend in Omaha and Iowa City. Going to areas that swapped over to Donald Trump and talking to the people, meeting them where they're at. Meanwhile, what has Hakeem Jeffries done? Well, Hakeem Jeffries is... Hold on. Hakeem Jeffries has been spending all of his time sucking up the Silicon Valley oligarchs and telling them, don't worry, we will give you the unlimited amount of power that the Republicans have offered. Please do not change your support over there. Anyway, here's inflation rising.
Rates, but at this point probably can't be lowering those borrowing costs for American consumers anytime soon because prices are just still rising too high. So what does that mean for you? It means your credit card interest rates are still where they are. They're high. Auto loans are still higher than you've known over the past few years. And you've got mortgage rates still about 7.1%. Those are probably not going down anytime soon.
We know the egg prices story,
Sure.
that the avian flu, that is jacking up these prices. But other prices are rising as well. And that's after a period of decline in the Federal Reserve. It said, okay, maybe we can cut some interest rates. It thought it was like landing the plane of lowering inflation while not crashing the economy. So why are we going the wrong direction again?
Well, now you have a new element, and that is the policies of the new president, and those are tariffs. Tariffs will add to costs for American consumers and for American businesses, and there's a lot of uncertainty right now about how that's going to look. You've got reciprocal tariffs the president says he's going to announce today. You've got 10% tariffs on Chinese goods. That's a 10% tax at the border that is already starting to filter through to companies who import goods in the U.S. and to retailers and consumers, and you've got threats of tariffs as well. So trying to figure out exactly what the cost situation scenario is going to be in the months ahead as you look at the new policies from this administration. The White House has said that they're going to unleash energy, and that's going to lower prices for everyone. But we still do have gas prices, energy prices, fuel oil prices. Those have been ticking up lately. The president has also threatened 10% tariff on imported Canadian oil. That, of course, could add to the prices that drivers pay, especially in the Midwest, if that happens. Again, the tariff scenario is sort of hanging over everything here.
Going in the wrong direction. That's the bottom line.
A few things going down. Apparel went down, for example. There's some fruits and vegetables that went down. The post-Christmas holiday season sales are in order. You can see where there was some relief in these numbers. Appliances, furniture prices went down a little bit. But again, at 3%, that inflation number is higher than the Fed would like.
Mattresses. Let's not forget mattresses. It's President's Day weekend, Christine.
There you go.
You know there's some burners on mattresses. Thank you.
Stuff your money right under there.
Thank you, Christine.
Hey, thanks for watching. And don't forget, you can catch the Today Show every morning on NBC or take Today when you're on the go. Just follow the Today podcast on.
New report says that
It's really interesting that now the guys who say inflation is not up to the president, inflation is actually not up to the president, and it's actually patriotic to pay for higher prices, are the people that are on the opposing side who understandably were very frustrated about the rise of prices under the Biden administration. Great stuff. Also, the rain has gotten way crazier. I do not know what will happen. I suspect that there is a lot of issues with flooding, and especially the burn sites, too, in California. It's a crazy amount of rain. I think we need to get over calling out the right-wing hypocrisy because it's not doing anything sorry. No, I mean, I think it's important to address the actual harm. Just as I did when addressing the actual harm, just as I did and address the actual harm being done when Democrats were in charge, I will always address the actual harm being done. Holy fuck. Even Kaya's a little scared. Kaya, are you scared? What's happening with this rain? It's really not that bad. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad because in Los Angeles, when it rains like this, the city cannot handle it at all. It's nuts. It's like Hawaii levels. Trump turned on the water, baby. You made moderate rain sound like the world is ending. It is. In California, it is. That's how it works. Like, did Reed Timmer say something? I just drove through downtown LA on my way home from work, and some parts of the freeway are getting flooded on the shoulders. Yeah. The problem is this kind of rain is nothing in New Jersey, right? This kind of rain is nothing in many parts of the country. In LA, on the other hand, this kind of rain is devastating.
The weather warnings tonight.
But we begin with Evelyn Taft and that thunderstorm warning. Ev.
Absolutely, Pat. And one, that severe thunderstorm warning remaining in effect for at least another 30 minutes. We're looking at downpours. And do you know what just came up on this watch? Take a look at that threat. Not very often you see that. Tornado possible. That's right. Tornadic activity. And we are not immune here in Southern California. We have seen tornadic activity. Again, nothing major, EF zeros, but still we have seen that rotation take place here in Southern California. We're looking at wind, we're looking at rotation, we're looking at 70-mile-per-hour wind speeds. This is also generating the potential for water spouts over the ocean as well. So it's a line of storms that's continuing to move through. This is the cold front that's been marching through the Central Coast, Ventura County, now landing in LA County. And we also have flash flood warnings for the Palisades burn scar because we reached those thresholds until 8 o'clock. Rain rates up to 1.5 inches, 2 inches an hour. We'll explain how significant that is coming up in just a little bit. But with the rest of your forecast, I'm going to send you over to my colleague, Danny Ruberti. Danny.
I have, yeah, my goodness. It's crazy the rain that we're seeing where you're showing it right now. And if you're not seeing that intense rain through Orange County and the Inland Empire, well, that cold front is making its way into those areas over the next couple of hours. So the rain that we're seeing right now through Los Angeles, Pomona, over into Torrance, this is that cold front that's going to be making its way into Orange County and into the Inland Empire. I want to zoom you into a couple different areas right now.
Anyway. Oh, here's another fun little thing that happened also. NBC News has obtained a letter from then acting U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, Danielle Sassoon, alleging that New York City Mayor Eric Adams' attorney proposed a quid pro quo to Trump's Justice Department. Adams' attorney repeatedly urged what amounted to a quid pro quo, indicating that Adams would be in a position to assist with the department's enforcement priorities only if the indictments were dismissed. I'm shocked. I'm shocked that the incredibly corrupt Eric Adams. No quid pro quo. Adams teams up with Tom Homan tomorrow. Yeah. Trump border czar and Mayor Adams, who DOJ directed the Southern District of New York to drop charges against, saying it was impacting his ability to do his job, to hold joint interview with Fox and Friends tomorrow. No quid pro quo, by the way. Ironic considering that, you know, the initial reason why he got caught was because he was doing corruption. It was, you know, silly, small level corruption with the Turkish government. Okay. And now he's doing more corruption to get out of the previous corruption investigation. Is it just legal to do crime now? Is this where we're at? Yes. The thing is, one might say it was always legal to do crime, and there's some truth to that. But now it's a new type of open crime. Like back in the day, Republicans and Democrats both would at least try to masquerade as law-abiding citizens. Now it's just transparent. This is Turkey shit. Ironically enough, Eric Adams is reaching levels of Turk previously unforeseen, previously thought to be impossible. Okay? This is straight up. This kind of stuff is virtually identical to, I mean, all the chatters that live in developing nations or live in countries not in Western Europe have probably experienced something like this in their own forms of governance. Okay? This is something that happens all the time. And in the United States of America, it also used to happen, but it was at least like hidden. It was at the very least like hidden through complex legal and different kinds of schemes. It was never this transparent. We're richer Russia now? Yeah. Great stuff. Oh. Does this mean Eric Adams is also Japanese? No. He's not even a real Turk, even though he's doing a lot of Turkish activities right now. He's moving real Turk-like, but that doesn't mean he's also Japanese. What if he buys a Buduk katana? Maybe then. Why do you think there are no mass protests in the USA? Because people don't know where to get mad at or what to get mad at. They need leadership. They need someone to guide them. Okay? Most people don't understand that the problem and the pain that they experience. Most people recognize the pain that they're experiencing. Okay? But they don't recognize where that pain is coming from, who is responsible for it. This is something that the Republicans are very good at channeling. This kind of anger is something that Republicans are very good at channeling. They'll say, "Oh, it's happening because of trans people, George Soros, undocumented migrants, and the like." There are also protests that are happening, but never to the same degree as like the mass mobilization that you saw with liberals and radical figures alike joining hand in hand in 2016, because most Americans considered Trump to be an aberration. Like they thought it was weird that Donald Trump became president. Now they recognize that he is the true face of American politics. So I think the Democrats played a big role in undermining grassroots mobilization by winning in 2020. That's what I think. I think if you are Gen Z, your first experience with hands-on politics was taking it to the streets for Black Lives Matter protests. And then you followed that up and you went out and you voted. You did everything right. And then the Democrats won. But what did they do with that victory? Who did they put in charge? They actively undermined the popular mobilization that took place. They destroyed it. So if that's the only experience you have with politics, then it's understandable that you're fucking black-pilled. Then more radical politics still took place in times of genocide, again under the Democratic Party's leadership. The Democrats that were supposed to save us, Americans, from the treacherous nature of fascist politics that Trump represented, turned around and did a genocide. And when people said, "Hey, why are you doing a genocide? You're supposed to be the good guys," the Democrats arrested you, showing once again, it's business as usual and you need to shut the fuck up. And then they lost. I'm not black-pilled, for the record, for chatters who were saying, are you black-pilled? I'm a leftist. I'm a leftist in the United States of America. Okay? All I've known is pain, struggle, and defeat. That's it. That should not shake your confidence That should not undermine your interest in doing the right thing regardless. Okay? But if you ask me why there isn't mass mobilization taking place, these are the reasons as to why many people just feel like, what's the point? Fuck it. Kill us and get it over with. That's it. Things might look bleak, but that shouldn't stop you from continuing to fight the good fight and do the right thing.
Inflation is up, and it is up nationwide. That includes the price of eggs, which are now at a record high. In fact, a dozen eggs will now set you back an average of $4.95 in American cities, up more than 15% from December. Lana Zach visited an egg farmer in Iowa who now has a wait list of people hoping for a carton.
Sometimes they even lay their egg on the floor.
Really? Just outside of Des Moines, Iowa, Lavon Griffune spends her days tending to the girls. The 55 hens that call this coop home.
We do everything we can to, keep them warm and happy. Happy chickens lay eggs.
On a good summer day, she collects about 40 eggs. But in the winter, she says the number's closer to 17.
They just kind of shut down and use a lot of their energy, I think, to keep warm.
This seasonal decline comes as bird flu has taken a toll on tens of millions of chickens across the country recently, leaving grocery store shelves empty.
How has it been with the egg shortage for you guys? It's been pretty intense. We actually have a little calendar that we write people's names down, and we're out about 2 weeks in advance. So if you want eggs, you have to get in line.
Her farm has not been hit by bird flu. Their problem is that they can't keep up with the demand from alarmed customers. She's now limited everyone to just 2 dozen at a time.
This is the egg fridge. There's a Bible verse that Lavon put up to remind customers, thou shalt not hoard. And as you can see, there's only a few cartons in here. Each one of them has already been reserved.
While prices in some regions have topped $10 a dozen, she has kept her prices the same, $5.
Bird flu has not affected me whatsoever. It hasn't cost me a penny, and therefore it shouldn't cost my customers a penny.
One of those customers is Roger Routh, who has bought eggs here for about a decade.
Do you think you can taste a difference?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
A delicious taste for those lucky enough to get their hands on a dozen. For CBS Mornings, I'm Lana Zach in Ankeny, Iowa.
We're on the ground across the country. For 7 days, reporters...
Dude, this rain is going fucking nutty mode. Oh, once again, I'm reminding people in New York that it's the last day to, I can't believe I'm saying this, but to change your party registration to Democrat in order to participate in the closed primaries for the New York mayoral race and vote for Zohran Mamdani.
I know it's not yet Valentine's Day, but I can't wait any longer. Will you be my Democrat? I know it's not yet Valentine's.
What the fuck is this obsession over the eggs? What do you mean, bro? People need to eat. The fuck? New North Star Radio. I'm not doing that. You guys can go watch it on your own time, okay? Love North Star Radio. Great videos overall. I'm not touching anything related to my former podcast co-host with a 1,000,000-foot pole, okay? Just this mere mention alone will probably cause numerous clips to be plastered over and over again I wish Ethan well. Once again, I'm going to reiterate my position. I hope Ethan and Gila are doing all right. I hope they do well. Okay? That's it. Now let's watch I Gaslit Far-Right Twitter into being woke.
The app, formerly known as Twitter, has a lot of right-wing content on it. Oh, wait. Alex Jones is live streaming right now? Actually, I'd say it's mostly right-wing content now. However, after having navigated this digital hellscape from left to right, I had a fun thought. What if someone were to disguise themselves as a Republican, infiltrate the other side, and then with a few right-wing talking points sprinkled throughout, trick the far right into actually being a bunch of leftist progressives? The abolishment of Obamacare. Really, my goal is to just like break their brains. But I don't want billionaires like Bezos. And I'm getting a little triggered again. Hey, it's been a minute, and today I'm gonna try to turn far-right Twitter woke. All right, time to create our brand new Republican profile. I think the best place to start with this is a good disguise. So what kind of Republican do I want to be?
Hell yeah, brother.
I think that'll do it. I think once we have the right aesthetic and a decent profile picture, then the rest of this is going to come naturally. Let's do Talbot Henley. That looks great.
That's a great name.
All right, what am I interested in? I like barbecue and grill, country music, outdoors. Where's the option for drinking 100 beers with your bros? We'll do RVing. That's kind of the same thing. Science, no. Combat sports, sword fighting, gunfighting, you know, the combat sports. Technology, Elon Musk is probably my favorite technology. I made this last night. I'm really proud of it. I think it's gonna look really good as a banner. Let's see what it looks like all together. God, that looks good. Now that we have our foolproof disguise and our Republican profile is set up, I think we're ready to go. All right, I do need to get verified as usual. I don't want to do this, but I'm gonna have to do it again because Elon doesn't promote your tweets as a new profile unless you're verified. Wait, did it go up from last time? When I did this the other month, it didn't cost $22. It was like $16. You know what? I'm gonna try to do this without paying for it. I don't want to give him any more money, but I need to concoct a strategic plan. How am I even gonna do this?
That's
I
right,
can't
brother.
just bust into Twitter, rainbow guns a-blazing, spewing a bunch of Marxist rhetoric.
All of a sudden, wee woo. You might have noticed that we became an apolitical stream. All of a sudden, you might have thought that this was some goddamn pussy-ass libtard stream, right? Turns out, it's actually apolitical, baby. We ain't got no time for science and other gay stuff like that. Vaccines, hell no. It's time to not do politics. It's time to just talk straight facts, which seemingly comprised entirely of my feelings. But my feelings are facts. We're hooting and hollering. Let's take a look at what this young Jebediah had to do.
So, here's my plan. Step 1, quantity over quality. Tweet as much, if not more, than Elon in a given day. In my last video, we established that Elon Musk tweets about 68 times per day. But hold up, let's not forget to add the tweets from Elon's alleged alt account, Adrian Dittman, who tweets about 16 times per day. So in total, Elon's average tweets per day from all of the accounts that we're aware of is 84. All right, well, that's a lot, so I better start tweeting. An unlucky Lisbon Zoo visitor dropped their phone into the otter enclosure. Lesbian zoo? Step 2, build trust and build followers. Get the right-wingers over to my account. If my Twitter followers don't trust me and see me as full-on MAGA, then they're never gonna take my more woke take seriously. I need them to not only like me, but also agree with the majority of everything that I say. I would love to see a lib try to do this. Step 3, the old switcheroo. As I amass a bigger and bigger right-wing following, I'll start posting mega threads where I cover hot button political issues that on the surface seem like your average right-wing tweet, but if you read in between the lines, you might find yourself a little closer to the left than you thought. By the way, these threads started off pretty milquetoast, pretty mild, but by the end, I didn't really know how the right-wingers would start interpreting some of them. Deport all immigrants, illegal or not. So without further ado, let's hop on Twitter and see what's going on. Make Europe great again. Mega. Yeah, why not? Make the world great again. Migwa. Now, you may not be familiar with Migwa, but surely you're aware of the MISA movement, right? Oh, you're not? Well, it stands for Make the Internet Safe Again. Because I'm not sure if y'all know this, but I can literally go to any data broker's website right now and buy anyone's data for just a few bucks. It's not even illegal for me to do that, which is insane. So that means it's completely on us to protect ourselves online. That's why I use today's sponsor, Aura. Aura keeps you safe online by doing all of the hard work for me. They track down all those sneaky little data brokers who are selling my info online and submit opt-out requests on my behalf. I don't have to worry about it anymore. Give Aura a few weeks and then search yourself on these sites and you won't find any of your personal information, which means less annoying spam emails too. While I'm off doing important things like watching sponsored segments of videos from my favorite YouTubers, Aura will continuously monitor the sketchy dark web and let me know if any of my personal information has been exposed. They're gonna let me know right away if anyone tries to use this info to access my credit or bank accounts. Plus, get this, they also give me up to $5 million in identity theft insurance, should the worst case scenario happen. On top of this, I use the Aura app, which has a VPN with 100+ virtual locations. Does your current VPN have all of these other features too? Probably not. You can go to my link, aura.com/benaminute, to try 14 days totally free. That'll give Aura enough time to track down those sneaky data brokers and find out if any of your personal information has been exposed. And thank you to Aura for sponsoring this video. Okay, where were we? It feels like counting down the days until Christmas. Oh wait, I mean the holidays. LOL. Okay, so with day one, I only had one objective, and that was to just fit in. This is California's insurance commissioner. He's gay. Oh no. Of course it is. Classic California. Pathetic. Yeah, I think I'm fitting in well. Greenland poll independence from Denmark. Independence 68%, stay Denmark 32%. Interesting. Let's annex.
Hasan, stop being gay. Go find a hobby, please. I feel like being gay would be a hobby. Like sucking a penis. That's a hobby. You know what I mean? Well, you got an issue with that? Your dad didn't when he was sucking my dick. That's right. He liked that hobby, let me tell you. He was sucking it not like it was a hobby, but a lifestyle.
Mia next. If you lie to yourself, you'll lie to everyone else. Well said. What should Congress defund? Everything except the good stuff. Oh, here's a good answer. DOD, USD, ED, NSA. Yeah, let's just defund all of this. Who needs the IRS? I pay my taxes. Department of Transportation? No.
Wait. They want to defund. We need to defund U.S. aid for certain foreign aid programs and the DOJ. We all know why. The FBI separately. The FBI gets double defunded. The FBI gets defunded twice, brother. Both in the hands of the DOJ and also the Department of Fake Bisexual Intersex.
Oh, I've got a car, dumbass. I keep seeing my own tweets and I'm like, who is this idiot? Well, I'd say that day one was a success. I got 3 whole followers and no one even knew that I wasn't MAGA. I was fitting in well. You know, they may be a bit more inclusive than we give them credit for. Because with open arms, they accepted me for who I was. a cisgender white guy from the South. We have some things to look at
Don't bait
because
my hook.
Talbot Henley, he just got 4 followers. Well, having 4 followers after day 1 felt pretty good. I knew that my account wasn't flourishing as quickly as it could. If only I bought that blue check mark. Well, I wasn't planning on paying for premium, but then someone from my audience, Ali Farid MC, gave me $20 to make a sequel to my first Twitter video. So thank you, Ali, for funding my beautiful blue check mark. Cool, we bought it, all set, great. Welcome to premium. Happy to be here again. Now I know I have to wait a couple days. Hopefully it doesn't take too long. Gross. Still looks awful. With great power comes great responsibility. So I promise to use this for good only. No one, and I mean no one, has done more to harm America than Democrats. Righty-ho, FDR started all of this by helping the workers instead of companies. Dems suck. Okay, maybe not yet, but this is all part of a greater plan. And starting today, I was gonna start sprinkling some leftist dog whistles throughout my tweets. But not too much, because I didn't want to blow my cover yet. They're not ready for the full force of socialist Talbot. NGOs suck. Like, if I want someone to help me out, I'll ask my government, not some organization that doesn't know crap about diddly squat. I love the blockchain. But like, low-key, what the f is it? I didn't think I could support Pete Hegseth any more than I already did for Secretary of Defense. And then the Democrats aren't talking. I responded to Ben and said, he's the best choice to be in charge of the defense of this nation. Maybe he can finally bring down Halliburton and Raytheon with all his might. And by might, I mean AC-130s and ballistic missiles. I can't wait for people to start responding to these. Really, my goal is to just like break their brains. Because I want to make them think. I want to make them read these and be like, wait, I like part of what you're saying, but I'm not sure if I like the other part. But that thing
Are hogs really dumb enough to take this bait? Yes. Yes. What do you mean? They're currently doing things that are entirely to the benefit of Chinese global dominance because they think Donald Trump is the great destroyer of DEI and woke. Also, it's not even just hogs. You can do this with like most groups, dude. Think about it this way. Whenever some dummy comes in here to chirp and says something that is like genuinely curious, or whenever some narcissist comes in here and uses emancipatory language, but what they're actually criticizing me on is not on the basis of any sort of progressive politics whatsoever, but simply because they want to be fucking annoying, there is at least 10, if not 100 people that immediately go, hold on, that chatter is cooking. It absolutely is a thing, and it especially works on hogs.
does sound objectively bad. Huh, maybe people are lying to me? You've proven to the American people that you have what it takes. Godspeed, Pete Hegseth. He's gonna kill it. I can't wait. The military-industrial complex has gotten completely out of hand with the Biden's bumbling elitist policies. Amen. Jesus would have loved Pete. Damn, you're a good interviewer. Keep it up. He's the best. One of my favorite bald podcasters. Ooh, I got another notification. Me too. He's one of the good ones. God, everybody loves me. It's so easy to make friends on here when you're
constitutionalist, anti-communist. Hell yeah.
A dumbass. Does anyone else lose respect for a person after discovering that they have pronouns in their email signature or online bio? Of course, like my pronouns are he, him, but most people call me Talbot. You know, my God-given name. Jesus Christ, when does this wokeness end? What's up? It's day 3 and we have some updates to go over. So yesterday I decided not to record because I wanted to wait until my blue checkmark was approved. Well, it got approved yesterday around 4 p.m. And I couldn't really help myself but to just start tweeting right away. I ended up posting a lot yesterday. And I also decided to sort of rebrand Talbot Henley. Well, after posting a little over 100 times last night and this morning, I have gained
Okay, bro, you definitely were having too much fun with this, all right? Which I get it. It is a lot of fun to be a hog. I know that firsthand, okay?
44 followers, which is a lot. I didn't think I'd gain that many. Last time I did this with the how woke can I get until Elon bans me, throughout the 5 days that I did that video, I think I maybe got like 14 to 20 followers. I got to double check on that, but it definitely wasn't over 20. It was 5. I received 5 followers. Along with Talbot's soft rebrand, I also decided to tweak my strategy for getting new followers. I call this one the spray and pray. After following a bunch of right-leaning accounts, I would wait on the following tab for a right-winger to tweet, and I would be the first one there to reply. It didn't even matter what the reply was, as long as it was something MAGA, then usually that did the trick. It is so easy to be a right-wing grifter, and you can have the dumbest takes, and someone's gonna like it.
Oh, again, Jesse Lee Peterson is the living proof of this, okay? A HasanAbi certified opinion? I mean, because it's true. It's just true. It's especially true on Twitter if you go right wing. I mean, you'll have to drop all of your principles and possibly slam your head into a brick wall until it comes easy. But that is how it is how it works.
Wait, here we go. Every time I take an Uber, I ask the driver if they're on X. If they are not, I encourage them to join. If they are, I give them a follow. Cool. I would take more Ubers if they weren't so woke. And that got 8 likes, 1 retweet, and 160 views. It's so easy. I don't even have to try. All that you have to say is like, that thing that you're talking about is actually woke. Or that thing that you like is actually stupid and Democrats like it. And then what do you get from that? A ton of people agreeing with you. It doesn't have to be based on anything. You can call anything you want woke, and someone's gonna agree with like, yeah, that's a pretty base take. Here we go. Ted Cruz says, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have allowed our border to become an incredibly dangerous place and have allowed the cartels to smuggle drugs and people across.
By the way, this is quite literally the Asmongold technique. Like, make no mistake. That's it. It is. He's just described the Asmon method.
Border via secret tunnels. This madness will
end on January. The scary part about it is that there are probably plenty of content creators who are not really interested in politics, not very well read, but they see that and they think, oh, there's a permission structure for this. And there's also a viable way to get clout this way. So then they just basically do the same thing. That's it. Like, that's what I am fearful of to a certain degree, that there are a lot more content creators that do like quote unquote commentary on this platform that will see the successes of Asmongold and then will basically also engage in the most like bottom of the barrel right-wing commentary so that they can also gain some semblance of prominence. You can see it. Asmon will say something and he will look at chat to check the reaction and either double down if it's positive or sidestep if it's negative. No, there's a lot of like weird positions that he assumes that also give him some semblance of plausible deniability. But the top line is the Trump agenda is great. He's saving the country. And I think other content creators notice that. They take note of it, like React content creators. You know, people in the commentary sphere on Twitch, and they probably go, well, I want to do that too. I want to get fucking, a shit ton of viewers.
January 20th. I responded and said, there's so much fentanyl smuggling that they even got whites bringing it across now. Biden has let this get out of hand. And that got 2 likes and 20 views. Yeah, basically everything that I comment or reply to gets like pretty decent views and some likes. I was gaining new followers left and right, but mostly right. So now it was time to finally start the gaslighting them into being woke process. Now here is where my MAGA threads come into play. Now if you don't know what a MAGA thread is, that's totally fine because I actually just made it up. I looked up ways to increase engagement and get a lot of people looking at your account fast on Twitter. And one way is to write longer tweets. So this is what I decided to do is my MAGA threads. Trump will bring back strong American workers. Brandon and Camellia have always loved Bezos, owner of the WSJ. Or should I say SJW?
Oh, that's a good one.
Bezos is a prick who only cares about money and building a rocket that's bigger than Elon's. Ha! Good luck with that, you bald freak. Well, one consequence of Bezos only caring about turning a profit is that all of his Amazon workers are worse off due to his greed and ineptitude.
Okay, too
Amazon
many big words.
warehouse workers and delivery drivers have to work grueling hours.
Too leftist.
Barely get time for breaks and are
Laid it
constantly
on.
being monitored and watched by Big Brother Bezos.
Okay, brought it back.
Well, Trump plans to stop this with his new Amazon Workers United plan. What Trump aims to do is tackle big businesses, starting with Amazon, to make it so workers can form internal community groups. They get to make...
Okay, back to too much. It's dense. Too dense.
They get to make decisions on their own behalf. Decisions centered around their hourly wages, paid time off, and benefits. These groups will be able to demand better working conditions.
No. It's too wordy and too coherent. Right-wingers love writing long-ass fucking Twitter threads as well. But one common thing that they love to do is they'll never thread it. They'll always have like a super long, if they have if they're Twitter premium users, they will literally have like the longest fucking tweet you've ever seen. But even then, you have to have a lot more misspellings, a lot worse grammar, and also, never use like an Oxford comma, obviously, duh. That's ridiculous. That's the gayest type of comma that you can use. But you also have to keep it super simple. You have to keep it incredibly simple. Okay?
Conditions and negotiate for higher pay. And there will be nothing dumb Bezos will be able to do about it but accept their demands. This is what smart Republican regulation looks like. And the thing is, too, this will barely impact Amazon's bottom line because they make way too much money already. And who cares if they do end up making less? I don't know about you, but I don't want billionaires like Bezos buying up more media companies like the Wall Street Journal and turning them into liberal bullcrap propaganda. Bezos will finally be forced to bend to Trump's will through his plan to give power back to workers. I, for one, can't wait. Everyone hop on board the Trump train. Let's ride this baby into the new age. Hashtag Trump 2025.
Real quick, before we get any further, I want to make a disclaimer. By doing a Southern accent and portraying myself as a Republican Southerner, I don't mean to loop all Southerners or those with that accent.
Oh my God. Oh, everyone is such babies, dude, on the liberal side. It's just like...
into one generic...
Dude, you don't have to do that, man. It's fine. Everybody gets it.
...camp. I was raised and currently live in a small town in the Deep South. So in terms of right-leaning...
He just did a trigger warning for comedy depicting... comedy depicting Southerners as right-wing. I like this content creator, by the way. I'm fucking around. It's
leaning
fine.
People. This is what I know. And I'm just creating a caricature of what I'm familiar with. All of my family and all of my friends are from the South. And some of the smartest, most left-leaning people I know live here in the Deep South. This might be hard to tell from the election maps and the dumb things that our elected officials say. And don't get me wrong, they're really dumb. So I want everyone watching this to know that there are a lot of progressives down here doing incredible work to actually help underprivileged communities and the South as a whole. It's not all racist MAGA folks, even though there's a lot. So with all that being said, I hope that no one's offended by this portrayal, as I am a Southerner. Also, I had a
The only people that get mad at this is literally the people being depicted as dumbass fucking hogs. Most people from the deep South that are leftists, unironically, will joke about this in the same exact way.
Southern accent as a kid.
What's up, guys? Today I'm going to show you how to get your own custom theme for your Xbox. See this thing back here? Right now I just have one of the default ones.
Needs to be said because dumbass libs who say cut female off to southern states unironically think this. Yeah, they're stupid. They also don't realize that. Like a massive chunk of the black population lives in the South. That's the other side of the story. Anyway, let's continue.
So who's to say I don't always talk like this? Okay, well, the MAGA threads were out there, and so far, I think they read pretty well. All I needed to do now was continue to grow my following by replying to as many right-leaning tweets as possible. Last time I recorded, which was a little less than 24 hours ago, I had about 44 followers. Well, now I'm up to 122. And I have tweeted in the past 4 days 264 times. We're putting up some Elon numbers now. I wanted to show everyone my best performing tweet. It actually just got a like. So John Kennedy, senator for Louisiana, who also believes that if you ever need help, you should call a crackhead.
Ironic because he's a Rhodes Scholar, by the way. One of the best examples of a very well-read, very racist Republican who LARPs as Foghorn Leghorn. Like, unironically.
Look, if you hate cops just because they're cops, the next time you get in trouble, call a crackhead.
But he said, President Biden is using his final days in office to rub salt in the wounds of the American energy sector. He's ignoring the will of the voters and making it harder for President Trump to revive our economy and defeat inflation. I love you, John Kennedy. And it's gotten 1,500 views, 25 likes, and 1 response from Doog. So yeah, Talbot Henley is kind of becoming a little Twitter famous. This whole right-winger Twitter thing is a walk in the park. In just 4 days, I had gotten a ton of new followers. So you know what that means. Time for a brand new MAGA thread. Super PACs are lame and outdated. What's the first thing you think of when you think of President Trump? For me, one word comes to mind: spry. Unlike most politicians in the swamp hell they call DC, Trump is energetic and light on his feet. He's not part of the neocon old guard. He actually has new, innovative ways to run our government more efficiently, and he truly tries to abolish all that is outdated. Trump has made it apparent that super PACs are lame and should go the way of the dodo. It's ridiculous that Kamala's campaign received billions of dollars of donations from a bunch of elitist libs who only care about making the country woke. George Clooney.
If this was a little bit wordier, it would read like a fucking ACP poster, like a MAGA communist. Although, Brownie, additional points for Kamala. That's amazing.
Oprah.
In all of my years, I never done thought about Kamala.
Disney, Tim Apple, pro-Israel lobbyist group J Street, and so many more liberal losers. You know where President Trump got all of his donations from to win the election? From his supporters and from his own damn wallet. That's how you fund a campaign. I can't think of anything more grassroots than that beautiful campaign of the century that Trump ran in 2024 and won. It's time for the super PACs to end. If more Dems are able to get a ton of money from whoever they want to fund their elections, then what will come of politics? Every single lame loser candidate they put up will be bought and sold by the highest bidder, aka big woke business and elitists. I don't know about you, but I don't want Bob Iger at Disney influencing my politics. If you have money and you run a business, get the hell away from my policy making. Leave it up to actual competent leaders like President Trump and Elon Musk to make those decisions, not dumb knuckleheads like Leonardo DiCaprio and John Bon Jovi. You're entertainers, not decision makers. Go back to your Montana mansions and mind your own damn business, you idiot libs. Welcome back. Today is the final day. It is January 19th. TikTok was banned last night. Tomorrow, Trump becomes the 47th president of the United States. And today is our final day of posting on Twitter. I currently have 312 followers.
Yeah, that's funny that when he went super woke, he got 5 followers, even with a premium account. But when he went right wing, in a matter of days, he got 300 followers. It is so transparently slanted in the right. Oh my God, dude. It is straight up. Like, even though a lot of it is probably bots, one must ask the question why it's so simple to at least create the impression that you will be favored if you go right wing, that you will get more followers if you go right wing.
So I have a lot to update you on. And I didn't tweet at all this weekend. And let's just say a lot happened while I was gone. So, where do I start? Okay. I reached out to Dave, who has this account. He basically shouts out other MAGA creators on the platform. So I DM'd him. He responded, and he gave me a shout out. First one on the small account boost is Talbot Henley. And in a matter of about 25 minutes, I got like 200 new followers. Talbot was on top of the world. And after being backed by 300 new patriots, he felt invincible. But just like Icarus, maybe Talbot too was flying a little too close to the big, beautiful MAGA sun. Someone called me out as a troll, and this didn't feel good.
Wait, so, Ian Bremmer? Ian Bremmer isn't even fucking right wing, isn't he? He's like a liberal. Ian Bremmer is like a foreign policy NatSec liberal.
Past 5 days, I've tweeted a lot. I've replied to a ton of different tweets.
Yeah, he's like
on
a
this
centrist
platform, and I kind of lost track with everything that I said. I sort of blacked out for 5 days and woke up today, and now I'm sort of reaping everything that I sowed. So I started getting a lot of notifications.
He's a never Trumper. Yeah, okay, my point. You basically said NatSec liberal. A NatSec centrist liberal. You literally just repeated that. When you say someone is a never Trumper, that's what it is.
The other night, and I was kind of confused as to what was going on. And I realized that Ian Bremmer, who has 800,000 followers, tweeted about Talbot Henley. He said, "There's a right way? Congrats, Talbot Henley. You're hashtag troll of the week." And I thought, God, I have no idea what I said. And so I clicked on this. Biden noticing the United States is becoming an oligarchy right at the end of his presidency is very convenient timing. And I responded and said, "They make the word oligarchy seem so scary. I'm all for it as long as it's done the right way, not the Russian way." And yeah, he saw that. This got 22,000 views. And people are pretty mad about this one. So I was worried that one of my new 300 followers, who are definitely on the right.
Yeah, and also the troll of the week wasn't him outing you as a leftist, like as a secret leftist. I think he was just saying that it made me laugh. It was the stupidest comment that I've gotten.
Would see Ian's tweet and realize that I was called out for being insincere.
But once again, most hogs fucking hate Ian because he is, once again, a Republican, but also a Republican in name only, a rhino, a never Trumper, a centrist libtard. Yeah. See, what you're supposed to do in the situation is double down and call him a libtard in response. Being like, oh yeah, god dang liberals like you, never Trump Republican, rhinos like you don't understand what is in the heart of a true patriot. Of course you'd call me a troll. This is why Trump won, because of your ineptitude. Democrats never want to hear from the voters like myself. Important voters, special snowflake voters. Double down.
Or a troll. But it's fine. No one noticed. And people are still following me. Well, no one cared. I guess as long as you're a white guy with a red hat, you can fly as high as you want in this country. The abolishment of Obamacare. Let's face it. No matter who you ask, they all say the same thing.
Hassan a hog would never say ineptitude. True. Ineptitude might be too big of a word.
Care doesn't work. While the Affordable Care Act and Medicaid can be quite helpful to a lot of Americans who don't have access or can't afford health insurance, Obamacare was a terrible and vain idea. One of the weirdest parts about Obamacare is most people don't actually know who it's even for. With a name like Obamacare, you would think it was health insurance that was directly made for Democrats only. Who the hell would name health insurance after the worst president in our country's history? Besides Brandon's, of course. Well, Trump plans to completely ban Obamacare, and in place, he should implement a well-thought-through, actually helpful Trump aid. Trump aid will start where Obamacare couldn't, with negotiating better deals on prescription drug prices from Big Pharma.
Okay, not
Instead
bad.
of you having to pay for your prescription drugs, Trump aid will cover the cost. All of the Obamacare funds will just go straight to Trump aid to pay for it, so it won't even come out of your taxes. Free healthcare from Trump that we don't even have to pay for. Trump aid should also abolish the privatization of hospitals and health organizations. Instead of greedy libs being in charge of our basic human right to healthcare and running everything like a business, Trump aid could handle all of these places. Completely Trump run. That means that when there's emergencies and you or a loved one have to go to the hospital, there will be no insane, unexpected woke charges. Also, all of the doctors will be he, him, and she, her. None of this other private healthcare bullcrap pronoun stuff. Get pronouns out of healthcare and let's abolish the lived-up privatization of healthcare.
Not even
Who else
she,
would be
her.
all for something like this?
I don't want no female nurse. I don't want no female doctor. That's DEI, brother. Only he, him doctors for me. I want a man touching my butt. Otherwise, it's gay.
That's from President Trump. Let the Trump aid flow. I think this one's gonna do well. Oh, someone already responded, I think. All right, I'm about to schedule my last MAGA thread for tonight. Oh my God. Coming soon to a city near you. Mass deportation airlines. All right, well, I was gonna wait, but that deportation airlines thing just kind of pushed me over the edge, so here we go. MAGA thread, the final one. Deport all immigrants, illegal or not. Mexicans, Venezuelans, Muslims, Chinese, Armenians, Koreans, Germans, Italians, Irish, British, Scottish, Scandinavians, extraterrestrials, Welsh, Australians, Anglo-Saxons, and especially South Africans. All must go. Get them the hell out of here. Besides stimulating our economy and culture, what are they even contributing to this country? Not much. It feels like every day more and more immigrants are flooding into our beautiful bastion of liberty, and they are ruining everything that America stands for. Trump's plan to deport all immigrants, illegal or not, will be incredible. Not only will it be the largest deportation of a population since some European country did it in 1933, but it will also fix everything that's wrong with the USA.
That's right.
The fewer people that live here, the more things will be available to actual Americans. More homes, more food, and more jobs, all while decreasing the bad things. Less pollution, less lines at the grocery store, and less infertility. America will be back to what it was supposed to be prior to the illegal Portuguese coming in ruining everything in 1492. Trump will bring things back to how they were supposed to be. No immigrants. This country will be beautiful once again, and I, for one, can't wait to go back to Ireland. See y'all on St. Paddy's Day. Well, yeah, that's it. That's my last MAGA thread. Let's see how that one does. I am going to get off of this awful website for the rest
So did he actually end up convincing any Republicans? I'm
of the
confused.
day because I can't take it anymore, and I'm getting a little triggered again, and so I'm gonna check back and see how these perform at the end of the day. Maybe I'll check back tomorrow during the inauguration of Donald Trump. That might be fun. Or maybe I just won't check at all. Maybe I'll just delete the account. Well, after 5 days of tweeting mostly right-wing content, I was able to amass 321 followers. I tweeted 322 times, which was about 64 tweets per day, which, yeah, is 20 short of Elon's average. What can I say? He's impressive, especially with the fact that he only has one free hand to tweet. All right, MAGA threads. While not all of them made it into this video, I tweeted 9 MAGA threads, which
He has 700. Wait, following me, 798 798 followers. I think he should tweet more. Like he should have done this for longer.
which in total received 2,332 views, 63 likes,
Talbot,
and 3
of course
replies.
I follow you.
My most popular thread was
Try doing this with oh fuck, I accidentally banned the creator of this video for a week. Okay, I unbanned you, Talbot. I apologize. I was just trying to move you over here. I banned you because you're a goddamn Republican. Sounds gay and woke to me. I'm in. Try doing this with left-wing content. Law would be so hard. Of course I follow you. I follow the enemy. I wish you did it for longer. I wish you did it for longer. Because I want to know what would happen if you just went on for longer. You know what I mean? If you did it for like a month. Hasan, that's just a chatter who changed his name. Wait, no, I don't think he's a chatter who changed his name. No, this is the actual creator. Isn't it? Is it not? Am I crazy? No, Been a Minute is... Oh, that's right. You might have changed your name. That chatter might have changed his name, but Been a Minute has been in here. Yeah, I'm just a funny chatter. I don't want to derail the stream. Last time we watched this video, Been a Minute was in here. But he doesn't have like a Twitch account either. Baited? No, I rebanned them for a week. I know I should. What's the Been a Minute? What's the Been a Minute account? He was in here, wasn't he? Last time I watched his video. God, seize him.
The one about forming unions for Amazon workers. And my least popular was the one about abolishing Obamacare and replacing it with Trump aid. So take from that what you will. Overall, these received a lot more engagement than expected from my right-wing coalition. So, to all of those closeted socialist mag...
Once again, you're noticing that I was valid in my ban. Yeah, see? It's been a minute. Svetlana kind of bad, not gonna lie. Timed out for 1 second. What do you think the running narrative from the Dems will be in November when Biden loses in a landslide? Last chatted on inauguration day. This must go so hard if you're stupid. Yeah, see? Whoa, hey chat. This is crazy. Hey chat. Oh yeah, that's me. Thanks for watching. Been a huge fan for a while. Thanks for all kinds of feedback, guys. Also, it's been a minute popping off with the Lisan Al Gaib foresight. The gift of foresight was delivered. It's interesting. I don't know who Svetlana is that he said was bad, but considering that he was correct on this, I assume Svetlana was bad too. But my point is, it's not foresight. Okay? It's not weird that all these HasanAbi heads consistently have, oh, Stalin's daughter that defected to the USA? That's hilarious. I mean, he's right. Yeah. Okay, maybe maybe not. Maybe she wasn't bad. I don't know. Maybe there's a different Svetlana. Anyway, my point is, it's not some super secret special sauce that you get when you're in this community. It's just, you know, you apply certain principles to your political analysis, and all of a sudden you come across correct more times than you come incorrect. Of course, God forbid you're ever incorrect, like 3 years ago when you say Russia will never invade Ukraine, then they'll never let you live it down. But, you know, make no mistake. The reason why they have to go back 3 years into the past to fucking constantly complain about some shit is because this side of the political spectrum is usually correct.
MAGA patriots out there who enjoyed reading Talbot's MAGA threads, I have one thing to say to you. I'm not the first person who's gaslighted you into believing in something. The American dream was a lie. And there has seldom been a time when America was actually great. I believe this decline of modern America started in the late 1970s, with the end of Keynesian economics and the rise of neoliberal.
Listen here, buddy. You can cry to your camera all you want, but no right-winger's ever gonna listen
It's an insane
to you.
take, Hasan. Yeah. I like that my naysayers have devolved. At least back in the day, there was like some semblance. There was some semblance of like coherence in the commentary and the naysayers. Now they just go, "You suck, buddy. Shut the goddamn fuck up. You love herder. You love terrorism. You love terrorism. I know it. I know it in my heart. You love terror. Why haven't they banned you yet? Ear of the snake, baby."
They don't care what you have to say. You're just talking to your own little leftist YouTube echo chamber.
Well, yeah, that's what I do.
Enough. I've got a lesson to teach you in a minute. If you actually want to get your point across to the other side, there's only one way to do that. And Talbot Henley is gonna show you how. Down on the back roads of this one-horse town of mine, I see the stress and the anger towards this old American life. My mama fed me well, and my daddy always said, if you just work hard enough, then one day you'll get that bread. I listened well and I toiled away.
Yeah, he doesn't know that MAGA world has moved on. They don't listen to country music no more. Beyonce made country music black. We hate that. That's why we need to listen to the real white music, rap music. Tom McDonald is my favorite.
At a 9 to 5, thought I'd be okay. But the bills increased and my wages stayed. Well, I tried to form a union with my friends, but the boss shut us down and made it all in the boiling oceans and killing our trees. I don't have coverage for a vasectomy. Please wake me up from this American dream. They use our taxes to bail out banks. They probably give subsidies to Tom Hanks. Please wake me up from this American dream. Holes in my roads, deregulation everywhere. It started with Reagan, but it ends right here. Please wake me up from this American.
Oh yeah, and I almost forgot. Elon Musk is a not app.
Don't bait my hook. Have you seen the new Doge government website? It's so ass. It looks like it was built in 15 minutes. No, I haven't. Misgift Japan update. There ain't no way he. Oh my god. Oh god. It's even worse. Oh my god. It's even worse. Oh my god.
I lost thousands of viewers.
Wait, why?
Yes, because I looked so ugly.
So you had viewers because of eyebrows.
I was so ugly they didn't want to look at me anymore.
What?
So they literally left for months. They're just like, I will be back.
So
when
they were
you-"
staying because you were so good looking, but they left. Because
No,
they
I
were
was.
not.
I looked like an egg. I was really ugly.
Okay, let him jump the device.
Wait, is he doing it right now? Is he getting pieced up?
It's fantastic.
Oh my god, it's not done yet.
New Jersey's better though.
Oh my god.
Dubai eyebrows? No, eyebrows gonna stay, just not too many of them.
What?
No, they're gonna trim and maybe do some Brazilian wax.
He's so fucking
on the
cooked.
baby hair.
Oh dude, this is gonna be amazing.
小さい毛とか脱毛ですね。なるほど。
Bro's been there for hours. I mean, I know, I was there.
Oh wait, Hassan here?
Hassan. Yep.
Hassan said keep going.
Keep going, Miz. It looks great. Yeah, just keep going, man. It's
They
popping.
had a Tony Stark photo for reference.
Call him and prevent a tragedy? Absolutely not. Also, he's using just a phone, but it's pretty good. Like, he's using just a phone.
Hassan, I'm turning 18 again.
And I feel like the quality's pretty good, right, chat? One more photo.
Does Iron Man say like I'm Iron Man? Isn't that just for Batman?
I'm sure he said it before.
Better than yours? Okay, I don't know about all that.
Maybe we know he's Iron Man.
But I bet his shit F's a lot.
Oh, he's checking. Wow, look how cool you are with all the white lines.
Bro, I suspect that the Japanese AI has never seen eyebrows like Miz's though.
Look at the camera.
Can I use that picture for Tinder later?
Are you on Tinder?
Why did he do this right
never
before
used Tinder
Valentine's Day? He's so cooked. He ain't never getting a date at this rate, dude.
I'm not I like in person. Can never do that stuff.
No.
I did in college, and the only thing I would say to girls is, "Where are you?"
Where are you? Can we just meet up?
Yep.
What are you doing?
That's it.
He has one after this.
What are you doing right now?
Just come over.
Yep.
Dude, what a dog.
That was not a cat. It was WYA. Where you at?
It's an acronym. Not even the whole sentence.
Always at 1 o'clock in the morning, boys.
Oh, it's Valentine's Day right now for him. That's true. Bro, watching you do this live was some of the most hilarious content ever. It's mind-blowing that Miss saw you go through this and was like, me next. Yeah, he saw me get 30,000 viewers and was like, me next. That's what it is. Also, Miz will do anything. He doesn't care about humiliating himself. Are you kidding me?
Adjustment.
Honestly, they fucked your shit up. Honestly, it took a while, but I think it's coming in nice now.
What happened? You just came in, chat?
This is happening. Designing eyebrows with AI.
My shit looks fine now.
He's gonna look like Tony Stark.
I thought we were from Borderlands 2.
One more.
Honestly, you looked pissed and it made it even funnier. I was. I care about the way I look. I care about the way I look, and I thought it was good. Content Demon Hassan.
So I knew when they were talking about baby hair, they were gonna fuck his ass up. But you guys forget the most key component as to why Hasan did not back away from that stream. Because it was the highest viewership he had the entire time he was in Japan.
That's not true. That's not even remotely true.
He could have been at a Yakuza finger cutting ceremony.
That's literally not true. I was at 40K average when I was covering fucking news. I did IRL content because I enjoy it. I did IRL content because I think IRL content is good. I enjoy it. I get to share it with my community. Out of all the IRLs, it was the highest viewership I got, I think. I had like 33K. 12 to 15K IRL. That's not even true. Most of my IRL stuff was you know, it retained pretty decent viewership. The problem is I have an audience that's old and they don't stick around, especially when it's not news coverage. I like entertaining people. What the fuck? Jesus, there's some real fucking freaks that come in here. Sometimes I reconsider whether or not I should allow anyone and everyone that just simply is followed for 10 minutes to say whatever they want. What is this? I'm going to be honest. I love both politics and IRL, but you do need to do better marketing when you plan to do IRL if you're trying to convert your existing audiences that are growing a new audience for a different genre. There's a couple different reasons why I don't actually market my my upcoming streams. Part of it is literally because I have an army of fucking psychopaths who hear what I'm about to do and try to undermine it by reaching out to places ahead of time and literally calling them to try to get it canceled, whether it be an interview, or anything else. So there's a limit to how much I can promote things. It sucks, but though that is the real reason.
Cutting ceremony. If he had 80,000 people watching, he would have done it.
He's not wrong. If I had 80,000 people watching, I would. First of all, I would love to go to a Japanese finger cutting, a Yakuza finger cutting ceremony, no matter how many people are watching. If there was 80,000 people watching, maybe I'd let him shave a sliver, you know?
If I was like, Hasan, you don't have to cut your pinky off. You'd be like, there's 80.
I'd shave a sliver of it.
80,000 people watching.
Not the whole thing. Kaya, place. Get in there, fatty. She's fat. It's true. Fat shaming your daughter? I'm just calling out what she is. Hasan Nakai
What kind
Daily.
of names were these kids calling you at the pool?
Meathead, Fatso, Lard Butt, Rally the Whale.
Porky, hog, badass.
I'm learning new things to call her.
Double wide, butterball, those sorts of things, right?
Yeah.
Oh my lord.
It's like a predictable ending every time, so I don't really care for it.
Yeah, chat is in shock.
Nope. Never watched it.
What about what's the
I can't. Come on. I wanted to speed up. I really want to see
Harry
what
Potter.
it's gonna, how bad it's gonna be.
Harry Potter.
Oh, you have Harry Potter.
I want to see how bad it's gonna
It's
be.
unpredictable.
The twist.
It also makes me kind of jealous. Like watching him in Japan, hanging out with Kaho at places I went to, making content that I made already. It makes me a little jealous. I'm not gonna lie, because it reminds me of what I used to have. God, I really just gotta live in fucking Japan, honestly. That's what I gotta do. Miss spending Valentine's Day with Kaho? Yeah. Just got moved to Japan, chat. Main reason why I couldn't watch the stream, extreme jealousy. You're rich, brother. You can do whatever you want. Yeah, except if I lived in Japan, I wouldn't be able to do political commentary. Consistent. Oh, it's effing a little bit. Oh, yep, that's right. No F's on my end. Oh, it's coming.
Alright, 1 in 10 if you're not watching me after these eyebrows get fucked up.
Oh, got it right.
Great. You've seen Hasan.
Why did you just wait? Why did it say ew pubes? What did you zoom in on? Chat, relax. Everyone has pubes.
Sorry, chat.
Where is Felix? Gaming when? Where is Felix? Which Felix? Are you talking about Biederman? He doesn't live in LA anymore.
Relaxing. You might hurt a little bit.
What are you saying?
Brazilian wax on a baby hair.
What? Yes.
Okay.
Alright, let's do it.
Okay. Woo, woo, woo. Okay.
Do you mean PewDiePie? I don't know where he is.
You might hurt a little bit.
Somewhere in Japan, living his fucking best life.
That's gonna hurt. So
That's where
much.
PewDiePie is.
Yeah, this is a moisturizing cream. Miss, do you want to see that latte art cafe later on after lunch?
Bro, I thought it was my washing machine making those noises for a second.
So comfy. So look at that confidence you're gonna experience later on.
That's cute.
That's gonna take away some pain. From the
I was like, damn, I don't remember fucking putting clothes in the laundry. I got a ghost.
Hawaii, you.
What does desu mean?
Desu means it's just being polite.
Oh.
Like, oh, it's nice.
Okay. Should I be polite?
Might be best, yeah, to be polite. But to be polite, I guess you have to like pronounce so many words, like more syllables. So
じゃあワックスを
kind of tough.
乗せますね。
The more polite, the
Oh, I can't
longer the
wait.
sentence it has.
I can't wait. Rip that shit.
Is it hot? Okay, okay.
Is Kyle being paid to be there? I don't know about Miz, but she does it for the love of the game. For me.
じゃあペーパーを貼って。
Oh, it's coming. Oh, it's coming. Rip that shit off, baby. Rip it off, baby.
Okay.
All right.
You want to count down?
Can you count down?
Okay.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. Are you okay? こんな感じでどんどんやっていきますね。
We came a long way from Jello Meowie, boys.
Bro, I also still have like zits. Look.
You're being a good boy.
Like there's still, you can't tell from this camera, but
Very red.
I still have some like ingrown hairs that happened due to the waxing, and the shaving also caused my one permanent acne that has always been on the side of my cheek to come back.
To win the heart of rent a girlfriend.
It's because my skin is sensitive to the wax.
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Can you cough into the mic more often? No.
You're doing great.
Can't do it too much. How are you guys?
Oh my god, the back of his head. Oh my god, why did they do this? Bro, why are Japanese beauty people just basically going, yeah, we'll make you look like a fucking British person? Why is it that like they have one speed? They're like, oh, Westerner? Okay, here's the hairstyle that suits you best. It's gonna make you look British. Tokyo, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. would be 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. in LA. Would that not work? Would you even catch more people who can't watch during work hours? Or is that non-doable? No, it's not doable because 11 p.m. in LA is the dead zone. Okay? A lot of people don't realize this. But when you're streaming at 11 p.m. in Los Angeles, you are literally streaming to water. Okay? 11 p.m. in Los Angeles is you're streaming to water. That's it. You're streaming to the fucking ocean. That's the issue. Your acne is similar to what I used to have and only fixed at the age of 40 years old when I realized that I was eating the issue. I have a clean diet now and zero acne. Dog, there is not many people that eat cleaner than me. You're out of your mind if you think that my acne is not born out of the sensitive skin I have. I normally don't have acne at all. It's crazy.
What's the most painful thing you have ever experienced? Like a surgery or...
Most painful thing I ever experienced? I have a friend named Russell who comes to my room and sometimes talks to me. It's fucking annoying.
That's emotional pain. I think he was asking for physical pain.
Physical pain?
Yeah. The hair pain?
Yes, Wilnev has no viewers famously. Your
I don't
disclosed
know.
reasons are
I'm
pretty
kind of a
bad.
masochist and I like pain.
Dog, why? Why do you like? He streams to an entirely different market than I do. That's number one. And number two, why? Why do you guys think that I, a person who is like quantitatively been one of the top content creators on this fucking platform, like why can I not know what I'm talking about? Like what? Why is would bet that I have more people employed per capita in this community than any other content creator on this platform that makes that has like 20,000 live concurrent viewers or more. You guys, I think, forget what other content creators and their audience looks like. It's a lot younger. Like, think about Kai Cenat. Like, he has maybe like triple the size of my audience, if not larger than that. But his audience is overwhelmingly children. Overwhelmingly. Like, very young. Bro, when I was in Japan, a Marxist literature professor came up and stream sniped me. Like, she was a HasanAbi head. Like, what are you talking about? Like, there is a lot of highly educated and people with jobs in this community. Asmon has the highest wage garnishment, though. I don't think Asmon has a lot of job retainers. It was on Will's stream, I think.
That's the hair.
Chat, that's a lot of hair. Don't act like I'm sensitive.
wow.
It actually hurt.
Wow. Oh, wow. That's a big chunk of hair.
Chat, it was a lot.
Wow. すごい. 大丈夫? 大丈夫 means like, are you okay?
Am I okay?
Yeah.
No, I genuinely like pain. Have you ever watched Hasan stream?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Wow.
I know he's watching.
Son
I
of a
know he just
bitch.
probably went. Oh God.
There's also a significantly larger community of people who watch me, but on YouTube through fan accounts and through my main account as well.
Chat, remember, this is AI, okay?
That's second half.
So this is, you can't argue with facts, chat. This is this is the best I can look.
Yes. AI figured it out. Computer science.
3, 2, 1.
Oh!
It's not as bad as the last one.
No,
Does Miz just copy everything you do? Bro, he literally has the
hard
same
up,
phone case I have. So the answer is yes. I lost 20 pounds since the beginning of the year. Shout out. Holy shit, that hasn't been that much time since the year started,
ask him if
but
I'm pretty.
congratulations, chatter. Be
You
safe.
don't even have to ask him.
You don't even have to ask. You're just pretty. That's a fact.
Thanks.
Is he also a socialist? Misgift? No.
But
Fuck
can you ask
no.
him anyway? Just to be safe.
I know. 僕可愛いです
You would likely lose that bet to Asmon if you're talking about wage earner, especially blue collar. I know. Equals I bought his house 33 years ago. Asmon dad. Asmon dad in the chat. You think Asmongold has a higher density? Asmon dad. You think Asmongold has a higher density of people with a job than I do? I don't think so. I think Asmongold probably has a lot of younger viewers now with his recent turn. A lot of like Gen Zers with their first foray into politics that have been captivated by the Trump train.
That was nothing.
What just happened? What just happened? I didn't notice. Because he didn't make any sound.
Ask him if he's ever had celebrities come in here.
なんか有名人の方って結構なんかテレビの撮影とかで来てますね。
そうですね。
Yeah, for like a TV shoot.
some like Japanese celebrities.
I also don't think a lot of the millennial Warcraft guys are.
So you know what?
I mean, maybe they're employed.
Sounds like morning.
So many influencers.
Oh,
Yes, Asman dad is a HasanAbi head. That's real.
I'm sure an influencer. I'm sure an influencer already. I haven't taken Connor here yet. I think this might be more for streaming content than YouTube.
Probably a hate watcher? No. Asmongold's dad is not a hate watcher. Neither is Nick Pollum's mom. Twitch streamers, moms, and dads. Hey, look, he's been following us since 2022. Twitch streamers, moms, and dads are they're on the HasanAbi train.
Oh, 3 years.
Yeah, see? He's been following us since 2022.
His experience. You're in
Tim Pool's dad watches Democracy Now! And Majority Report. Not that shocking. It makes sense. I do miss Japan so much. I just want to see what this looks like, man.
Yes. Since like eyebrows, I could see like a 1/3 of it.
What?
Before.
My dad follows you on Twitter? Wait, really?
So you can really have like a thin eyebrows too.
No, I just want to see. I know it's going to take a long ass time for him to finish his work. He takes a long ass time. But I still want to see what like the basics look like.
Didn't even say anything.
Wow.
Move in with PewDiePie? Yeah, I'm sure he'll. My dad watches Asian Bunny X. Ah, a man with good taste. A man with classic taste.
彼でもこの間のハサンでもなく日本人の方です。
あ、もうもっとそうですね。日本人。
What's he saying? What? Hasan?
Can you ask who has better eyebrows from your son?
この間のハサンと、友達なんですけど、どっちの眉毛の方がかっこいいかって。もともと
難しいな。
もともと。
でももともとの左右差が少なかったのハサン。
Oh, the difference like between like two eyebrows. Like Hasan's eyebrows are more symmetrical from the beginning.
My dad was a HasanAbi head for years, but is an October 7 deserter and was devastating for me, Sag. That's crazy. Oh, it makes sense.
How symmetrical they are.
Bro, that's not fair. Hasan's symmetrical.
でも違いがあるってことはその分
No. He's been fucking his hair up every year. I watched him stream LOL.
That's good for content, right?
Tweezers.
Tweezers.
Oh, fuck.
Oh wow. I like tweezers. Oh my god, he's getting ready. His necks are getting ready.
My rabbi father watches Sam Cedar religiously. He likes you but thinks you're a little loud. I mean, that makes sense. How do you stay so buff when you stream all day? The hours that I do not stream are dedicated to getting brolic.
Is it painful, miss?
Huh?
Is it like ticklish?
No, that light just blinds me.
Oh.
It's not bad.
Oh, that's good.
Though, I think he's going to be here for like an hour because my eyebrows are too thick.
I feel like he's waxed enough.
でもワックスより大丈夫そうですね。
大丈夫そうですね。
My dad watches Bad Empanada? That's crazy.
書いてもいるんですね。
あ、これですか？はい。これでコーミングしてですね。
He's combing your eyebrows too.
Oh yeah, I don't know. It just looked like. I think it's the angle, Cha. Sorry about that.
What happened?
It's not against the US. No, it's just like the angle and the creases in your pants look like.
Oh damn!
You got
It's getting sexual style.
Yeah, I told her I like pain.
Maybe he's excited, Cha.
Thank God Bad Empanada gets banned all the fucking time off of Twitter, so people don't see all of the unhinged shit that he says.
I think it's just a crease.
So if you only watch him for
Yeah, I don't want
like
this
academic paper reviews or whatever, you're like, you get a very different impression.
Incoming. Show me go.
Oh God, let's see. Oh,
Bless you.
imagine he did that shit while he was on his eyebrows.
It's a reaction.
Oh, thanks.
Tissue.
Does this happen or something? Does he know?
なんか
Do you ask him if that happens?
なんか眉毛抜いたらなんか反応で
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, it actually kind of looks better.
it happens though. Wow.
It actually low-key looks better. With his hair, not so much. But I think his eyebrows look better. No, because those Bad Empanada tweets are fake. No, not like the weird children tweets that were obviously fake. I'm talking about the shit that he does fucking tweet. Bro, his username literally used to be Troop Exploder, okay? Get the fuck out of here. You know exactly what I'm talking about. His starting point was lower than yours. True. I do want to see what it's going to look like. I do want to see what it's going to look like when he puts on makeup, too. He shared how to build a Yasin 105. That's insane. That's what I mean. He looks more like Sam Smith. He gonna hate it. He looks like Kyle Rittenhouse. Oh, no. Oh, hell no. I told you, bro. Miz has New Jersey face. He'll be fine. That's wrong. We got Pizzagate on official state business. Hexit team invites far-right activist Jack Posobiec on overseas trip. The offer triggered alarm among Pentagon officials concerned about the military being dragged into partisan warfare. Wait, what? What do you mean? He literally was a Navy PSYOP guy. Wasn't Jack Posobiec a Navy intelligence officer? Has he ever even stopped being has he ever stopped being a government agent anyway? Like, oh man, I can't believe government agent Jack Posobiec is invited to a government trip. Yeah, Jack and wokeness Posobiec. Bro, this shit is so annoying that he took so long as someone who's got my eyebrows waxed and also get them shaved frequently. This shouldn't take more than 10 minutes with a good barber. Yeah, I just want to let you know, everything in Japan is like that. That's just, you're just mad at like the essence of being Japanese. Everything in Japan. If you ever purchase anything in Japan, there is going to be a ceremony associated with your purchase. They're going to sit there and for 25 minutes, pack it up in a way where you're just like, dude, what are you? Just give me the fucking thing. I don't care. Okay? I get it. I understand why it's frustrating. I've been there many times over. But it is the case, no matter what. There is a pageantry associated with it. No matter what you package, no matter what you get, it takes a long ass time. That's not even true either, lol. Wait, what are you talking about? You go to fucking Don Quixote and you purchase groceries from Don Quixote, and the person at the checkout counter is literally going through each individual item and caressing it and giving little kisses and you know, packaging it up in a way where it's like, it's not for me, but I understand and I respect it. You are supposed to have small moments of beauty every day. Yeah, I'm too much of a Western Sigma grind set min-maxer to appreciate the small moments that we must cherish. Squeaks is stealing your flow. What is this?
How are we supposed to get out of here if we don't start to trust each other? I don't need your trust.
Oh, I did this too.
I kinda need yours.
Unfortunately, LSF hates me, so when I do this stuff, it doesn't get posted on there. But
we can't check.
I took inspiration for this story from when me and my sister were younger. Look at all of this. It's amazing. I based the story around my dad. All I can do is write this silly
Women
story.
characters equals DEI. Welcome to an episode of Where's a Woman? When I see woman on my screen, I have 3 little letters I can type. I don't know why I sound like that. Sorry, I can't resist. It's too fun. It's too fun. Look, it's crazy. Look.
estrogen. Someone just said estrogen. Hey, so I asked for Concord 2, not this DEI
Crazy.
slot. Concord? What's a women? We need a hentai writer in there. Women equals DEI. Yep. Trash. This is garbage. This is why I sometimes perhaps falsely suspect the Asmongold community of being much younger, because I don't want to imagine a group of 38-year-old WoW enjoyers who truly are saying things like that. Like, I just don't want to think of a world where there's a lot of like straight up adults that say things like that. I hope it's just like young boys that will inevitably grow out of. What? Donkey employees did not kiss any of my 3 Japanese real whole Anaholes when I bought them. Did I get ripped off? Yeah. Bro, you haven't seen trade chat in WoW and it shows? I have not. I like to keep my mind clear of such things. I already have enough insane shit in my brain swirling around. Miz is done. They're cleaning him up.
Chat is laughing.
Yeah.
Having a good time.
Oh, that's good.
Laughing out loud. Getting prettier and prettier.
Playing WoW right now. Was just
Yeah,
invited
okay.
to a guild named Two Genders.
Okay, there's a lot of laughing.
Right?
Go back to
Told
this.
you.
James Charles clone.
They're still trying to.
Bro got Minecraft eyebrows.
No, after this, like, can we Uber to like near Tokyo Tower?
You want to go on top of Tokyo Tower? I'm down.
Yeah, because that's the restaurant location.
God, I wish I was in Japan still.
How many people have told you that you look like Sam Smith?
Half the chat.
Like, you've been told before, right? Even like streaming days. No.
No, and I started getting told I look like Sam Smith when I got fat.
He looks like Angry
Now I'm saying I
Bird.
look like
Did you get fat?
James Charlekiff.
Okay, so
Why he look like Angry Birds? Wait, I'm gonna text him that.
Do I still look masculine?
Yes.
Yeah.
Very masculine.
Very masculine.
I can smell testosterone here.
Okay, good. Because remember, he said I was masculine.
You're kind of worried about getting demasculated.
Yeah.
Oh.
I texted him.
Yeah. Damn, your chat is funny.
Let's see if he sees it. My guy's looking more beautiful and ephemeral than the glint of the first drop of morning dew on a fallen rose pedestal. Jesus Christ, dude, the glaze.
Eyebrows are still there. Yeah, they're still there. That's nice.
I think he's ignoring you. He probably has it on Do Not Disturb.
Chad, I'm not going to listen to you because you don't know AI. I'll listen to this guy and Canute. You know nothing about this.
Yes, artificial intelligence. The end of the shit.
He does have the same cover as you, Lamau. What do you mean?
Hassan's texting you? Bro, he sent me...
Is that from Cartoon Network?
No way. You're sending me Cartoon Network characters?
God, it was so funny.
Damn, don't make you laugh. You have to stay still. The Angry Birds.
Oh no, he heard it. He knows what that is.
Welcome, welcome. People coming in, join the stream. He's getting AI eyebrow design.
Connection has low bit rate. Told you.
I'm excited to see what I look like.
Oh, cool.
Every time his connection drops even a little bit, I'm like, see? That's why we use the incredibly expensive backpack that we use.
Oh. Coming up.
Wait, I get to see what I look like.
Yay. What? Is it good? Is it?
Bro, I'm not gonna lie.
Yay.
They make you look gay as hell, dog. It's just, there's no other way to put it, okay? They just, when they fix your shit up like this, they make you look gay as hell. There is no other way to put it. It's a very specific type of pretty. It's just like gay pretty. Okay? That's it.
All right, check.
We'll check.
Yeah.
Average Lebanese guy in a Commonwealth country. Oh, he's checking. Oh, here we go.
Much
Here
better.
comes the extra hour of snapping pics.
Okay, please.
Awesome.
What was that pose?
One more.
Do I look masculine?
Just say metrosexual or manscaped sheesh. It's breaking the stream,
Bro, I
dude.
look like Frogan. I literally look like Frogan. Are you serious with this?
That's crazy.
I actually look like Frogan.
Okay.
I legit look like Frogan. Like I'm not even like this. Is not even. I literally look like Frogan. Like, chat ready? I'm gonna do a blank stare at the screen. Do I not look like Frogan?
I think Frogan is better looking. Okay, come on.
I legit look like no tears, but other than that,
You
like,
do look
legit
Lebanese
like
though.
Frogan.
That is true. I think everyone that gets this treatment instantly looks Lebanese.
Yeah, I would cry. I have to hold the camera still with it.
The AI just wants to make you look gay and Lebanese.
Ask him if I can keep this. It's a look.
これ持ち帰りは無理なんですよね、このメモリは。
あ、メモリーですか、
はい
メモリ持ち帰りはね、ちょっと難しいか
そうなんですね。
なって感じですね。
You cannot keep it as a souvenir or memento.
Please.
That's man's ultimate
have a new
form.
fan
Yeah,
base.
man evolves into being gay and Lebanese.
Okay, please.
Sorry, I need this. Regain my composure.
Austin is final form. Austin does not look gay, nor does he look
誰かに似てるっ
Lebanese.
ていうのでコメントでめっちゃサム・スミスとか歌手の確かに
Yeah, notice all the bitrate crashes here. Backpack, totally worth. Please, I need this. I need this so bad. Not only because I spent 30 bills on it, which is already an insane amount, but also because even worse than the 30 bills, I also quite literally have to carry it everywhere. And also, it's you just lug that shit around. Lug that shit around non-fucking stop. That's the worst part about it, honestly. It's not just like the cost of it. But it's also having to travel with it. It is so frustrating to travel with it. And also then, obviously March, Will, like everyone else is also carrying it non-fucking stop. So I need to believe in my mind. Stop. I need to believe in my mind that it's worth.
Miss looks so slay. You're so sexified, Miss.
Black zip up hoodie ID, please.
Yeah.
You just get me.
Ray was hyping up the backpack quality. Oh, let's go.
Bad. I hate not being able to pause. This is my worst nightmare. Oh, okay, it's done. Thank you for the Twitch Prime Cloud. The quality of this stream makes me want to IRL stream again so bad.
Let's go. There you go. There you go. Don't gatekeep the hoodie ID, motherfucker. Nah, I'm gatekeeping it. Fuck you. It looks high def the entire time. 30K for that is wild though, unless the camera and lens is a quarter of that. Nah, none of that. No, camera and lens is all no extra. No, dude, it's the fucking guys. It's a goddamn stadium backpack. You understand? It's literally a fucking backpack that like professional news broadcasters use. It has insane fucking. It has insane specs. It's got six. It's got 6 fucking modems in it instead of the previous 4. Like, yeah, the White House broadcast with TVU. Well, I mean, I guess you mean like the older one, right? Like the other one that I used to have. It's got built-in modems. The issue on the other hand is 30 racks, not 30 bills. Yeah, it's 30 racks, not 30 bills. You can add additional modems onto it. 6 hotspots don't mean crap if they're all on the same or similar networks. Well, no, it does mean crap when it's all on separate networks. There's no... $100K setup for 5 IRL streams a year. First of all, I do more IRL streams. Y'all love to argue? Yeah. They do. They fucking do. Yes, you can handle 2 cameras if you wanted to. There's so much. I was watching Puerto Rico news the other day and they were literally using the live view. I know you always say it's pro, but I just didn't realize it. Yeah, many news broadcasters use my old equipment. They don't even use this new shit. Okay? The new shit that I'm using right now is even better than the old one, and the old one is still plenty good. But it certainly has issues. It has its issues like obviously. Yeah, I have better equipment than fucking CNN, okay? But one of the biggest problems is obviously battery life. That's one of the biggest issues. The thing burns, melts through battery. This is how you know people who don't actually watch the stream. Anyone who says we are a hug box never watches argue with you over everything. Yeah, that's true too. That's the biggest issue. The Japan streams were immaculate, worth the investment. Yeah. Couldn't you get more battery packs? I mean, look, I'll show you. Okay. These are illegal to travel with. These batteries are literally illegal to travel with. So I can't use these batteries when I travel because you can't have them on a fucking plane because they're massive. Okay? The other batteries that I have, on the other hand, are also still a bitch to travel with because sometimes people might think that they're illegal to travel with and give you issues. The problem, on the other hand, with the other batteries is that they are not, like, they go for 3 hours. This is an AN2000D. Okay? 98 watts, 6.6 AH, 14.8 voltage. It's not a regular battery. It's a triple prong battery. Okay? It's got crazy specs. It has the capacity, I believe, to go up to like 13 modems if you want to. Okay? is somewhat heavy. It's not like it's not like crazy heavy, but the way we do this layout, we've decided we use the triple battery pack. I put 3 batteries in here in the bottom, usually, and it basically goes for like 5 to 6 hours. But that's it. Like 5 to 6 hours with the smaller batteries. But you can literally, I could use this if I wanted to as a like router. Let's say I was getting, I can wall mount this, connect it to an Ethernet cable, okay? And also on top of that, use the extra routers in it, okay? And then connect that with an Ethernet cable directly to my laptop and be able to basically get and basically do like a remote desktop stream everywhere. It's got more bandwidth, less disruption. It's really good. It's a really good piece of equipment. It's a really good piece of tech. All right, let's see what Miz looks like finally.
Your side of the coin, you know. We'll see what happens. Who knows?
He's getting his makeup done? Oh my lord.
Well, it's just not my side, you know. I'm not a...
I'll be honest, I think you look pretty. You know what I mean? You look pretty.
You're pretty.
You're pretty.
See, I don't think it looks bad. The problem is the acting looks like crap.
Where's the acting at? Look.
Kyle, let me get a nice zoom in on the it's razor burn.
Oh, right.
And then they shaved over it.
Good though, like your hair looks good. Oh, did you have razor? They shaved over the razor
Yeah.
burn. Oh
Yeah.
no.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bro, I have a. Oh, that's. Oh god. Okay. What you need to do?
Yeah, Kyle, you can stop filming it. Stop filming it.
Somebody said wear a scarf. I have a product for you. Oh. Actually, legitimately. It's a product called. First of all, do you use straight razor shave?
No, I always use trim.
Yeah, that's what I use. But you get fucking bumps and shit.
Never.
Oh, so then why do you have bumps?
Because I went to 7-Eleven and I used one of their razors, and their razors aren't strong here because Asian guys don't have beards. So I tried using it on my beard and it just cut razor burn.
If you've been to drugstore.
Why didn't you buy an electric razor, dude?
Because I didn't find it. I tried to find a
There's
trimmer.
electric razors everywhere. You should have gone to a Don Quixote. Fucking L, dude. Big mistake.
If it's not at 7-Eleven, I'm not buying it. It's like my Walmart in Austin.
Why didn't you just let your beard grow out? Now you gotta deal with this fucking razor burn.
Because people, if you have a big beard at Austin here, they don't like you as much because they don't like white people.
What are you talking about? I have no problem with my 5 o'clock shadow.
Yeah, 5 o'clock's fine. That's chill. But when you have like a beard, like I had a real man's beard. Like you have a little bit too much estrogen in you. You know, I had a real beard.
Is that right?
That's
Last time I checked, I got a lot of facial hair on.
I mean, I had a full beard. I had like the Fortune one.
No, you're getting makeup.
See, oh my god, I look fat.
Is he putting makeup on you?
Yes.
Dude, he's playing with my jiggle fat. I gotta stop eating the fatty tuna sushis.
Oh no. Okay, so there's a product I got for you. It's called Tend Skin. It's a really good product. By the way, not sponsored.
Austin would cook his ass in a beard off? True. People forget. That is his most Lebanese trait. Is it a Rick Owens mountain hoodie? No, it's not. I think it's called like Entire Studios or something. Yeah. Entire Studios, I think, is what it's called.
I'll be good. I'll let you know how that date goes. You know, we'll see. Because she might be the one. You know. She might be getting
Yeah, the cropped full zip from Entire Studios. That's it. There you go. I'm not gatekeeping.
Well, my chat's.
Bro thinks he's straight, so he has to take care. He doesn't need to take care of himself.
No, my chat's already. My chat's just very pretty naturally.
I don't need that gay cream on my face. I'll take my razor burn.
Austin, you made him laugh.
That shit ugly, not gonna lie.
You made our
I disagree. I don't think this shit's ugly at all. I like it a lot.
Do it again. Okay. I'll see you later, dude. I'm becoming a. Is there an orange Angry Bird? Or is that just Donald Trump?
I don't know. I think you're looking fresh.
Bro, they're saying I'm turning into The Simpsons.
It's not that bad. It's more like Oompa Loompa.
I think you look very fantastic.
Thank you.
You're looking great. Believe me. Just a couple more shades.
Can you recommend a dupe? I don't know.
I think you're looking very good.
Thanks for the support.
Yo, they're calling me Millhouse. Oh my god. Alright. Bye, Austin. Bye.
Put glasses on, please.
Unc, how you rocking that pushing 40?
Folks.
I mean,
I'm looking
I think I'm doing a pretty good job rocking it, pushing 40.
Pretty good right now. I feel pretty good.
You know? Bro crashed the site. Oh, you guys crashed it? I'm rocking it with these. Look. Full fit. There it is. You look like you're about to give hell of a pep talk to a team of 12-year-old basketball players in 1999. Okay, chill. Looks comfy. It is comfy. Very comfy. Face zip on the hoodie makes nice for a collar when down. Yeah. Oh my God. What the fuck is this? The Russian member of parliament, Nikolai Valuev, has been banned from entering Azerbaijan over his anti-Azeri remarks. Breathtakingly prehistoric physiognomy, an unforgotten hominid ancestor terrified of fire. It's a crime, this fine specimen in a suit. He should be adorned in handsome pelts of cheetah, mammoth, boar. What the fuck? He's 7 foot and 331 pounds. A former world champion? Oh my God. Bro, I've never seen anything like this. I mean, this person is like... Oh my God. Oh my God. Crazy how skinny people look good in baggy clothes and big people look better in more form-fitting clothes. Okay, how about you fucking don't dunk on me when I'm wearing a not form-fitting look as a not skinny person. Okay? You don't have to make this snide remark. Okay? Right after I showed you my fit. But yes, you are correct. Skinny people do look good in big clothes. I unfortunately do not. This is him, by the way. Yeah. I mean, listen, I'm not a big boy any longer for sure, but I'm still also not skinny. So, yes, when I wear large clothes, it doesn't look as good, but there's not much you can do. This is 100% your body dysmorphia talking? No, I still am wide. Like my frame is still very wide. Your shirt has shoulder pads? No, that's just my shoulders. Anyway. All right. That's all for today, folks. Love you all. See you tomorrow. Happy Valentine's Day for those who celebrate. Me and your mom. Chat. Gen Z acts like 40 will be old because of their life expectancy. Forgot to press send. Anyway, love you guys. And I'll see you tomorrow. I just texted Phineas. He's not around for a little bit. So when he's back, we'll do some. And I'll text Adam McKay as well to see what kind of collab we can do. But for the time being, this is what you got. Hopefully, Los Angeles doesn't flood tomorrow, all right? And we'll get back to some fun shit. Peace, everybody. Bye.
Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. The H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, her son is streaming. Her son is streaming. There he is again, her son is streaming. Her son is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find the system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There he is again, her sun is streaming.